Now, who might be particularly delighted with the timing of the election announcement?
Paula Venables from the post office, because she was up in the inquiry and it blasted her off the front pages and she would have got an absolute shellacking.
That's right, former post office head honcho and national sweetheart, Paula Venables.
She cried 4 times for herself. It was a really disgraceful performance. And I think, yeah, it was appalling. She said things like, I didn't know that they were prosecuting these people when I took over. And you think, that just isn't true. It's all lies. I mean, she is now in the inquiry trying to blame her colleagues, which is the entire point of the inquiry, is that she's already blamed people who didn't do it in an attempt to cover herself, and now she's doing it again.
I also just don't understand how you can come and take over an organisation where suddenly, out of nowhere, after a new computer system comes in, 1 in 12 people that work from you has got their hands in the till and you never previously noticed, even though they worked for you for 30 years before that.
And you work for the Tory party.
I know, right?
But if what is happening is that the amount of money that you claim they've stolen is returned to the post office and then you take it out as a bonus, which they did, that's straightforward theft.
I was going to call it corruption.
That's worse than that.
Is it worse than corruption?
Yeah.
This is the guy's in charge of North Korea. He's disappeared, isn't he? As hard as that to believe, looking at that picture. But he has...
Why has he?
Well, they think that he's quite overweight and he may be in poor health. This was taken shortly before he perched himself at the end of the conveyor belt with his mouth open.
This is the news that Kim Jong-un is not well, bringing back memories of his father, Kim Jong-il.
It's cheese, though.
Yes, well done.
Cheese.
It's cheese.
Yes. Kim watchers have decided he's eating too much cheese.
Ah.
Yes. Well, according to the Metro, Kim has...
Ah, well, they know.
They
There's nothing like a giveaway London Free newspaper to give you the lowdown on North Korea.
North Korean correspondent.
Anyone know what kind of cheese he's particularly addicted to?
Camembert.
No.
Camembert.
Thank you very much. No, according to the Metro, yes.
Is it Korea Philly? Oh, dear, I'm terribly sorry.
Yeah. This could be a spin-off programme, you know. With a bit of luck.
He is, in fact, addicted to...
Poison cheese.
An Emmental cheese. He has an Emmental cheese addiction. In a rare display of openness, what did North Korean TV show?
His digestive tract.
They released a documentary showing Kim limping around factories.
Blimey.
I just think he's got baby bells stuck in his shoe.
Next, huge duck army. What?
Huge duck army absolutely massacres tiny duck army.
Faces massive bill.
Huge duck army patrols South African vineyard. This is a vineyard in South Africa that uses an army of 800 ducks to control pests. Next, 18-foot-long cucumber. What?
Does not bother woman with 19-foot corridor.
18-foot-long cucumber available for events. The Cucumber Growers Association.
Oh, that must be the finale for the Daffodil Festival.
Yeah.
Here it is.
Is that real?
It looks a bit like a dirigible.
It's got a handle in the middle of it, look.
Yeah.
Like, it's as if they're going to pick it up there and...
Or break down the doors of a massive salad.
Next, bald men on high alert. What?
As seagulls target pates.
Good enough.
What?
Yes. Bald men on high alert as marauding owl attacks. It is a bird one. This is about an owl terrorising people in Devon. One bald victim of the so-called terror owl was Richard Clevedon Smith, who reluctantly agreed to recreate the incident for the local paper.
I see that in the photograph behind him, the local Beatles tribute band are restaging the cover to Abbey Road.
There's a poll this week apparently saying that 60% of people want the government to get on with Brexit.
Well, according to a company called Delta Poll,
60% of voters polled agree with the statement, I no longer care how or when we leave the EU, I just want it all over and done with.
Sort of dignitas, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
When's the appointment?
Yeah.
What is this order? What do you want? Do you want it over with, or do you want it fought out?
Open the box! Take the money!
Just glad to see divided Britain in action.
That was a second referendum.
That was it.
And the BBC's main 10 o'clock news bulletin announced a significant casualty of the coronavirus this week. What was that?
I think it's Love Island, isn't it?
Exactly.
So Love Island isn't going to go ahead this year, but I believe that if you hold your head close to the microwave, you can still burn through the same amount of brain cells.
So this is the news that the government are going to begin virus contact tracing. There are some fears that the contact tracing app could help the government to harvest our personal data. Doesn't bother me, said Eamon Holmes from the safety of his recently constructed tinfoil bungalow. On Sunday, Boris Johnson is expected to lay out a menu of options, and that could be the last menu you see until 2021. According to reports in the papers, Boris was going to be accompanied at his Sunday broadcast by Michael Gove, but they were worried that people would think, fuck me, Wilf's an ugly baby. Paul and Chris, here's yours.
OK, so Chris, what they're showing us is a tiger in the wild looking around. I think he's in the wild, and he's walking through, and there's some armed police, very heavily armed police, running towards the tiger. There was a story about a tiger that was discovered in Kent the weekend, and so the police were called by a startled onlooker, and they rushed to the scene to find that the tiger was actually a sculpture created by a woman who, it says it's been there for about 20 years. So everybody had a good laugh, and they took a photograph of it, and everything was all right.
Somebody saw it, obviously thought it was a real tiger, and reported it. And I think it was the same person that reported that outside the chemist, local residents were forcing money into the head of a guide dog.
I was just going to say my cat was fantastically put out. Some other famous cat in Kent hogging the news for a week. He had a hissy fit and retired to his bed hurt. So it's the last we'll hear of him. Oh, he's gone again.
Do you know in Kent, though, you're more likely to be run over by a tiger driving a white van than you are to be eaten by a tiger in a field?
There's quite a few wildlife parks in Kent, so there's like the population of tigers in Kent is probably higher than you might imagine.
There he goes again, undoing jokes with facts.
I feel as if it's a service I can provide.
Shall we have a look at the reason that 10 armed police officers on a helicopter were dispatched to the Kent countryside? Here it is. Oh, yeah. It's good, but it's no Chris Whitty. Here's the tiger with some of his new friends.
Well, the tiger's clearly sunbathing, isn't he?
Wouldn't it be funny if while they were having their photo taken, a real tiger came out from a bush and ate them all?
It's interesting you say that, Chris, because actually there are quite a number of wildlife parks in Kent, and there's more tigers than you might imagine.
Do you know what? I've heard that before. It's
Yeah, so have I. I don't know where I've heard it from, but somewhere.
Bloody BBC repeat.
Exactly.
Do we have any idea how the tiger got there?
No, I think there's a woman, she's a sculptor, she sculpted it. She said it's been there 20 years. So I imagine that somebody went for a walk near their house where they hadn't been before, and they came across it, and there it was. But it's not a surprise, really, because I don't know if you know this, but there's a surprising number of tigers in Kent because there's a number of wildlife parks.
I think I'm getting a bit of echo on my earpiece.
In other news, who can tell me which former Tory MP once scaled a building to break into his own office?
It was Rory.
It was Rory. Very impressive for a civilian, yeah? We know you can't say, but it's lovely to have you here. Who has been claiming they're a spy recently? Relative of the fantasist-in-chief?
Stanley Johnson.
Correct. Stanley Johnson. According to him, in the 1960s, he was recruited while studying at Oxford and giving training which included the task of blowing up the power station in Blythe on the Northumberland coast, which he did successfully. And why was Stanley Johnson only a spy for 6 months? Stanley himself told The Times, "My incompetence might have cost people their lives." It's a bit of a family trait. This is the news that MI5 want to recruit more people from diverse backgrounds. Rory Stewart has denied being a spy, but has considered going undercover. He recently told New Yorker magazine that he considered living on a council estate for 2 or 3 years to better understand British poverty. Well, you could try, Rory, but thanks to your old party, there's a 30-fucking-year waiting list. Time now for the Missing Words round, which this week features a guest publication from Rory's old stomping ground, the Penrith Ramblers Group newsletter. And we start with what mocked for looking like Phil Collins?
Lewisham Town Hall. That's right, isn't it? I can tell. It's Lewisham Town Hall.
It's not right.
But then people say it all the time, it's Phil Collins. Oh, no, it's Lewisham Town Hall.
The answer is statue of baby Jesus, mocked for looking like Phil
Oh,
Collins.
I don't see this. Oh.
This is a church in Mexico who accidentally installed this.
OK, give us a clue. Which is which?
And it's quite good, really. It's Genesis.
Yeah.
Time now for the Missing Words round, which this week features as its guest publication Skirmish, the Living History magazine. 10.66. That's too much to pay, isn't it? Each issue should cost a £5. And we start with a common question I get asked at battle reenactments is
what side are you on? Are you my minicab driver? Weren't I married to you in Maidstone in the 1960s? Any one of the three.
I actually went to a Living History festival once. There were whole fields full of people, some Vikings and then sort of Peninsular War soldiers and Anglo-Saxon. There was a group of them, and there was just one bloke sitting on a chair, and round him were loads of women, and he said, "I'm the mead lord. Everyone here is just here to serve me mead." And I said to one of the women, "Why do you do this?" And she said, "He's got a car."
I went to a World War II reenactment. I was making a film about aspects of Ireland near Cork, and they had all the sort of gear, you know, the right uniforms, the vintage motors. And at one point, a Winston Churchill lookalike came up to me. He had the hat, he had the cigar, he had the waistcoat, he had the entire look. He looked like Winston Churchill, and he said to me, Paul, I'm a big fan of yours." It was very disturbing.
OK, well, here we are. A common question I get asked at battle reenactments is, why do you and your mates always play Germans? These are English reenactors who always take the part of the German army. Talking about the origins of the World War I reenactment group, their leader said, "We started in Belgium, so full marks for authenticity." Next, penguins in Norfolk are what?
Lost.
Related?
Demanding a penguin's vote.
Are breeding with their relatives.
Bored?
Penguins in Norfolk are too randy.
Oh.
Penguins never have any difficulty finding a mate, as they're notoriously easy to pick up. And finally, man in Hull drives car into what?
Hull.
Frenzy, Utopia, City Centre, Mrs. Watson. Mrs. Watson's dog. Alan.
Gap in the road where there are no yellow lines?
Oh, no, well, sort of to do with the road. Man in Hull drives car into large hole. This is Grant Parker from Hull, who drove his car into a massive pothole. Here he is illustrating how big the hole is. Grant said, "I thought hell had opened up," as he drove into Hull.
I sort of think that most people will vote Remain if they do it again.
No, all the polls suggest people haven't changed their minds at all.
OK.
Everyone in here, if you had your time again, who would vote differently?
Well, what's that going to tell us?
Do you know what that is?
50% put their hands up. Well, that's conclusive.
No, what that tells us is absolutely pointless to have a second referendum, because for anyone to vote any different, they would have to admit they got it wrong the first time round. No one's going to do that.
No, people don't want to do that.
Yeah. All that talk about, if there's a second referendum, there will be 80-20, in favour of Remain, not on your Nelly. No chance. It will be exactly the same outcome. Because, say you weren't happy with the level of immigration 2 years ago, you're not going to be happy about it now.
No.
So if you thought 2 years ago the country was run by unelected European Union bureaucrats, well, nothing over the past 2 years would have changed your opinion on that. Well, and if you were daft enough to fall for that 350 million quid a week for the NHS law, you're daft enough to fall for something else next time round.
And so, to round 2, the picture spin quiz. Fingers on buzzers, please, teams.
Yeah. Yes, this is monkeys stealing things.
Baboons. They actually managed to open the window and get in and wreck the place.
Yeah, absolutely.
Whereabouts is this?
In
Wigan.
Surbiton.
And if the picture went lower down, we could see what they were actually stealing. I can't remember what it was now. It was like a television or a blanket or something like that.
Let's have a look. There's other pictures.
A sofa or something.
It's a teddy.
Yeah,
They've kidnapped Pudsey. Children in need won't happen next year.
And they got some linen. And some more linen.
Look at that one, just stuck on the wall.
Yeah,
on the
exactly.
Left there, isn't he?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Can I have one for Christmas, please?
What, a thieving baboon?
Yeah.
Yeah, think of all the presents you'd get.
Yeah.
Living on my proud
They're very scary. When I went to Cape Town, a big one got in our car, so we jumped out, and we couldn't get back in the car. Just sitting in the driver's seat, messing around for ages.
How did it get in the car in the first place?
I left the door open.
And further animal news.
Yes.
What heinous crime did another animal commit a bit closer to home?
Heinous crime.
With an H.
Yeah.
Yes, heinous.
Was it?
Yes.
Right, I'll tell you. When John and Steve Rolls were caught without a tax disc, they were given a £100 fine, which was waived when they told the police that a snail ate it. And sent this picture in.
So good.
Yes, yes.
This is the news that a gang of baboons have been photographed burgling an apartment block in Cape Town. Of course, the good thing about baboon burglars is they may shit on your carpet, but at least they throw it out of the window afterwards.
Time now for the odd one out round. It's just one between you this week. A dog in Thailand. Scott Mann, MP, Judith Strang from Texas, and Damien Green. Yes.
Now, Scott Mann, colleague of Johnny's,
Yeah.
and I believe there was an incident where Johnny actually saved his life from drowning. So I'm guessing that he is perhaps the odd one out in that the other three all float.
Is that right? Did you save his life?
Yeah, I mean, it's just because I thought he had my wallet, actually.
He got sacked from the Tory party, or did he resign?
Damien Green's still an MP. He was Deputy Prime Minister and then had a slight...
There was some porn found on a computer that he had access to, and the other 3 people featured in the film he was watching.
They've all been rescued at sea, apart from Damien Green, who had to be rescued from a river. He was thrown in as part of a student prank while studying at Oxford University. But more recently, who did Damien Green have a run-in with outside Parliament?
Yeah, so there's a set of protesters that are, like, permanently outside Parliament, so that when anyone goes on TV, they just heckle with quite amusing abuse, to be honest, some of it. But obviously some of it's not. And Damien Green came off an interview and met this chap who's dressed in a European flag and told him that in a contested field, you are by far the biggest here. No. And he was right.
Let's have a look.
Hello, can I ask how you're feeling about the vote yesterday?
No, you can't, because you just tried to shout over an interview I've done, like you do everyone else.
I did. I was singing.
You are the biggest wanker.
Where did this dog end up at sea?
Australia.
Hawaii. Same 5G company we're talking about.
Not quite. It was spotted last week by oil rig workers in Thailand, 135 miles from shore.
Wow.
Who threw that stick?
Wow.
And finally, where did Judith Strang from Texas end up in the sea?
On holiday, was it? On holiday somewhere?
Yes, she was on a tour of...
The fjords.
She was in Iceland. She sat down on some ice which had formed in the shape of a throne and was promptly carried out to sea.
How hot is her arse?
The iceberg incident happened a couple of weeks ago, after which the accident-prone granny completed her tour of Europe with a trip to Paris, where she lit a candle in Notre Dame.
Now, that really is enough about the government's bad week. Oh, no, sorry. Andy Coulson. Where did he unexpectedly find himself this week?
In the back of a cop car heading to Scotland.
Because?
Because they want to have a word.
I had absolutely no idea that you were a gangster.
Andy Coulson.
He's been arrested for perjury.
Yes.
During a trial where someone else was on trial for perjury.
Yes.
While he was actually working for the Prime Minister, which is pretty shocking. Are you shocked, Alistair?
I'm shocked.
You. I'm glad you're shocked, because, you know, some of the people that this government have been hanging about with, Rebecca Brooks, know her at all?
I do.
Were you shocked when she was arrested?
I've been shocked by lots of things, Ian.
He's been charged, though, not just arrested. He's been charged.
He's been charged.
Which is why Ian's being so careful.
Yeah.
About Andy Coulson, if not about me.
Well, they haven't charged you yet.
Is it hot in here?
And in case anyone thinks I'm being gratuitous, I know that Alistair is going to be reasonable tonight, because he told Leveson, I am robust, but I'm not a bully. So no matter what anyone says, you're going to be really reasonable.
Tonight? No.
That's good, though, to remember. Like, if your kid gets caught, like, kicking a fat kid, just go, no, he's not a bully, just robust. He's robust.
It probably seemed like a good idea when you said yes.
Farmer Ben Fletcher's sweet potato, Geminoid F, Kellogg's cornflakes, and John Prescott's office.
Yeah, I think this is about sex, basically.
That's sex?
Yeah, because Geminoid F is a sex robot. I've heard, I've been told. I read somewhere, I saw it on television, something like that. Anyway, Farmer Ben Fletcher's, he's the farmer who keeps unearthing sensuous potatoes.
Sensuous potatoes?
Sensuously shaped
Your knowledge
potatoes.
about this is disturbingly thorough.
And I think The Office is where John Prescott had sex.
Yeah. With that lampshade.
Temple.
With a lampshade. With a lampshade. And it was revealed that Kellogg, the originator of cornflakes, was anti-sex. Because people had cornflakes in the morning instead of having sex. Therefore, all the other three are about sex, except cornflakes. I suggest it's cornflakes.
You listen, that's amazing.
It was like watching a Scottish Columbo.
Wasn't it?
Because you went through each of the facts one by one, and I deduce. It was brilliant.
If you wait long enough in a programme, you get onto your specialist subject.
Sensual potatoes.
Dr. John Harvey Kellogg and his brother Will came up with the cornflake recipe as they believed that plainer foods helped cleanse the body and mind of erotic desires. Though there was an unfortunate misunderstanding early in the marketing process when he asked a designer to put a massive cock on the cereal packet.
Morning, Nick. Here's another for you.
Oh, yes, OK, this is a clip from George Méliès's Voyage to the Moon. That's a nuclear explosion. There was some story this week about, was it during the Cold War, the Americans were debating about whether they should blow up the moon with nuclear weapons. I didn't quite see what they thought the point with that would be.
It's because Hans Blix had told them that the clangers had weapons of mass destruction. obviously, the little boy was the bomb they dropped on Hiroshima.
Yeah.
So they were looking at something a lot bigger. It was called a fat man. Would you like to see a picture of a fat man?
Yeah.
See? This is the actual bomb. You thought we were going to show you something like this. No.
It's Eric Pickles. He's a member of the cabinet. Have you ever heard of him?
Yes, I certainly have, but I didn't realise he was that large.
What was the reason why they wanted to do this?
It was I think it was sort of posturing, because the Russians had launched Sputnik, so they wanted to make a statement and surprise the Russians by blowing up the moon. Yeah, nothing happened in the
Sanity
end.
prevailed.
Yeah, because there were doubts over what effect a moon blast could have on Earth, including tidal patterns. Talking of which, floods in this country have now got serious because a celebrity has been affected. Which celebrity?
What's the initials?
PD.
Is it P. Diddy?
Paul Daniels.
Paul Daniels.
Paul Daniels.
He lives by the River Thames.
Correct.
He lives on a little island.
Yeah.
Yes. Paul Daniels said this week that he was furious with the council and that his house was currently under about 2 foot of flooding.
He's been flooded every year for years, and he keeps moaning about it. Get a sandbag, for God's sake.
Weird, is it, if you live next to the Thames and then complain about flooding?
In the Thames.
It's like moving in next door to Ryan Giggs and then complaining when he bangs your wife. Like, you surely knew when you moved into the area. This is America's plan in the 1950s to blow up the moon. The plan to fire a nuclear missile at the moon was codenamed Project A119, although its purpose was later downgraded to finding a way of connecting Hartford and Stevenage. That is the actual road. Meanwhile, on Earth, the UK was again hit by widespread flooding. One of the people affected was magician Paul Daniels. He was stranded in his house. The emergency services said despite frantic efforts, they were running out of excuses not to rescue him.
And so to round 2, the jigsaw of news. Buzz when you know what it is. Paul and Jess.
That's an emu. And it's on the run in Scotland. It's been seen in Aberdeen, Perth and Dundee. It runs about 35 miles an hour and nobody can catch it. They can't try to put a saddle on it. The Archbishop of Edinburgh has been lowered down on a helicopter to try and get onto its back. So essentially that's what it is.
Do you know its name?
Louis.
He's one half of a duo of emus named Bonnie and Clyde. And it's Clyde. Where did Clyde escape from?
A zoo in Edinburgh or somebody's house?
It was a petting zoo at a care home in the Scottish village of Ecclefechan. Which I think is actually what the zookeeper muttered when he found the emu was gone.
Yeah.
What's Ecclefechan renowned for?
Its inability to cage wild birds.
Tarts.
Beg your pardon?
The Ecclefechan tart is a sort of open-top mince pie which originates from Ecclefechan. Clyde is not the first emu to go on the run in Scotland recently. Would you like to see an emu running along the A82?
Yeah, is it Julian Assange, the emu?
I don't think I would, actually.
Can we have a vote on this?
Yeah, we should have a vote. Who wants to see an emu running down the road? Everybody. Everybody.
All right, quick look at the emu. Where was it going?
We know there's a coyote behind it. Where was it going? Well, I don't know, whichever way that road is. Aberdeen.
Well, it was a trick question because I didn't tell you which way along the A82 it was going. It was going away from Loch Ness towards Glasgow.
Are you auditioning some new quiz format?
This is the surprising news about an emu at a petting zoo in Scotland. The emu was spotted running down the A82 at 25 miles an hour, but was still overtaken by a local man who realised he'd left his change on the table and a little chef in the Trossachs. Fingers on buzzers, teams. Here's another one. Paul and Jess.
This is Amazon and these sort of voice recognition systems that use female voices, and some people have complained that this might be a sexist, stereotypical thing because women
as the stereotype might go, are always telling men what to do? Is it something like that? Is it that the sort of idea behind
it? I mean, the report from UNESCO says that the default female voice normalises the idea that women are subservient, docile helpers that are available at the touch of a button.
I do know, I mean, you know, with the satellite nav most people now have in their cars, when they first came out about 15 years ago, the research showed that most men didn't want to do what a man was telling them.
Mine's Snoop Doggy Dog.
Is it?
My sat-nav, yeah.
How'd you get him to do that?
He's not got a lot on, really. Yeah.
And he knows the Birmingham area really well.
He really does. I think it's a load of rubbish, people being upset about whether it's a man or a woman's voice, really.
Yeah, I don't think the worst problem of sexism in the modern era is that
No.
Siri speaks with a female voice.
No.
No.
It's actually a male voice in this country anyway, but... what voice does your Siri have?
You've got the voice of Gladstone on yours. I'm afraid that hasn't yet been invented, sir.
And what happened this week to show that things haven't changed quite as much as they might have done?
Oh, there was a female producer who didn't take the job that she was offered because she was found that she was getting £12,000 less than a man who was doing exactly the same job.
That's right. Karen Martin, a BBC News producer, was offered the job of deputy editor for the BBC Radio newsroom, and a man was also offered it, and she was offered £12,000 less. Even though, as she said in her email explaining why she was turning it down, they were offered the same job on the same day after the same board during the same recruitment process.
Will the BBC never learn? How many times do we have to say, pay us the same as people with balls?
Thank God, Jess, that you and I are both getting 20 grand for this appearance. That's right, isn't it?
You've got other things against you that means they wouldn't pay you as much. We're in this together, Flower.
Tim, have you ever sort of backed the wrong horse, or...?
I make a career of backing the wrong horse, yeah. Which particular horse are you referring to?
Well, I was wondering if you're delighted to see Theresa May, you know, Prime Minister. Did you
She's
back
fantastic.
her campaign?
Love Theresa May. Fantastic woman, making a great Prime Minister.
What I don't understand is how...
What are you laughing about? It's true.
Sorry, no,
Fantastic.
it's the best joke I've heard yet.
He's sort of...
17 points ahead in the opinion polls?
Yeah, pretty good. But if only we had Prime Minister Andrea Leadsom, who you backed.
Yeah.
The country would be completely different now.
Even better.
Do you think so?
Even better. But we've got Mother Teresa, and she is fantastic.
And this is despite...
I thought that was the whole point, that she wasn't the mother.
Ooh.
Yes. Brought up by your candidate.
Controversial.
how she came to be Prime Minister when your wonderful campaign chant for Andrea Leadsom. Let's have a look at the clip from BuzzFeed.
What do we want? Leadsom for the year! When do we want it? Now!
That's the way you have a demonstrations. No police, no Molotov cocktails, no need for water cannons.
Not many people.
Middle class. It was a great march on Parliament. Everybody had a very nice afternoon out.
Are you allowed to march on Parliament?
No, you're not.
without telling the police?
Apparently I
Isn't that
committed an
against the law?
offence by having an unlicensed march.
That's a revolution. What we're looking at. So, in a bid to make sure this never happens again, of course, Lord Strathclyde has announced he's going to do a rapid review into curbing the House of Lords' powers. I'll give you a bonus point if any of you can give me the real name of Lord Strathclyde.
Bunty.
Is it one of those bonkers long names?
Yes, he's called Thomas Galloway Dunlop Duroy de Bleaky Galbraith. Another man of the people.
Well, he's also got product placement in the middle of his name.
Yes.
You just can't trust the Tories.
Did he change his name in wet weather?
Several of the papers identified one clear supervillain in all this. Who was that?
Well, apart from the obvious one.
Who's the obvious one?
Andrew Lloyd Webber.
Yes. Mega-rich musical gargoyle, Andrew Lloyd Webber.
Musical gargoyle.
He flew in from New York to vote for tax credit cuts. It was his first vote in over 2 years. He's previously voted just 30 times out of a possible 1,898 in 14 years. But he did deny he had flown back specifically for the vote. Does anyone know why he says he was in town?
He was here for an opening of one of his productions somewhere.
A new musical called Cuts.
Yes, he did say he was in town to watch the revival of Cats, the musical. Yeah. But surely he's seen that already. Or maybe he's just got a bad memory.
With round one is how we start, and vice versa. Ian and Ross.
There's Estelle Morris saying I'm useless, I resign. Blair saying I'm useless, I don't resign.
John Peel there.
Yep.
Yeah, Charles Clarke, wasn't it, who was taken over because Morris has just gone, right, that's it. I'm off. You know, if I don't do it properly, then I'm just going to resign and that's it. And she's been taken over by a bloke who used to be a Toby jug. Yeah.
That's Charles Clarke.
Yeah, that's right.
He's taken her job over rather than taking her over.
Yeah, no, actually taking her over.
That's right.
He's going to set her up as a small shop.
Isn't this a rare case of somebody resigning for the sake of the programme? Government. Government.
Yes.
Government. Not programme, government. I meant government, I said programme, but I should have said government. Yeah. Not programme, forget programme, just
It was
government.
an easy mistake to make.
Really, was it?
Yeah.
Sounded like it needed quite a lot of organisation where I was sitting. There's the phone calls, there's a knock at the door.
A lot of stamina, too.
Could I talk about Estelle Morris just briefly? Is that okay?
Yes, certainly.
I'd rather hear about the sordid details, though, if you would.
So would I,
Just a little
actually,
bit, go on.
Yeah.
Just a tiny bit.
If I knew what they were, I'd tell you, I promised.
That's as unconvincing as anything I've ever heard. Yes, let's talk about politics. The stream of sleaze can wait.
Yes. Paul and Gerald, you're not on Channel 5.
Eureka Johnson, Matthew Wright, who was, that's him on this show, in fact. And the selection of newspapers there with the cut-out details, the things that were cut out was the name of the man behind this accusation, and Sky Television and ITN have named him, but the BBC have got a policy at the moment of not naming him, so I can't give you the answer you're looking for. It wasn't you, was it?
We are allowed to refer to him as Mr. X.
Why will the BBC not allow this man's name to be mentioned when ITV will?
I don't know. This is a question for the lawyers. I've no idea.
I suppose it's just a bit old-fashioned, me, but I always thought if you'd been raped, you rang up the police rather than a publisher. I suppose the basic reason he's not being named is because he hasn't been proved guilty yet. There's been a jury of one so far called Ulrika. This is just more of this. It's been a week where you sit there thinking, is there anything else going on in this country apart from a bunch of Z-list celebrities having sex with each other?
Yes.
The answer depressingly seems to be no.
No, yes. Gerald, you were surprised that there was a serious discussion programme, you were saying?
Yes, and I'm still surprised.
Yes.
To be fair, I think that this is as intellectual a television programme as you will find.
How dare you! You've come along as a guest and you badmouth us like that.
I thought the whole point about being a guest here was either to badmouth or be badmouthed, and calling this programme an intellectual programme was as low as I could sink.
We're following Fame Academy, come on.
Apparently the winner of that's going to host this show. Do you know that? Do you know about that?
Happening, apparently. But that doesn't finish for months.
Oh no, it must be wrong then.
Yeah.
Next, Nudists with Attitude sees what?
Quiz show host. Get them bloody clothes off.
Is it Nudists with Attitude sees up in the cold weather?
It isn't. It is, in fact, the high ground. Next, I let a robot what?
Host my quiz show. And there was a significant improvement.
Is it...
Relentless. Yes.
I let the robot...
Says the voice of the people.
Always at the news of the world.
I don't think they say that.
Is she a friend of yours, Angus? That's right, love. It's only another 20 minutes to go.
If you've got a friend, you're both in luck.
That strange feeling of déjà vu.
Believe you me, the rest of the country.
Operate on my knee. Before we bid them a fond good riddance, the minor irritation of our caption competition.
Prime Minister threatened by tiny comet.
Mystery sniper shoots hole in Estelle Morris.
Thank you.
TV man saying, slept with anyone interesting this week?
The last assault.
I wouldn't bet on it.
Is Mr X just out of shot?
On which elevated note we say thank you to our panellists Ian Hislop and Ross Noble, Paul Merton and Gerald Kaufman, and I leave you with news that after persistently trying to sell household goods door to door, a Bristol man is set upon by angry housewives. Scientists uncover proof that self-hypnosis techniques carry no guarantee of success in life. And in London, a meeting breaks for 5 minutes after the mayor is informed of the death of his favourite newt. Good night.
How has ITV's Chris Shipp been having some fun with the election whilst presenting the news?
He's been hanging pensioners from lampposts and shooting at them with paintballs.
No, on Tuesday. No, it's not
Well,
that.
you've not seen the footage I've seen.
On Tuesday,
yeah.
he was ridiculed for his paper management, the technique of his paper management at the end of his news bulletin.
Not shuffling, was it?
From everyone here on the Lunchtime News. Bye-bye.
And then on Wednesday, the next day, he did this.
From everyone here. Bye-bye.
Yes,
he won't last long, will he?
This is the last frantic week of election campaigning.
Yeah.
The Tories claimed that one of their advisers was punched in the face by a Labour activist, but footage quickly revealed it was entirely accidental. Good to see another one VAR's got right. Luckily for Boris Johnson, the news agenda was briefly hijacked by the erupting volcano in New Zealand, though there was a moment of panic when Dominic Cummings feared it was his underground lair. This week, Boris Johnson predicted a post-Brexit baby boom. Just what we need, said a beleaguered doctor at Leeds General Infirmary. So at the end of that round, it is 2 points each.
Right, let's get on with the show, and we start with the bigger stories of the week. Ian and Hannah, have a look at this.
It's Boris Johnson's first family photo. Are you one of mine?
Yeah, I've got to wash your hands of everything, really.
And Michael Gove there, looking for someone to blame. And finally, a metaphor there for thinking things through before you commit.
This is why we need schools to open.
I am not man, a number, of course, a message we can all get behind.
Having effectively persuaded us to stay at home, the government is now in the position of trying to persuade us not to stay at home anymore. And this is a bit of a problem because people got very scared and then they're staying a bit scared. So things that most people think should happen, like schools opening, we've got to open schools eventually, but everyone suddenly got very scared and said, we don't want to do it now, we don't know how to do it, are we going to be safe enough? And again, there hasn't been much of a lead in terms of saying, this is what we'll do, it'll be fine. So there are lots of things we could do, but again, no one's sure about the science. But luckily, I've got a scientist on my panel, so whatever I say, even if it's rubbish, I will blame her.
Yeah, I take full responsibility. I think the thing about a lot of this is that there's a difference between the risk to yourself as an individual and the risk to your family and the risk to the country as a whole. And while there are certain things that we can probably do, we can probably risk it as a country as a whole, people slowly going back to work. That doesn't mean that the individual level risk is non-existent, and I think that's the reason why it's just this strange contradiction. You can see your boss, but you can't see your family. Your cleaner can come round your house, but your best friend can't. It's just we're in this strange limbo between the two states.
Well, it's just been so confusing from the beginning. That's why, isn't it? At the start of it, Boris Johnson was saying, "Well, we must shake hands," and then changing his mind. So you must not travel unless you're going somewhere, and must stay at home at all times when you're not out, and go to work but not travel there, so you must float, and that this will come in on Monday unless Monday falls on a Monday, and then they wonder why people are confused.
Well, that made more sense, to be honest, Mark.
Primary schools in Denmark have been open for a month. How did that go?
It actually went okay. So there was a bit of an increase in transmission initially, and then it stabilised again. So actually it looks like so far it hasn't had the terrifying effect that many people fear.
What is one of the more confusing aspects of I've just noticed here's a question I should have asked you earlier. What's one of the more confusing aspects of the government's Back to Normal campaign? It is I'll give you the answer. It's the planned return to school of primary-aged children on June the 1st. What did Michael Gove say
You're accusing the government of being confused, and you've just given us the question after we've given you the answer.
If you won't all say things in the right order for the pieces of paper they've given me, remotely, from your flipping homes on the other side of the internet, within a few minutes on Andrew Marr, Michael Gove made 2 claims. Do you know what the first claim was?
I'm not a sex offender.
I don't think that... Well, I imagine he may have said that.
But he didn't know, did he?
There was no risk of sending children back to school. And then he said there was a risk.
He said, yes, teachers will be safe. And then a few moments later, he said, no, I can't guarantee it, that no teacher will be infected. What did people do with their newfound freedom this week?
They went to the Lake District and to the Peak District and to wander around in Wales and Cornwall.
They flocked to various beauty spots throughout the country, including Dorset's famous beach at Durdle Door. Let's hope they disinfected the Durdle Door handle.
Some people are so brilliantly... There's a bloke I heard on a radio phone, and he was radio phoning, and he said, I'm 83, and he said, I'm going down the market stall same as normal, because look at me, there's nothing wrong with me. And I thought, well, yeah, but there's something about the nature of disease you've not quite grasped, that even with really bad diseases, you are generally quite fine up until the moment you get the disease. There are no diseases, I mean, I have to ask Hannah for confirmation of this. As far as I know, there are no diseases so bad they make you ill before you get the disease, you stupid idiot.
I can confirm that's science fact, by the way. That's definitely science fact.
Brilliant. That's one fact we can lock in. Following the government's confused message about whether to stay home or go out, one man tries to do both.
Moving house.
Here's Eric Pickles. What has he just been given?
His own postal code.
He's been given a hat that looks strangely like an owl.
Yes, look at the owl's eye, yes. That could be a Russian owl.
He's been given a knighthood.
That's right.
He's now Sir Eric.
That's right.
Arise, Sir Eric.
Which has led to a lot of cheap jibes.
You're going to repeat some?
Obviously. About how he was always destined for big things. Or how he could now be called Circumference. Finally, what is Tony Blair going to step down from?
Oh, being the peace envoy for the Middle East.
As his job is now nearly over. The region is blossoming. Everybody's happy.
How did Guardian fashion journalist Jess Cartner-Morley put the final nail in the avocado's coffin? She said avocado is too reminiscent of the 70s bathroom suite. The Pantone charts of today are all moody leaden greys, chalky whites, blues, every other shade.
You mocked her speaking style.
Oh, I did, yes. But I also cut a word that I can't pronounce. Every other shade of green has had its day in the Fashion Week sun. Apple, emerald, jade, even school uniform bottle. There you go. Do you know how the avocado gets its name?
Yes. It's a cross between two plants called an avo and a cardo.
It's an old Aztec word, aguacate, which means testicle. It does. Shall we have a quick game of avocado or testicle?
No! So, there may be certain medical complaints that would confuse the issue.
And Rachel, take a look at this.
That's women bishops.
Yes, it's welcome to Have I Got Pews for You. We must have had that joke before, Ian.
No, there's a reason for that.
No. There's the outgoing Robert Runcie hugging what could be a female member of the laity, or the lady.
I think it's Rowan Williams, actually.
Oh, it was Rowan Williams, wasn't
Yes.
it? Did I say Runcie? God,
Yeah, he's
I am
dead,
out
but
of date,
in
aren't
a
I?
real sense, he's still with us. Essentially, as I understood it, there was an overwhelming majority in favour of women bishops, which means you can't have them.
I think everyone was a bit startled, shaken and stirred. Shaken and stirred by this vote, because in this country...
It doesn't help by repeating it slower and louder.
I thought we bonded then, though. Me and...
We have bonded. I was thinking of covering the Israel-Gaza crisis.
No, we're on the women bishops.
Yeah, well, I reckon the women bishop story would keep it light. Just shows you how wrong I can be, doesn't it?
I think that in this country we expect people, on the whole, especially beardy Christians, who wear sandals and who say things like, God bless.
I think it's called Jesus. It's called Jesus in the Bible.
We expect them.
Jesus in the Bible.
I know you're a Christian, Ian. What would you have voted
Well,
for women
now,
bishops?
really, in this country, you can't go around throwing that sort of accusation at people.
You are openly
I'm a
Christian.
member of the Church of England, which is very, very different.
Is it? Well, it is now.
There are three houses. There's the bishops, and they voted for it, and the priests, and they voted for it, and the laity, they didn't. It's a very, very peculiar decision. But as it happens, everyone's very, very sad and very, very disappointed. They're going to do what the C of E does, is they say, we're going to take our time, we're going to pray for each other, we're going to bitch about each other really badly in private, and then in another 100 years, we'll have another vote.
Yes, but
as soon as that.
Yes. No, it's all go.
Reforms just like that amongst religious
Well,
groups,
I'm never
isn't
going to
it?
make it, am I, as a women bishop?
Do you know, I think you're not.
I tell you what, though, this has opened the door for women imams. There's a whole gap in the market
Well, what
there.
I think is that the women in the church...
They haven't quite got round to that yet.
But it was stymied by the laity, whatever that means.
Whatever it means, it happened.
Who are the laity?
They don't know, they specialise in stymieing.
Next, Basil Brush brought out of semi-retirement for what?
Mating. Boxing Day hunt.
Sneaking out the back of the bush going, bom, bom. The big puppet off with spoon. Who is it? Sue, the other one.
Sue Sutton.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Sweet. Sue, all of them.
Yeah.
It's for Prince William's 5th birthday. This is from an article in The Puppet Master about the history of Basil Brush. Basil Brush has since fallen on hard times. I saw him only the other day, going through my bins.
So time now for the Missing Words round, which this week features as its guest publication the Herefordshire Beekeepers Association's buzzword. Worth buying for the page 3 honey. And we start with, unlike man, bees do not what?
Unlike men, bees do not walk around the house feeling the radiators, leaving the loo seat up, turning the thermostat down, telling you how to drive your car, mansplaining. Bees don't do any of that. Am I close?
No, because it's too long for that. Well, you like judging distances, love. You see the gap there?
Unlike man, bees do not have a sense of their own mortality. I must apologise to any bees watching. That must have come as a nasty shock. Next, to really impress the family this Christmas, why not what?
Why not roast a bee?
Yeah. Introduce them to your secret family from Hull.
Drop dead.
What sort of funeral directors sort of advertising campaign for Christmas? Yeah. We call it Boxing Day in our trade. In they go.
Berlusconi what in old people's home?
Runs brothel. He belongs in old people's home.
Berlusconi tasered in old people's home.
Told to work.
Told to work, yeah, it's community service.
Silvio Berlusconi has been sentenced to do a year's community service in an old person's home. The 77-year-old will learn to cope with a regime of bed baths, help with dressing and wiping up drool. And once he's been got ready, he'll do the same for the residents. Next, scientists discover why what?
DFS leather sofas are never full price.
Scientists discover why, but can't find how, when, or who.
It is why limoncello never tastes the same at home.
The Bernie Ecclestone turning up for his
Oh,
case.
yes, it was great. He was rather baffled by the concept of revolving doors. Here he goes.
There he is, and he goes...
Here he goes, right. Now, so far, so good, you see. There we are, now. Now, just come walk out. No, no. No.
Can anyone tell me what this story from the week's news is in emoji?
There was a couple of guys who wanted to celebrate getting married together, and they wanted a cake, and this was in on Northern Ireland, I believe, and the catering firm were very angry. They said you couldn't do this, but there's a court case, and they have to do it because they have to be open to anybody that wants a cake sort of made, so they can't sort of say you can't have your cake.
That's correct. Let's have a look at a picture of the cake. Beautiful.
This judgment is probably going to be reviewed. It is the equivalent of going into a Muslim-owned cake shop and saying, I'd like you to have a face of the Prophet on the cake. You're open for business, make me the cake. Otherwise, it's against the law. So this is creating quite a difficult area. It's freedom of expression versus freedom of religion, which, again, is difficult to explain in emojis.
So why Bert and Ernie?
Well, I hate to tell you, Frank. I hate to be the one to break it to you, but they're together.
Yeah, it's that kind of talk that ruins people's careers. Do you know that Sesame Street have issued an official statement on this incident? Absolutely true.
Bert and Ernie are not officially gay.
They've said Bert and Ernie are best friends. They are not gay, they are not straight, they are poppets. They added, they do not exist below the waist.
What?
Yeah. God, I feel their pain. A judge in Belfast has ruled that a Christian-run bakery was wrong to refuse an order for a cake with the slogan, support gay marriage. The Christian bakery specialises in cakes and so bakes only 5 loaves of bread a day. But thanks to a joint promotion with the fishmonger next door, they still have 5,000 happy customers. After winning the case, cake lover and gay activist Gary Lee said he'd be celebrating tonight with a candle in his brownie.
Yes, this is the news that a number of female mayors has for the first time overtaken the number of mayors called Andy. So, what did nobody see coming?
Well, everybody saw a Tory rout coming, and it was indeed a Tory rout. They lost 500 councillors, they lost the West Midlands mayoralty, they lost the Blackpool South by-election, and they lost their passion for life, Bill.
And at the end of the evening, the Lib Dems had won more councillors than the Tories. Now, that's bad.
And they had a sort of defection as well, didn't they? Yeah.
They did.
Natalie Elphicke.
Yes, let's have a look. Yeah, there she is.
At the last minute, just before Prime Minister question time, she defected. She crossed the floor, which is amusing because she's the MP for Dover and she's used to people crossing her.
And also, she was about as welcome as a surprise visit from Matt Hancock.
Well, you sound like you're speaking from experience, so...
A lady never kisses
Of course, no.
Right, let's get on with the show, and we start with the biggest stories of the week. Ian and Henning take a look at this.
That's Matt Hancock literally in hot water, trying to wash his hands of it. That's an emergency flight from Turkey, possibly bringing equipment to there. They're just testing.
Yeah, there is the dog from earlier.
Yeah, this is the growing criticism of the government's handling of the coronavirus crisis. It looks like the Prime Minister Boris Johnson's still convalescing, unable to attend important meetings. So no change there then, Ian.
No, I mean, that was the shock news at the weekend, that he'd missed 5 of these important Cobra meetings and had been too concerned with, Brexit and reshuffling the cabinet and his impending marriage. I mean, he did have a lot on in February, and so there wasn't really time to organise the country in the face of this pandemic. So, yeah, that hasn't gone so well.
No, I think though no one can complain because, I mean, he didn't get voted in because of his diligence. So no one can be that surprised. I mean, yeah, OK, you can say, OK, the Premiership so far has been unmitigated disaster. What did people expect?
So you're blaming the public, Henning. That's always makes you popular.
Although there was one crucial decision he was involved in back in March, which was to keep Britain out of talks with the EU to bulk buy protective gear at the beginning of the crisis. That's according to the most senior Foreign Office civil servant, Sir Simon MacDonald, who told us Commons Select Committee this was not a communication error, it was a political decision. Although later he admitted that he'd made the claim inadvertently and wrongly. So a communication error of his very own. What is going on, Emma? What's happening?
Well, it's quite an odd thing that after something goes out like that, you can make the claim inadvertently. Were you actually wrong? I don't know. It now just looks quite odd that he said with full confidence to a select committee one thing and then afterwards it wasn't the case. But the thing that they've been very lucky about with that particular situation is no one who signed up to it on time has yet to receive a containment. So what they can now say is, well, look, it didn't make any difference anyway.
Do you not think that everybody's been just looking at old episodes of Yes Minister, in which in the first 5 minutes the civil servant says something that's clearly true, and then the minister tells him that it isn't true after all, and then he remembers that it isn't true at all? And I love the idea that it's, was this a political decision? We could ask him now. Was the fact that you said the opposite straight afterwards, was that a political decision? Michael Gove's performance was fantastic because he's essentially being asked, is the Prime Minister trustworthy? And Gove has spent the last couple of years telling us he isn't. That's why he ran against him. So he had to sit there and say, I can't imagine why any of this would be believed. Well, we can.
Health Secretary Matt Hancock has also been criticised for failing to provide essential equipment for NHS staff. He responded by saying, I would love to be able to wave a magic wand and have PPE fall from the sky in large quantities. Well, if they haven't locked the doors properly on that flight from Turkey, you may be in luck.
There was a thought, though, that ministers in a report this week in the Telegraph were hanging Matt Hancock out to dry, obviously unnamed ministers.
Yes, there was a big promise about testing, and we were going to have 100,000 tests a day. But so far, we haven't done that. We've been something like 18,000. Is that right, Emma?
But in the first PMQs, Dominic Raab committed to meeting that target. So, you know, it's only a few days' time. We'll find out.
Thoughts inevitably are now turning towards unlocking the lockdown. The Mail reported that the government are considering a traffic light system. Any idea how that might work, Paul?
Yes, red followed by yellow followed by green. And then repeat the process.
Yeah, and the idea is you sort of gradually ease the country back into go mode. So in the red phase, basically, shops will be allowed to open at first, and hairdressers, thank God, Ian, eh? Then... in the next amber phase, the schools might open. They're talking about May the 25th as a provisional opening date for those. And then finally, the green phase is when the pubs will open. Here it is, as the Sun's report. Pubs shut till Christmas. Oh, don't worry if you were worried about keeping up with the death toll. They've got that covered as well.
How did David Cameron vote on the high-speed rail bill's second reading?
Well, he's all for it, isn't he?
He didn't turn up.
Oh, he didn't turn up?
No.
He didn't actually turn up.
He was on a train, it was late.
Well...
He didn't bother, even though he lives just across the road. Apparently he was having a date night, and Nick was really looking forward to it, so he... Mayor of London, Boris Johnson, is a supporter of the high-speed rail link, but how did he sensitively answer those voicing environmental concerns?
He said it's absolute bollocks. All these environmentalists, they don't care about butterflies and trees. All they care about is their house prices. Do you know what? If Boris Johnson was like a woman or a poor person, they wouldn't get away with the things that he says. But because he was, like, well-educated and posh, I think people think...
Is there a problem coming here?
No, but I think... No, but we wouldn't get away with it. But people assume that his stupidity is deliberate because he's been so well educated. He basically said that trees were stupid and that they didn't need to be saved because there are no trees in this country older than 200 years old.
Why is he so anti-tree?
He hates trees. They all hate They all think the environment is like for pussies, don't they, and girls and stuff. No, they do. It's all money.
Who's
They
they?
make me sick. Oh, you lot.
Yeah.
It's the next episode of the demise of Theresa May, who's gone from being the Iron Lady to a sort of flatter version, like the Ironed Lady instead.
So nothing is happening. There was a big coup. We thought we were going to get, a new Prime Minister, but no.
It's a bit like a very dull, slow Attenborough, isn't it? Where the same wounded wildebeest just keeps limping across the plain, and the hyenas can't quite get organised enough to kill her off. Basically what it is now.
Yes, it's about the week of plotting and infighting in the Tory party. There was speculation this week that Theresa might demote Boris Johnson in a reshuffle. Why might that not work?
He said he won't be demoted.
That's absolutely right. According to the Telegraph, allies of Boris warned that if May tried to demote him, he would just say no. We learned more about the principal stance Boris Johnson took when he decided to back Brexit last year. What was that?
Well, he confessed to someone that he changed his mind and became a leaver just to annoy Cameron.
Yeah.
Sorry. He confessed it in an interview.
Yes, well, according to the Mail, so... Do you call that an interview?
Can we edit that bit out so people believe it?
Yeah. Well, according to a reputable paper...
Can we edit that bit out as well? It was to Lord Adonis.
Lord Adonis.
Can you imagine being called Lord Adonis?
Hey.
It's quite a lot to live up to in the morning.
Lord Adonis. That's my safe word. I'm only joking. You're never safe with me.
So, to further endear themselves to the electorate, a number of MPs have been found to have done what?
Oh, they have tried to claim speeding fines on expenses, haven't they?
And parking tickets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's 4 of them, and a government minister.
Presumably these people went for the points and went for the fines because they didn't want to do speed awareness courses, didn't they? Because presumably they were available. And I heard last week's show, and you have been on a speed awareness course, have you not?
Indeed.
As have I, but I was going even slower than you. I was going 22 in a 20.
I was doing 24, Speedy Gonzales.
Yeah. Interestingly, in the speed awareness course, literally no one recognised me at all.
They said it was humiliating.
Yeah, mainly because I was disguised as Suella Braverman.
He's only handing over his WhatsApp messages from 2021, from when he changed phones. So, yes.
Is that right?
So a lot of the messages we're not going to see, and the original phone he had, he was on a boat with Rebecca Vardy. Yeah.
Ruth, it makes me think about WhatsApp messages between politicians. So, are you in a WhatsApp group with Boris Johnson?
I'm not in a WhatsApp group with Boris Johnson, but I do co-chair his Appreciation Society with Nadine Dorries.
So, have you ever WhatsApped Boris?
Yes, but in his old phone. I don't think...
What has the Prime Minister had to say about this COVID inquiry going back and forth?
I feel quite sorry for Rishi, because he's in Moldova with Zelensky and the European leaders trying to do big boy politics. And once again, he's clearing up and being asked about Boris Johnson, and he's not getting to do the Prime Minister thing at all.
And you feel sorry for him?
Well, I do, because he's like this earnest and industrious little chinchilla that works really, really hard.
Yeah.
And then there's just this big looming gorilla behind him that just takes up all of the space and all of the lights, and he just, you know, he can't get on his wheel.
It thought it should have an inquiry into COVID and appointed Baroness Hallett, and she said, well, can I see all the evidence? And they said no.
But it's even more complicated than that, isn't it? Because she said, can I see all the evidence, please? And the government have said no, but Boris has sort of said, yes, I will hand over all my evidence. And he's handed it over to the government, but the government haven't released it. And the reason he has handed all his over is because he kind of wants Rishi to hand over all of his evidence and all his messages, presumably including loads during lockdown, which went, oh, that bastard next door's having a party again.
This is the news that the deadline for
Yes.
submitting requested information to the COVID inquiry has passed, and the whole government and Boris Johnson have been arrested. So sorry, hang on. There's an alternative ending. Nothing's happened.
But also, if you have an inquiry, it tends to be up to the person chairing the inquiry what's relevant. If you say to someone who's committed a crime, is there anything relevant? They go, oh, no. Oh, no, you don't want to see any of that. You don't believe them. So if the government sets up an inquiry, it's presumably got to give over all the stuff. I think by the time this goes out, they'll have backed down. I don't think the government's going to... Are they, Baroness? They're not going to spend the run-up to the next election fighting their own inquiry.
Depending on when this airs, we'll have found out that they've gone to a judicial review.
It'll certainly be sorted out by the time this is on Dave.
Jennifer Arcuri, who is definitely not a close pole dancing friend of Boris. And definitely there is no conflict of interest at all in anything that Boris ever did with her companies, ever.
They've admitted that they obviously have been lovers. That's
No,
not...
No,
they haven't admitted.
Haven't they?
No.
Oh, OK, a different WhatsApp group.
No.
Sorry, OK, no one... What I mean is no one knows, and...
He took her around some of the sights of London, apparently.
Oh, I see. It's like...
Up the gherkin.
She went on the Piers Morgan show. She was given a chance to deny it.
Yeah.
6 times she didn't deny it. She said,
Yeah.
I'm not going to weaponise this by giving an answer. Whereas she could have ended it if she'd said, no, we didn't.
But then being romantically involved in whatever capacity isn't the problem, it's the business side. So we get kind of carried away with the saucy bits.
No, but
and
no. It's more if you are having an affair with someone and you pay them £126,000 of public money, that becomes very, very reprehensible. And if you put them on trade missions and also write letters suggesting that they get jobs which they're not qualified for, again, the fact you're having an affair with them is important. So sex, obviously, we're not interested in, but we are in this case.
Oh, I see. I see.
He's been charged with lying, hasn't he?
Yes.
With falsifying, with the big bus with the figure outside that was something like £320 billion a week goes through Europe or something like that. So
we'll have to be careful or they'll cut this out, and I don't want anyone to spoil the fun of thinking Boris is going to go to jail for life. Which, so at the moment we're just at the preliminary hearing stage about whether when he was a public official he was telling lies and therefore abusing his office. It should be an interesting trial. I mean, very similar to putting the Pope on trial and saying, are you a Catholic? He was sacked from then sacked from sacked by his own reprimanded.
Ian,
yes,
we're not allowed to say anything that might prejudice the case.
Well, that's absolutely fair enough, because I would like him to have a fair trial with a desirable result of him being imprisoned forever.
Without wishing to prejudice the outcome of the case?
No, because we mustn't do that. I'm not saying he's guilty.
Would you like to see Boris Johnson?
Let's deal with your arguments. One of them is on the side of this bus. We sent 350 million to Europe. We don't. And you know we don't. No, we don't. You know we don't.
No,
Admit that that figure is grotesquely misleading at best.
I won't.
The true figure is 161 million, correct?
No, the true figure is 350 million.
In net terms, the real figure is 161.
If you take out the abatement and the money that comes back, the UK money that comes back via Brussels, the figure is obviously lower.
And that, Lucas, is so good.
What lie did Boris Johnson tell Robert Peston?
Was this the 350 million again?
Linked?
On the NHS?
Linked.
Did he say it would be
Oh,
reconsidered?
He said it was in the manifesto.
Yeah.
Did she say it at the manifesto launch?
No. Not only did he lie, but he actually cheated as well, because he looked at Peston's notes in the hope of finding out what the question was going to be, and he was caught.
I didn't know what cheating you were referring to there.
You've suddenly adopted the character of a northern housewife.
Oh!
Have you heard about... Well, it's no surprise to me. He was rinsing out his own gloves last Saturday.
We haven't talked about Labour very much, so to head off any accusations of bias...
Are you leaving now to be replaced? The next round will be hosted by Michael Portillo. Come on, we can have a train round.
When it comes to Labour's manifesto promises, how did Shadow Foreign Secretary Emily Thornberry muddy the waters?
Was this Trident?
Yep.
She said there'd be a review, and the review might include scrapping it. Was that the problem?
And do you know who contradicted her and said it was Labour's policy to keep Trident?
Shadow Defence?
The Shadow Defence Secretary, that's
Yeah.
right. This was Nia Griffiths, the Shadow Defence Secretary. Emily is not the Shadow Defence Secretary, I am.
You're doing it again! I don't know who that man was. She was in the pub on Saturday, but it wasn't her husband, I'll tell you that much. I know full well he's got a job in Peterborough.
That's the police. Someone listening in. The police have been caught trying to find journalists' sources, which everybody used to think wasn't legal. But due to something called RIPA, which is not a sort of BBC One 9 o'clock thriller, it's the Regulation of Investigative Powers Act. The police can do this. They don't even have to ask a judge. They can just go straight in and say, I want the phone records of that journalist because I want to find out who his source is. It is quite serious. And it's, you know, you don't have to feel sorry for journalists, but if they can do it to journalists, they can do it to all of you.
You're absolutely right. They're not hacking into phones, but they are allowed to get, as you say, phone records of who's phoning who.
Very, very interesting. You remember this. Some years ago, I had to give evidence for the DTI in a case called the City Slickers case. And they asked me for my phone records, and I said, I didn't keep them. They said, oh, well, what a shame. Anyway, they got them. The DTI just got them.
They got them anyway?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Do you remember that was the one where, when Piers Morgan was editor of The Mirror at the time, I think?
He was, yes.
Yeah. I gave evidence against The Mirror.
Did you do it in that voice?
To protect your identity, did you appear as a 7-year-old girl? Was that the thing? Behind the screen?
You're right. It all hinges on...
Yeah, this is Paris and the tragedy there and our attempts afterwards to work out what to do about what's happened. The answer so far being we don't know. How terrified should you be? Should you leave your house at all? Ever? Again? Or perhaps you should go out just a bit and then run back inside quickly. Yeah. It is... I mean, it does strike me as one of the few things we're still allowed to do is sort of make jokes and laugh. So we might have a go at that.
Yes, what would be... But we have to talk about it, the aftermath of the events in Paris. What has been the British government's immediate response? Who have they hired?
Who have they hired?
They've hired 2,000-something.
SAS.
Spies.
Oh, spies.
Should
we know that?
1900 extras.
Do you know what that'll cost?
About £2 billion, I think.
£2 billion for the SAS, another £2 billion for cyber security. Where's this money suddenly come from?
Back of the sofa in the Chancellor's office.
It comes from the magnificent management of the economy that the government has done that meets the essential requirements of the safety of the nation.
I knew there'd be some comedy tonight.
So where did David Cameron decide to start pumping himself up? Where did this happen? Yes. I mean, geographically, where?
Was it in the Ghoul area?
He was visiting the Institute of Chartered Accountants.
Oh, yes, I see.
Oh, that's a really pumped-up kind of place.
Exactly right. Yeah, do you want to have a little look at this?
Yeah. And if I'm getting lively about it, it's because I feel bloody lively about it. And if you think I'm going to roll over in the next 10 days and let Ed Miliband and Alex Salmond rack that, you've got another thing coming. Taking a risk, having a punt, having a go. That pumps me up.
I think that passes for hysteria amongst the accountants.
Yeah. As well as being bloody lively and
Yes.
pumped up, what
Yeah.
else is David Cameron going to do?
He's not going to put up taxes.
He's not going to put up taxes.
It's more than
but
that,
how
though.
is he going to ensure
He's
that
going
he
to
does?
pass
By an
a
act of
law
Parliament.
to stop people like himself putting up taxes. It's the most pathetic gesture I've ever seen. Saying, look, I can't be trusted not to just whack up income tax as soon as I get in, so I'm going to pass a law to stop me. Income tax, VAT and national
insurance, yeah.
You know, in any government that comes in, historically, the first thing they do is they put up taxes, because they have to. And it's the only year you can do it where you're not worried about the election. So taxes will go up. He'll have to find some other ones. Or break the law and be arrested. Or maybe he knows he's not getting in anyway. Oh, the Kent police.
George Osborne was very good on this in 2009 when because Brown was talking about passing legislation.
Yeah, Gordon Brown outlawed child poverty.
Yeah.
Gone. Thank God for that. Don't have to worry about that anymore. It's against the law. No, it's finished.
The low point of the media coverage this week, I think, was the analysis of Samantha Cameron's feet. In various newspapers where there was a shot of her with her shoes off, and there were big close-ups, and all the experts were coming in to describe.
There's thought there was a slight yellowing of the toenails.
Definitely a yellowing, and
could have been
how
caused...
high heels were damaging her feet.
Was it in the Daily Mail? Was it saying Labour poisons Sam's feet?
Which football team does David Cameron support?
Aston Villa.
Well, he doesn't really know, does he? And he claimed to be an Aston Villa supporter, but then he said this in a speech.
Where you can support Man United, the Windies and Team GB all at the same time. Of course, I'd rather you supported West Ham.
He seemed to realise he'd said the wrong thing.
How did he explain his mistake?
I don't support West Ham or Aston Villa. I'm no interested in football. We played rugger where I come from. But a lot of people watch football, so I pretended to have an interest in it in order to gain their votes.
Paul and James, take a look at this.
Yes. OK, there's clearly an animated rocket taking off. Ah, yes, this is Rocket Man. I think this is a Republic serial called Revenge of the Rocket Men.
No, that's the man that Donald Trump thinks is the leader of North Korea.
Ah, Little Rocket Man.
Little Rocket Man.
It's about transport, flying. There's
yes.
A guy that claims you're going to be taking people from London to New York in half an hour, something like up into space. Yeah, so he's a rocket man. So, yeah, it's essentially you're going to be able to get from New York to London and back in half an hour, although there's no reason why you wouldn't want to do it necessarily. But it's one of those stories, it's in 5 years' time it's going to happen in 5 years' time. It's always in 5 years' time.
Apart from this occasion, where it's 7 years' time.
Oh, 7 years'
He says
time.
This is Elon Musk. He's the billionaire inventor.
Elon Musk?
Elon Musk. That's what I'm wearing at the moment. And it's his new space rocket travel service, operational, he reckons, within 7 years.
Yes.
Do you know what the rocket is called?
Big effing rocket.
BFR, which stands literally for the big fucking rocket.
How big's the milk bottle it's going into?
Is it actually what he called it?
Yes.
Yeah, it's the BFR.
So it's not the big friendly rocket.
You mustn't go on Instagram. You're not ready, Ian.
Look, this is how it's going to work. It's amazing how every country looks like North Korea when it's got that diagram. But what are Elon Musk's plans for this rocket?
He said he wants humans, he wants us to be a multi-planet species.
Yes.
So he wants to set up sort of stuff in Mars. He basically knows how to get us there, but he doesn't know how to sort of keep us alive.
How did he suggest Mars might be warmed up quickly?
Pull it nearer to the sun?
Explode a thermonuclear device at each pole.
He's a Bond villain. He's even got the name. This is ridiculous. We're falling for it. It'll be too late when we're colonising the moon. His evil plan will have come to fruition.
But even before the Mars thing, it's getting around the globe.
Yes.
He thinks we could pop to Australia for the day. Which is good, because the only thing that stopped me going till now is the thought of not being back in time for Neighbours.
I don't think it bodes well for our planet for us to have a plan B. Do you know what I mean? Like, we're not going to save... I don't think we put enough effort into saving our planet if we know we've got a backup. A bit like trying to save a marriage whilst going on Tinder. I don't think we should have any sort of place else to go.
Then.
And how bad would Earth have to be for us to want to live on Mars?
To go to Australia? But, I mean, the G-force alone would probably kill most people.
Yes. That's interesting. Well, actually, because he's got other ideas. There's the Hyperloop. This is a network of tubes around the globe that can fire people from one place to another in seconds.
I mean, I'm into this guy. He sounded crazy, but I like it.
And he's building something absolutely remarkable right now. What he's building, which I think is brilliant. This could be fantastic.
Yes.
Do you know what it is? It's the world's biggest battery. BFB. There we are.
What's the battery going to be powering? The little windmill?
It's good. No, it's a. It's a 100
That's
megawatt.
our entire energy policy in a picture.
It's a 100 megawatt wind-charged battery that will power South Australia indefinitely, or an iPhone for a couple of days. Elon Musk, interesting man. He has a 2-pizza rule. Do you know what the 2-pizza rule of Elon Musk is?
No, but I'm even liking him more.
Yeah. He said if there's a meeting that can't be fed with 2 pizzas, there are too many people in it.
Oh, nothing worse than a tight billionaire.
Which travel company won't be providing much competition for the BFR?
Monarch Airlines.
Yes, right, absolutely right, yes. Because they went bust. Why?
They went bust, they ran out of planes.
Yeah.
The exchange rate did for them. But they did go to a lot of places that people don't really want to go to anymore.
This is true. Sharm el-Sheikh is not
It's not a big draw now, is it?
No. Which airline has had a record number of bookings this year?
Ryanair?
Yes. Ryanair.
Too many bookings.
Despite all the cancellations due to shortage of pilots, Monarch have a few spare. Ryanair's bookings increased by 1 million in September.
Wow.
That's an amazing thought, isn't it?
Yeah.
Cheap flights, I suppose.
No frills.
No frills.
No pilot.
Yeah. During the mass cancellation, what did Ryanair offer some of its passengers by way of compensation?
Punch in the face.
I think I would take that over what they offer. A replacement bus service.
Now, with the attacks in Paris and everything kicking off in Syria, it's good to know that our army will be keeping us safe. Who knows what Captain Coward's been up to this week? Unfortunate name, I grant you. Anyone?
He's not a cartoon character, he's a real person.
No, it's a woman, Captain Clapton. She's got a clap as well. Captain Claire Coward's got the clap. What a great poem that would be. She hasn't, I'm
Can
sorry,
you say that?
Claire.
I think alliteration is no defence in law.
Captain Claire Coward of the Royal Electrical and Mechanical Engineers sent a 400-word email to junior officers complaining about their poor performance when it comes to supplying coffee and biscuits to senior commanders. She wrote, "Ensure that there is always enough coffee, never run out and don't scrimp on biscuits. A selection of the following always goes down well: Jaffa cakes, chopped malted milks, chopped hobnobs or digestives. And as a treat, party rings or pink
It's a sign of pomposity, really, isn't it?
It
to devote
is.
that much effort to
It is, really.
the pink wafers.
I think the pink wafer. I've never liked the pink wafer.
No.
I think it's. I think it's misleading.
Yeah.
And
What type of biscuit is that?
Yeah, it's just all pink wafer. There's nothing else. And if you don't like pink wafer, that's it. I mean, with a Jaffa cake, there's some sort of surprise in the middle. Well, not a surprise when you have more than one, but. Does anyone here actually enjoy eating pink wafers? See, nobody. Well, you'd eat anything that's got a cake on it, wouldn't you?
Anything that's got a cake on it or a cape on it.
Yeah.
A cape.
Cake.
I'd eat Batman.
Would you?
It's said that the CIA made 638 attempts to kill Castro. So, let's play a game of assassination attempt, true or false.
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah.
I'll name an assassination attempt.
Yeah.
You buzz in to say if it's true or false.
Well, how can we buzz true or false?
You buzz if you think you know the answer, and then you say whether you think it's true or false.
OK, yeah, that's good. That'll work.
Poisoned shoe polish, true or false?
True.
Yes.
But I buzzed.
That's where the system breaks down.
Yeah. Shoe polish laced with thallium sulfate was supposed to make his hair and beard fall out, leading to a loss of popularity among the people, which they believed was due to his hairiness, and would then depose him.
Unless he had access to a wig.
This is the next assassination attempt. The CIA persuaded Castro's friend to hit him over the head with a big book.
No. False.
Yes, correct.
Absolutely false.
OK, next one. We can do better.
Go on, then.
Shrinking spectacles that would gradually tighten their grip around Castro's head until his eyes popped out. You've buzzed, have you?
True. It's false.
No,
It's false.
Next one. Toilet paper that would catch fire from the friction when wiped against human skin.
That's one of my worst nightmares, that.
I'm going to change brands.
Paul, is it true or false?
Definitely false.
Yes. And finally, poisoned wetsuit.
True.
Yes.
They lined his suit with something because he liked scuba diving. That was his thing, cigars and suits. And they also put something in a shell. Didn't they put a fake bomb in a shell at the bottom of the sea or something?
They did.
He was going to go down to and... Yeah, I said,
And they painted
Sounds
it
like a
pretty
bad
colours.
episode of SpongeBob SquarePants.
There's no such thing.
Yeah. I like the idea of a virtual conference there with virtual policies and virtually no one there and virtually no ideas.
Now, why are you looking at me? I was going to say, this is...
You're the only one of us who I'm guessing would be interested in this.
The thing about the conference, they're showing the wrong rooms, because the room that is packed at Party Conference is the main hotel bar at all times of the day and night. Sometimes
What,
even...
including this year?
Well, no, not this year. Not this year. That is very true.
But this year, they had to go online, and it didn't work.
Depends what you mean by work, Paul, in the sense of, did the speeches get delivered?
Well, Ian, for a
Did we
start.
Time now for the odd one out round. Just one between you this week. Your four are CEO Lizette Ocampo, the serpent in the Garden of Eden, Donald Trump's former doctor, and the evil queen.
Buzz, 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 buzz,
Ian.
buzz.
Ian seems to be attacked by a swarm of bees.
This is about people smuggling something into a plant. So the serpent is disguised in the Garden of Eden. The Disney Queen is going to poison Snow White with an apple. Trump's doctor famously said Trump's diet was so bad he had to put vegetables inside each other to try and make Trump's diet better. I mean, literally smuggling a vegetable into the White House, which had been done before, but only during an election. And this woman, who I think I don't know anything about.
She was doing a Zoom meeting, I think, last week, and accidentally put on the filters that made her look like a potato. And then she couldn't turn it off.
So she's the odd one out.
Is the correct answer. They've all tricked someone into eating fruit and vegetables except for Lizette Ocampo, who turned herself into a potato using computer trickery. Lizette went viral last week after using the filter setting on her webcam to turn herself into a potato during an online work meeting. She couldn't turn the filter off and had to spend the whole meeting looking like this. The serpent in the Garden of Eden famously tricked Adam and Eve into eating forbidden fruit, but there's a detail in that story people commonly get wrong. Luckily, we have a theology expert with us tonight. Paul, what's the deal here?
Yeah. I've no idea. I thought the odd one out was that the Disney Queen had a tree growing out of her head. Yes, the question... there we are.
I think I know this one. It doesn't say it was an apple. We know it's fruit, but it could be a kiwi.
Yes, it's a common misconception that the fruit Adam and Eve took was an apple. The book of Genesis only specifies that it was fruit from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. The misunderstanding over the apple in the Garden of Eden came about apparently as a result of a Latin pun. It's because the Latin for apple is malum, while the Latin for evil is malum. There you go.
I'm a little bit distracted because my wine delivery's just arrived.
Wine delivery?
Yeah, it's essential. This is essential goods.
How much have you stockpiled?
Well, it goes lovely with beetroot.
Do you want to go and get them?
No, it's fine. You'll have to go away. I'm on the telly. Leave the wine in the cupboard. Leave the wine in the cupboard. Sorted. Sorry.
It was recently revealed that former White House physician Dr. Ronnie Jackson used to trick Donald Trump into eating vegetables. According to the Daily Mail, he was so concerned about Trump's diet, Jackson took to hiding cauliflower in the president's mashed potato. While Sky News revealed that Jackson had also ordered Trump's staff to make ice cream less accessible, presumably by hiding it behind a book. After a year spent trying to get Trump to lose weight, Dr. Ronnie Jackson resigned to run for Congress. He said he didn't call in any favours from Trump as he had so much on his plate. In the book of Genesis, a serpent tricks Eve into eating some forbidden fruit. Not sure where Adam was at the time, busy burying all the fake dinosaur skeletons, I'd imagine. The evil queen tried to trick Snow White into eating a poisoned apple. Snow White lived with 7 dwarfs: Happy, Grumpy, Bashful, Sleepy, Dopey, Sneezy and Doc. The last 6 stages of coronavirus and the person you see at the end.
Anyone can lose the bit of paper. I mean, if you're a vicar, everyone always expects you to be able to quote chapter and verse from the Bible, but you don't hold the information in that way. So it's thou shalt not commit adultery, you know. Tiny detail. The gospel according to Shrek, I don't know.
No, he was announcing the childcare plans.
Yeah, it was a big one.
I mean, it was that issue. So there were 2 things to remember: how many children and how much it cost. It was poor. I mean, it's difficult to spin it any other way.
I've just heard that Theresa May's now pulled out of doing Woman's Hour herself. She's been replaced by Justine Greening. What do you think of that?
Do you know that's in the same studio as Saturday Live? So I'll be detecting
The
signs
aura.
of nervousness on the seats when they go in.
That's really disgusting.
It's another edition of I didn't know a vicar would say that.
Do you usually sniff the seats?
This is the exciting news that the election campaign is nearly over. Theresa May warned that when it came to the EU, Jeremy Corbyn could find himself alone and naked in the negotiating chamber, something only achieved once before by a rat-arse Nigel Farage. During her interview with Jeremy Paxman, Theresa May insisted that what's needed to negotiate a successful Brexit is a bloody difficult woman. Luckily, that's exactly what Germany has got. After Theresa May missed the debate, the Mirror referred to the absent Prime Minister as Chicken Theresa May. You can order Chicken Theresa May in a restaurant near me. It's thin-skinned, boneless and refuses to be grilled.
Who has had to go?
Is this the Scottish Health Minister who was seen flouting her own rules about staying close to home to save the NHS? And not once, but twice was caught at her second home in Fife when she lives in Edinburgh, and it's a good hour's drive, even in light traffic. So she had to step down. Her and the New Zealand Health Secretary, he was also caught doing the same thing.
Exactly, and it's a much longer journey for him to get to Fife.
Much longer. Even
Much
in
longer.
light traffic.
Exactly. He had to swim 10,000 miles, apparently, and the last 1,000 miles being the most difficult because they were over land.
It's the fact that both of them didn't just do it once. They got caught the first time, and the Scottish medical officer got caught by the police, but then just did it again. And he thought that's pretty bold. And the New Zealand guy was caught going to the beach, so he thought, oh, all right, I'll go for a very long bike ride and I'll take my car off first. It's the message. It's very odd when the message doesn't go in, even though you're delivering it.
Yep, he called himself an idiot for going out mountain biking in defiance of his own lockdown measures. He was spotted after he drove his bike to the mountain in a truck emblazoned with his own face. The idiot.
I found a wonderful way of ensuring social isolation, by the way. I'm teaching myself the accordion. No one has been within 500 yards of the vicarage for the past fortnight. It's going very well.
How did Matt Hancock stick his oar into football?
Oh, this was about footballers' wages, wasn't it? That footballers should give up 30% of their wages to pay for the NHS, or, you know, support the NHS. And also perhaps individuals that work at their own clubs who are not being paid £70,000 a week. It seems to me a fairly good idea that the footballers can take a pay cut to support the other employees of the club. That wouldn't be too difficult, I would have thought. So I'm not sure what the complaint is there.
Well, Matt Hancock didn't ask other millionaires to take a pay cut, did he?
No, he didn't, no.
I think you missed the one where he asked Jacob Rees-Mogg and the other hedge fund managers to take a pay cut and give the proceeds to the NHS. That was a good speech. We enjoyed that one. A lot of Tory donors have been asked, basically, not to take any money in the next year and to give the money to the NHS. It was a great speech. A lot of people didn't hear it, but I thought it was terrific.
How has Manchester City's Kyle Walker been helping and hindering the crisis?
Didn't he get caught going out in his motor car to a party or something, or some barbecue? Anyway, he was associating with people in a way that broke every single regulation that the government recommends, and has been rightly and soundly scolded for it.
Yes, it was a little more than a party. He's been hindering social distancing by hosting, according to The Sun, a £2,000 sex party. He's been distributing cash to local sex workers, which is good, who might otherwise have been furloughed. I mean, maybe they were furloughed. I don't know what Kyle's into. What's been the good news for Jacob Rees-Mogg?
Good news for Jacob. It's an opportunity, the global recession following the pandemic. I mean, there's nothing like following the Four Horsemen with some handy investor tips. And I think Jacob's firm has said there's money to be made in that there bug. And he's advising people how they can do it.
The investment fund he set up and still owns 15% of, Somerset Capital Management, have issued a statement saying that the current crisis is a once-in-a-generation opportunity for supernormal returns.
Super spreading the money.
What's supernormal? Isn't supernormal? You'd either have super returns or normal returns. What's a supernormal return? One would rather expect the honourable member to be more precise in his use of language.
This was another week of lockdown, which included the Queen raising morale. According to The Times, Her Majesty and Prince Philip are in isolation in Windsor with a skeleton staff. Well, that's one way of making sure the staff can't catch it. According to The Sun, professional footballer Kyle Walker broke lockdown to have a £2,000 orgy with two hookers at his flat. See, if he'd done it in the park, it would have counted as exercise.
Chris, how much do you blame Corbyn for the referendum result? You even thought Corbyn voted Leave, didn't you?
I think a lot of the arguments that Jeremy put helped the Leave campaign.
Do you still think he will go down in history as the man who broke the Labour Party, as you said?
Well, everything's to... The Labour Party's got to be mended, that's the truth. And I don't like Mrs May and the way she's leading the country, so I hope that Labour can pull itself together.
That's definitely not a straight answer to a
That was about as skew-if an answer as I could possibly give.
Oh, Jeremy's in! I think people know you think Jeremy Corbyn's an idiot. I mean, you've said it so many times. Why stop now?
But there's plenty of people who move in and out of the shadow cabinet, and they've said even worse things than Chris has. So don't try and restrict his future career.
I'm sorry.
Just by trying to get him to, confirm what he's already said many times is pretty underhand. Leave him alone.
I'm a bit worried that Ian Hislop is supporting me. And,
I'm not.
Which member of the government's frontline team has been declared an icon of the current crisis by the chief curator of the National Portrait Gallery?
Oh, is it Whitty?
It's Whitty, Chief Medical Officer Professor Chris Whitty. A variety of artists have been inspired by the pasty-faced Panjandrum and his slightly psychotic eyes. Would you like to see some of the artwork?
Oh, yeah.
Bit harsh.
Yeah, come on. Here's a rather nice sculpture by Cornish artist Penny Lally.
Ooh.
And then this rather alarming face by artist Wilfred Wood.
Oh! Oh!
Yeah, it's rather evocative of 10 Rillington Place, that last one. But who won't Chris Whitty be able to chat to in SAGE meetings from now on?
Elvis Presley.
Yes, you're right. He's no longer attending them.
He's left the building.
Neil Ferguson.
Yes. What did he do?
He had a lady caller.
This is a first-rate tabloid story of the type that the crisis hasn't had at all. It's been incredibly boring to date with graphs and figures. And now, at last, there's a sex scandal in the middle, so everyone is absolutely thrilled. And the man they called Professor Lockdown has now become Professor Trousers Down, which really is a way to make the whole of Fleet Street happy. And not even, I mean, I blame the tabloids. It was by the Telegraph. Bit of a shock, isn't it, Aisha?
I mean, who would have thought that a Boris Johnson supporting paper might want to distract with a front page when we've got the worst death count in Europe? Who would imagine? In a way, this sort of sex scandal, it's so on brand for a Boris Johnson government. It's just like so perfect. And I bet the Prime Minister is breathing a sigh of relief thinking, God, thank God I'm not the one involved in a scandal involving like my groin. Like he's probably just going, thank God it's not me this time.
The funny thing about this story is literally... on the days he is telling people to stay at home, he is getting a visit from his married lover. He's telling people to social distance and yet not doing it himself to a woman who has 2 children and she's got a husband, and it just couldn't be more opposite. So now he's stepped back. I mean,
Are we sure that they didn't maintain social distancing? Perhaps they communicated through the letterbox.
Professor Neil Ferguson broke his own rules on lockdown to share a tryst with his 38-year-old married lover, Antonia Stats. He does love stats.
She said on a podcast before this all came out, she said, the problem with lockdown is it's a real challenge to the relationship between my husband and I, but not quite in the way that he thought.
Sorry? What's gone wrong? What did I do wrong?
No, nothing. I think
nothing. No, they're admitting it.
Are we
It's
moving
made
on?
up.
No,
it's just
What, today?
Yeah.
Well, extraordinarily, over the last 5 minutes, Chucker has actually withdrawn his candidacy from the Labour leadership.
This has got to be the most powerful programme on television. We haven't even gone out. At the moment, we're appearing in front of 300 people. That's enough to make a man withdraw his candidacy.
Oh, God.
Bad news, they've just shown your video on Have I Got News For You. I resign! I'm away, I'm off.
Do we have any information why he resigned? Why he...
Yeah, Peston called him amateur. He's gone.
In the news this week, with talk of lockdown easing, some people are back in training for the morning commute.
This train terminates at West Hampstead.
You can tell that footage is fake. There's someone reading The Economist.
It's likely there'll be some government advice about the wearing of face masks. Would you like to see how the Belgian Minister for Face Masks got on when he visited a face mask factory?
Absolutely.
Let's have a look at this incredibly awkward moment.
En dan is het kwestie van je mondmasker nog goed aan te doen.
Chris, I'm sorry you didn't see that, but trust me, you could teach him a thing or two about how to put a face mask on.
For the people at home, by the way, I've had a lot of these videos just before we filmed. I had them described to me, so I've already done me laughing.
Right.
I'd also like to say as well, I'm very aware that I might not, because I can't see the camera. I've got this little earpiece in, my gaze might kind of drift. And if it makes anyone feel awkward at home, just move to your left a bit.
Typical BBC advice. Always trying to smuggle in the agenda. I can spot it.
The Rwandan scheme is proving quite expensive. It's currently projected to have a base cost of £370 million over the 5-year contract. But on top of that, there's an additional charge of £150,874 per migrant deported. Although I've looked into this and they can get £25 off that if they use a voucher code. I've managed to source this one. At the start of the week, Rishi Sunak insisted
Who is he? Who is Rishi Sunak?
I think it's a cross between a sunbed and an anorak.
No ifs, no buts. These flights are going to Rwanda. Quite a claim. May I suggest, Prime Minister, you ensure they're ATOL protected, that you pay for it on a credit card so you have Section 75 protection, and of course, you pay it off in full.
Grieve Amendment, what's that all about?
I'm getting the impression that Ian's been trapped in the back of a black cab with some bloke. What's that all about?
It's about if Mrs May loses this vote, then will Parliament be allowed to say what happens next, or will the government be allowed to do whatever it likes, i.e. represent the withdrawal bill? And the amendment went through, and it means that Parliament will regain control over the process. But that's a problem for some people, because if Parliament has control, which is largely Remain, then will Parliament enact something that is against the will of the people, as expressed in the plebiscite? You're with me.
Never all mind that, mate. Which Terminal Leaf Road do you want? Which one is it?
Sticking with football, what extreme lengths has this man gone to ensure his son supports his team, Millwall?
Oh, well, he's one of these things where he's named him after every sort of player in the Millwall team.
Well, yeah, not quite every player. But it is along those lines. He's named him Bermondsey Millwall Den Bloomfield. And his nickname is Poor Little
The joke's on him, because Bloomfield Road is Blackpool's home ground, so...
I bet he's laughing on that.
Oh, unlucky.
I saw that one quite early. What an idiot. Lutonfield. I was on London Bridge once, and there were about 50 Millwall fans on the other platform, and one of them saw me and shouted, "Oi, Islop!" And they all started running up the bridge to come over to the other side. I thought I was going to die. I had the devils of fire here, angels here.
What did you do? Solpadine?
Oh.
Sorry, I'm going to stop doing it. But what did you do? Did you
I
leg
ran
it?
really fast.
Did you get away?
Yeah.
Lucky you had your Nikes on.
Yeah.
How did Mike Bloomfield convince his wife Kelly to go along with the name?
Rohypnol.
Did he not tell her they were Millwall related?
Yes, he didn't ask her, actually. According to the Metro, when Kelly was taking a nap, shortly after returning home from the hospital, Mike snuck off to register his new son's name. She was pretty angry at first, but has since come round to the name, saying, "It's growing on me. I think he looks a bit like a Bermondsey."
David Cameron was kind of the main act. What did you make of his speech?
Well, I mean, again, he's quite competent. He doesn't mess up the autocue. He got some applause. He did some stuff in the middle. He quoted Kipling, the poet, not the cake maker.
Don't patronise me! To be fair, I always thought it was pronounced Kipling.
It's National Poetry Day today, isn't it?
Is it?
I think it is,
Yeah.
yeah.
It is.
Well, not tomorrow, obviously, when we're showing, so that ruins that.
This isn't live!
It's barely breathing.
How did you feel about him having a go at your friend Jeremy Corbyn, Diane?
Well, it's certainly not the kinder, gentler politics.
He did say in his speech of Jeremy Corbyn, he said, "My friends, we cannot let that man inflict his security-threatening, terrorist-sympathising, Britain-hating ideology on the country we love." This was in reference to an interview Corbyn gave in 2011 where he said it was a tragedy bin Laden had been assassinated rather than tried in an international court. BBC News didn't mention that nuance in their coverage of Cameron's speech because they've still got a licence fee to defend.
It's David Cameron who gave an interview this week to...
He's given a lot.
He gave this one to Heat magazine.
Ah, the tough ones first.
Yes.
David Cameron's in Heat.
That's why that lamb looked so petrified.
Indeed, yeah.
He began the interview by saying, "Wow, Heat must be where it's at. When I'm interviewed by the BBC, there's only one person. You've got a whole film crew."
But they make television programmes, do they, Heat?
Well,
It's a magazine, isn't it?
Yeah, but they make everything. There's not a magazine that doesn't have some online.
It's multi-platform.
Like multi-platform. It's 360.
They do the lot. 360.
360 commissioning.
360 digital.
Yeah.
Private Eye, I think, has just hired a town crier, haven't you?
This is the row over legalising gay marriage, which threatens to rend the Tory party asunder. So who's behind it?
That's quite a question with those Tory backbenchers.
Ignoring the answer would fill other lesser shows. I would say... I don't know. Who is?
It's Cameron Clegg.
Cameron Clegg.
And,
Cameron Clegg, a gay married couple.
Yes. And what is the Tory MP Peter Bone's big problem?
His name.
He's against it.
Yes. It's also that he's protesting that neither the Tories, Labour or the Lib Dems even mentioned legalising gay marriage in their manifestos.
I know it's childish,
yes,
but every time David Cameron says on gay marriage, he says he's got a mandate. It makes me laugh.
So what was the compromise position the government have worked out?
You can't ask these questions.
They can get married in church, but they have to keep the lights off so people can't see them.
The churches that don't want to do it don't have to. That's the compromise.
Yeah.
And it seems they've come up with a solution that pleases no one.
Yeah. They've also changed the Equality Act, so you can't sue a vicar for not marrying a gay couple.
Can't sue a vicar, that's a great phrase, isn't it? You can imagine vicars running around getting away, can't sue a vicar, can't sue a vicar.
Do you always act them as camp, or...?
I've got 4 or 5 vicars in my repertoire, Ian.
Right.
One of whom is unbelievably butch.
Meanwhile, how has Labour activist David Lewis managed to get on a women-only shortlist for the job of local Basingstoke Labour Party women's officer?
Oh. Did he put a dress on? Did he make himself up as a woman? And took a photograph?
Well, what he did was he applied under party rules which allow candidates to apply if they self-identify as a woman.
Oh, yeah, so he said he identifies as a woman one day a week, didn't he?
On Wednesdays between 6:50 and midnight.
and let me guess, is that when he gets everything done?
Yeah, it's the news that Donald Trump is now a convicted felon.
Yeah, I just said that.
You didn't say how the Daily Star said it. They've got away with words. Orange man baby is guilty on all counts.
Did anyone see that thing when it said, I've got 34 charges? 34. No president has had that many. To be clear, it's not a good thing, is it, being charged?
Do you think he's going to jail, Jack?
He possibly could. I know that if he does, he will be permitted a security brief. He'll have what's known as a ring of steel, which he'll need in prison, I imagine. You know, in all the films, when the new person comes into the prison, you get all the other prisoners at their bars going, new meat, fresh meat. I just got, they all come together,
Isn't there a thing they do every year with the president on Thanksgiving Day? He has to sort of like pardon a turkey. Yeah. Wouldn't that be funny if he had to do that from his prison cell?
You're free! 34 counts of fraud. He could get 4 years in prison for each count. How long could he get, Carol?
136.
Correct. Very good, she's still got it.
However, Ed Balls was remaining optimistic.
Mr. Balls, thank you very much for joining us. First of all, there's been this story going the rounds on Twitter and all the rest of it that you've been defeated. Have you heard anything about your result yet or not?
David, the ballot boxes haven't even arrived in the count. And they've got to be counted and then we'll get the results. So I think maybe you should spend less time on Twitter and more time reporting the results when they're actually declared.
Let's just see how
that's
it
the
panned
Shadow
out for
Chancellor.
It's so good of him to explain the whole process. They get the votes in and then they count them. Well, thank you, Ed. Thank you for your insight, you little expert.
He's an economist. He's good with figures.
Should we see how it panned out for him?
Ed Balls, in the last few minutes, Shadow Chancellor, lost his seat to the Conservatives.
Is that an R? No.
I think
This
some
is
people
the Shadow Chancellor.
No, some people were genuinely surprised, I think. There were some people over here who didn't know.
I'm sorry. I thought it was a wave of empathy.
Is David Dimbleby going to call him and go, have they been counted now, Ed?
Vince Cable says what?
Goodbye!
Vince Cable says, I'm absolutely sure we're going to bounce back.
Oh, he did say that afterwards.
Doesn't make any sense, does it? You're optimistic before, then
Yeah.
you realise you've done shit. Stop being optimistic. Do you know what I mean? It's all gone wrong.
But that's real grit. Just stop for a minute, please. Yeah, it's too much, isn't it?
The Miliband has resigned.
Oh, my God!
As unexpected as I am to take on the leadership of the Labour Party, and indeed the Liberal Democrats and UKIP as well, I would emerge them all together into one almighty union.
Everything we said is completely irrelevant.
So out of that 7, who's left? It's like the Magnificent
Nicola
Seven.
Sturgeon.
The 3 women are left.
Natalie
Clyde
Bennett.
Cumry.
Has she not resigned yet?
Leanne Wood.
Oh, come on.
So that's...
A lot of pressure, isn't there? A lot of pressure.
So
They've
who's
got
gone-
one seat.
they've
Give it
all
back
gone
to Caroline
all
Lucas.
the men have gone except Cameron.
Only the women have staying power.
You'll do anything for applause, won't you?
I'll do anything for a woman.
Well, the polls are all pointing to a big Conservative majority, but what might prevent several Conservative MPs from standing?
Is this the electoral fraud?
Yes.
They might be in jail.
They could be.
And technically, you're not meant to stand.
They haven't been
From
charged
prison.
yet.
No, they haven't. So
No.
let's be very, very careful. And not suggest that anyone's done anything wrong.
Although they totally did.
Don't look at me, I've been nothing to do with this. I'll come and visit you, but I'm not having anything to do with this.
Lucky 13, Conservatives may be charged with electrical fraud from...
Electrical fraud?
You've been fiddling the meters. It's the old thing. Put in the shilling tide with a bit of string and pull it out again.
Paul and James, take a look at this.
Yes. OK, there's clearly an animated rocket taking off. Ah, yes, this is Rocket Man. I think this is a Republic serial called Revenge of the Rocket Men.
No, that's the man that Donald Trump thinks is the leader of North Korea.
Ah, Little Rocket Man.
Little Rocket Man.
It's about transport, flying. There's
yes.
a guy that claims you're going to be taking people from London to New York in half an hour, something like up into space. Yeah, so he's a Rocket Man. So, yeah, it's essentially you're going to be able to get from New York to London and back in half an hour, although there's no reason why you wouldn't want to do it necessarily. But it's one of those stories, it's in 5 years' time it's going to happen in 5 years' time. It's always in 5 years' time.
Apart from this occasion, it's 7 years' time.
Oh, 7 years'
He says
time.
This is Elon Musk. He's the billionaire inventor.
Elon Musk?
Elon Musk. That's what I'm wearing at the moment. And it's his new space rocket travel service, operational, he reckons, within 7 years.
Yes.
Do you know what the rocket is called?
Big effing rocket.
BFR,
BFR,
which stands
yeah.
literally for the big fucking rocket.
How big's the milk bottle it's going into?
Is it actually what he called it?
Yes.
Yeah, it's the BFR.
So it's not the big friendly rocket.
You mustn't go on Instagram. Not ready, Ian.
Look, this is how it's going to work. It's amazing how every country looks like North Korea when it's got that diagram. But what are Elon Musk's plans for this rocket?
He said he wants humans. He wants us to be a multi-planet species.
Yes.
So he wants to set up sort of stuff in Mars. He basically knows how to get us there, but he doesn't know how to sort of keep us alive.
How did he suggest Mars might be warmed up quickly?
Pull it nearer to the sun?
Explode a thermonuclear device at each pole.
He's a Bond villain. He's even got the name. This is ridiculous. We're falling for it. It'll be too late when we're colonising the moon. His evil plan will have come to fruition.
But even before the Mars thing, it's getting around the globe.
Yes.
He thinks we could pop to Australia for the day. Which is good, because the only thing that stopped me going till now is the thought of not being back in time for Neighbours.
I don't think it bodes well for our planet for us to have a plan B. Do you know what I mean? Like, we're not going to save... I don't think we put enough effort into saving our planet if we know we've got a backup. A bit like trying to save a marriage whilst going on Tinder. I don't think we should have any sort of place else to go.
Then.
And how bad would Earth have to be for us to want to live on Mars?
To go to Australia? But, I mean, the G-force alone would probably kill most people.
Yes. That's interesting. Well, that's because he's got other ideas. There's the Hyperloop. This is a network of tubes around the globe that can fire people from one place to another in seconds.
I mean, I'm into this guy. He sounded crazy, but I like it.
And he's building something absolutely remarkable right now. What he's building, which I think is brilliant. This could be fantastic.
Yes.
Do you know what it is? It's the world's biggest battery. BFB. There we are.
What's the battery going to be powering? The little windmill?
It's a 100
That's
megawatt...
our entire energy policy in a picture.
It's a 100 megawatt wind-charged battery that will power South Australia indefinitely. Or an iPhone for a couple of days. Elon Musk, interesting man, he has a two-pizza rule. Do you know what the two-pizza rule of Elon Musk is?
No, but I'm even liking him more.
Yeah. He said if there's a meeting that can't be fed with two pizzas, there are too many people in it.
Oh, nothing worse than a tight billionaire.
Which travel company won't be providing much competition for the BFR?
Monarch Airlines.
Yes, that's right, absolutely right, yes. Because they went bust. Why?
They went bust, they ran out of planes.
Yeah.
The exchange rate did for them. But they did go to a lot of places that people don't really want to go to anymore.
This is true. Sharm el-Sheikh is not
It's not a big draw now, is it?
No. Which airline has had a record number of bookings this year?
Ryanair?
Yes. Ryanair.
Too many bookings.
Despite all the cancellations due to shortage of pilots, Monarch have a few spare. Ryanair's bookings increased by 1 million in September.
Wow.
That's an amazing thought, isn't it?
Yeah.
Cheap flights, I suppose.
No frills.
No frills.
No pilot.
Yeah. During the mass cancellation, what did Ryanair offer some of its passengers by way of compensation?
Punch in the face.
I think I would take that over what they offered. A replacement bus service.
That's not going to get you Australia in a day.
This is the news that billionaire Elon Musk is planning to build a rocket known as a BFR, or Big Fucking Rocket. According to the Daily Mail, the BFR would make it feasible to pop to Australia inside an hour, which could be good news for England's cricket team, as Ben Stokes might be able to play for them on day release. It's been a turbulent week for air travel. Monarch went bust, and hundreds of thousands of Ryanair passengers faced hours of queuing and misery as their flights went ahead.
Fingers on buzzers, teams.
Goose has been travelling on the train without a season ticket. It's been travelling from Brighton to Guildford for the last 5 years, and it's not its card, it's using somebody else's.
Well, that's nearly right, but it's a duck on an aeroplane.
Oh, it's a duck on an aeroplane.
This is the news that a duck has been providing comfort to nervous flyers on a flight across America. The duck has an official title. Does anyone know what it is?
Steward Ducky McDuck.
He quacks to soothe his nervous owner and is called an emotional support duck.
I just made this up.
A much bigger source of pride to Mr. and Mrs. Duck than his poor brother Toilet. Does anyone know what an emotional support duck actually wears?
It's not even a real thing. An emotional
what's
support
he wearing?
duck.
According to the Telegraph, Daniel the duck was wearing little red booties.
Brilliant. Well, if I was having an anxiety attack on a plane, the sight of a duck in little red boots would not calm me at all.
Well, and also, hang on, he had a sign saying "My first flight."
Oh.
And a Captain America diaper to make sure he didn't go to the toilet on the floor.
Why does Captain America need to wear a diaper?
I don't know, maybe he's got IBS or something. Who knows, Paul?
It's not usually considered a superpower, is it?
I don't know, I think...
Stand back, citizen, my bowel is irritable.
So let's make the most of this, our final chance to talk about the EU.
Oh, God, if only it was the final chance to talk about
on this programme it is. Let's see it off with a quick-fire buzzer round of University Challenge.
nervous.
Fingers on buzzers. Why are there 12 stars on the EU flag?
Is that how many times we've won the World Cup?
You have to press your button. Jason?
It's us.
What? Oh, sorry.
That's one of the things they test you when you go into university. Can you spot a light coming on?
I was looking over there. I didn't know there were lights.
It's nice in the winter months, though. What was the question? Because there was originally 12 member states.
No.
No.
There is no reason. There just are 12 arranged in a circle that apparently symbolises unity.
Yeah.
Or it may not. Fingers back on buzzers. Where is the highest toilet in Europe? Merton?
Do I have to go like this?
He wasn't at Merton. Merton, life.
Yeah. Well, it strikes me that we had a vote in the mid-70s to join the European Union, and then we had a vote 2 years ago to come out, so that's 1-1. So now we're into extra time.
Yeah. The decider's coming up.
Must be.
We don't know when, but I think it is coming.
Speaking as someone who gets extra time on exams, all that happens is you have a bit longer to sit there and go, why didn't I prepare for this? I knew it was coming.
Are you suggesting the government didn't prepare?
I'm suggesting they probably have the same kind of learning difficulties that I do.
In a rare bit of good news, the continued global lockdown has seen an increase in birds singing, and one rare specimen has re-emerged in India. Let's have a listen to its enchanting song. I've reliably been informed that they would have included that clip regardless of whether I would have been presenting or not.
It's good to see, though, that the emu's career wasn't cut short by the death of Rod Hull.
Following the cancellation of his flight to Magaluf, one man refused to let it get in the way of his holiday plans.
How does he know it's his?
And at Burke Hall, words got around that Harry and Meghan definitely aren't coming back from LA.
Oh, come on.
I mean, I genuinely didn't know you could clap sarcastically till I saw Camilla there. As if she didn't want Charles to get better. Right, let's get on with the show. And we start with the bigger stories of the week. Ian and Maisie, take a look at this.
OK, that's Boris saying he's delighted to be back before he announces that he's got to go again because he's had a baby. That may be the baby, but who knows?
This is the 2020 Ryder Cup being held indoors.
And this is bleach. This is Trump's recipe for defeating bowl cleaning. They've dropped the E from bowl. And there he is. And there's someone who knows what they're talking about, looking incredibly embarrassed. Look at her legs. Oh, God, don't say that.
Yeah, this is the return to work of Boris Johnson on Monday, just in time to go on paternity leave on Wednesday. The first thing Boris did on his return to work was to chair a meeting of the Cobra Committee. Boris had lots of questions to ask, the first one being, where do they hold them?
I'm surprised that it's such big news about him having a baby. It's his 6th or 7th baby. I was quite disappointed they didn't announce the baby weighing in at 6 or 7 pounds.
No, they're going to do it with the name. Well, Rees Moggs called his 6th baby Sextus. So I think Boris is probably going to call this one Septimus or possibly Octopus or even Decimus, depending on your counting system.
Big decision for Boris is how to keep control of the pandemic without frustrating people desperate to get out of lockdown. Everyone agrees that things won't be the same again for a long time. What's the phrase that everyone's using, Ian?
Is this the new normal?
Yes, the new normal.
I mean, it is extraordinary. I mean, the press in this country, having spent a couple of weeks saying, why didn't we have lockdown an awful lot sooner? They're now saying, why can't we stop lockdown an awful lot sooner? But it's balancing whether we slowly, I mean, let all under 30-year-olds out and they can do what they like and the rest of us have to be locked up for a couple of years. I think that's one solution, or do it regionally.
Like when my grandparents talk about what they did during the war and all of their national service, and then ours is essentially, oh, we just had to stay indoors and binge watch Netflix to the point where we were watching documentaries on the Panama Canal.
When was that on? That sounds terrific.
It's amazing, Ian. Honestly, it's amazing. Get involved.
Fantastic. Panama Canal, for God's sake.
The first wartime analogy was that we didn't close the pubs during the Blitz. That was the reason why we shouldn't have the lockdown, which kind of missed the point that the Germans weren't really trying to kill Londoners by infecting them in pubs. And then I heard another character saying that I think it might have been Farage, saying that we didn't have social distancing during the Blitz, and I still haven't quite worked out the logic behind that idea, as if maybe it would have helped. The bombs would have landed in between people if they'd all stayed 2 metres apart.
I love the 10 o'clock curfew, though. That's another of those things that when they instituted the curfew, they had no idea that everyone would leave the pub at the same time and hang around on the pavement all together, hundreds of people, not socially distanced, breathing. How on earth are you meant to know these things as a scientist?
But I think now Boris Johnson's coming under pressure to simplify the rules. But it's quite good because now they have the benchmark, which is they just need to ask themselves, are they simple enough for the Prime Minister to understand?
So the grind of government goes on, but who's on manoeuvres in the party?
Oh, right, the Prime Minister's neighbour, Rishi Sunak.
Yeah.
Right. Well, it's quite an easy job at the moment, being Chancellor. I mean, you say, would you like an enormous amount of money? And everyone says it's not enough, and you go, OK, here's some more. And then people go, that's fantastic. As Chancellors go, he is extraordinarily adept.
It'd be lovely if he'd help out the live entertainment industry a little bit more, though, you know?
Yeah.
Rather than just letting it die a slow death.
Yeah, I agree.
It's no joke, just
yeah. Serious comment, yeah.
I mean, I'm grateful I'm on here, you know, but like...
And you've been promised a bed for the night, haven't you?
Yeah.
But yeah, as Chris is saying, live comedy club.
It's safer than me driving home, Paul.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what Dominic Cummings said.
Why did someone from Hounslow get accused of pinching money this week?
Because that man had the crash trader.
Yes. Navinder Singh Sarao, a British trader facing extradition to America over claims he deliberately triggered a flash crash.
He has this extraordinary lifestyle, which is so incredibly penny pinching. He's worth something like 30 million or something like that. But he always wears a sort of tracksuit, and I think when he made one big avalanche, kind of sort of had a windfall, I think all he did was go out and buy another tracksuit for £100 or something.
This is from Sports Direct. Write it down, Ian. If you're looking for a new pair of tracksuit bottoms, give the ones that you normally watch television and have worn out. You can...
Sports Direct.
SportsDirect.com.
Do they do grey and baggy?
They'll serve anybody.
They'll serve anybody.
They're serving their food out of bowls.
That's the word on the street.
Yeah.
Well, it's not a sit-down afterwards.
No, so afterwards, they're standing up.
Yes.
And, sorry, I'm trying not to get as animated.
Man, it's important to discuss
You're the
this.
person who's really gripped by this story.
I just can't believe you're serving food in bowls. Like, imagine you've got a glass and a clutch.
Yeah.
Where do you put your bowl under your chin and just like a trough?
Do you know what the term for this meal is?
No.
Bowl food.
Is a queen going to stand up and eat it out of a bowl?
No.
No, she'll have a footman chucking cheesy
not.
watches at her.
It might be a misprint. Prince Charles organic lentils. It could be bowel food.
In a way, all food is bowel food,
You're
you'd hope
right.
at some stage.
Yes. It's all a matter of timing, isn't it?
It is timing.
Maria Miller's resignation attracted the usual bunch of renter quotes. What we've seen is a Prime Minister who clearly is totally disconnected with how the voters in Britain feel about MPs' expenses. That was Nigel Farage. The same Nigel Farage who in 2009 revealed that as an MEP he'd claimed in expenses £2 million. taxpayers' money.
And who was it? Who was it that brought up the issue of £2 million and me and taxpayers' money? Dennis McShane.
Yeah, he's in jail, but you're not.
Yes, I had noticed that.
Good.
Yes, well, as a tax-funded MEP, Nigel Farage is an equal opportunities employer. Some of our money has gone to his wife and some to his mistress. Or have I got that wrong?
That is allegedly, don't you? That is allegedly.
We can set the record straight right now.
Yeah, I think it is. I think you ought to say allegedly, quite honestly.
Can I say, as a member of the press, I think, you know, actors really are in need of a royal charter. I mean, that sort of allegation is pretty distressing. Right, is it true?
No, afraid not.
Not true at all?
Not true at all.
Any of the good bits?
There are good bits.
I'll tell you afterwards.
Right.
Well, let's have a look, shall we, at some of those revelations. Here is Nikki Sinclair, a former UKIP MEP, now representing the We Demand a Referendum party in the European Parliament. Take a close look at the reaction of the translator in the bottom left corner of the screen.
Does Mr Farage think it's a fair use of taxpayers' money, namely his secretarial allowance, not only to employ his wife Kirsten, but his former mistress Annabel Fuller? Is this a responsible use of taxpayers' money, Mr Farage?
I would just say this to you, Chairman. This is somebody who hid under the cloak of parliamentary privilege to make those comments, and when asked to repeat them, publicly refused to do so.
Quite funny, though.
David Cameron was very rude about your people, wasn't he, Nigel?
Oh, he always is.
Yes, he said...
He can't help himself.
He can't help himself. He said they were all fruitcakes and loonies.
And loonies, and
Yes.
worse. He said worse than that.
He did, right.
Extremists.
Extremists?
Yeah.
Shocking.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's time... I think it's time for a game of fruitcake or loony. OK, everyone, fingers on your buzzers. I'll show you some UKIP party members. You have to buzz in and tell me whether they're a fruitcake or a loony. Here's the first one.
I don't know who he is.
Ian.
I'm just guessing.
Yep.
Fruitcake.
I'm afraid that's the wrong answer. He's a loony. He's a would-be UKIP councillor and loony John Sullivan, who wrote, "Regular physical exercise releases boys' tensions and thus avoided homosexuality." Which is quite right, Mr Sullivan, and that's why you'll never see a gay man down the gym. Fingers on buzzers, here's your next one. Nigel Farage, UKIP party.
This is a bit tricky, this one, because he's the treasurer and one of our biggest donors. And I wouldn't really like to call Stuart Wheeler either. I'll have to go for fruitcake.
Is the correct answer. You got it right. Yes. This is UKIP party treasurer Stuart Wheeler and Fruitcake, who said that women had no place in the boardroom and couldn't compete with men at sports, even when they're not physically disadvantaged. He said, chess, bridge, poker, women come absolutely nowhere. I think that just has to be borne in mind. Final go, fruitcake or loony?
I don't know the chap.
No? Anyone?
I'm going to go for loony.
It's the wrong answer. It's actually a trick question. He's not a fruitcake nor a loony. He's a closet racist. At a public meeting about travellers, he said, "The Romanians, they'll stick a knife in you as soon as look at you." His name is Rob Fraser.
Well, thanks for telling me.
Well, there you go. UKIP supporter.
Nice chap, buys his round.
And we start with Gary the cat has eyebrows that what?
Distract you from the fact that Gary is a ridiculous name for a cat.
I've got a cat called Colin.
Well, that doesn't mean that it's OK, does it? Are you serious? Colin?
Yeah.
So when he's out, you open the door and go, Colin! People just think you're looking for a bloke. There's no way they think Colin's a cat.
Well, the judge believed me.
Gary the cat has eyebrows that always make him look confused.
Here is confused Kicking.
He's probably thinking, why the hell am I called Gary?
After the poisoning, the Russian ambassador was asked about diplomatic relations between Britain and Russia, and he said they've become rather poisonous. I mean, he's auditioning for a Bond film now.
Why didn't they just shoot him in the head?
Sorry, what?
You know, they got... I mean...
I didn't expect that from the host of Pointless.
Well, no, why did they go to all these lengths? I mean, if they really don't care what we think...
I think it's fiercer. It's more exciting, isn't it?
I suppose, yeah. How do Russian security services contemptuously refer to the two spies?
The two spies...
The two spies, the would-be
Scribbles,
assassins.
the would-be assassins.
Soon to be dead.
According to the Times, they're known as Dolce & Gabbana in Russian spy circles because of the suggestion by a TV interviewer that they appeared to be two gay men on holiday. The editor of Russia Today, Margarita Samonyan, who interviewed them, tweeted after the interview, "I don't know if they're gay or not gay. They're so stylish with their beards and haircuts and tight pants. They didn't come on to me." Definitely gay then, Margarita.
He's a surprising person, George Osborne.
Yeah, he was revealing his musical tastes, wasn't he?
Yes, he was. Do you know who he's a big fan of?
Oh, yeah.
NWA?
NWA,
who Ian and I are both massive fans of.
Massive fans.
What are your top 7 NWA tracks?
Make the top 6, give him a chance. And one of the members of NWA is called Dr. Doctor.
Should we be that surprised? Because...
Yes, we should.
It's just because, like, NWA and the music that they made and Straight Outta Compton all came out of a group of people who felt really disenfranchised and disengaged and abandoned by society. And is this George Osborne's way of cultivating UK hip-hop? Like, what he's been trying to do is cut off the poorest people in society, make them feel really angry, and then maybe we'll get a better class of rap music.
That's a genius scheme. In an interview with the Mail on Sunday, George Osborne revealed he's a fan of rap and has even entertained Dr. Dre at Downing Street, although he did fall out with Dr. Dre over his plans to make him work a 7-day week. During...
Just imagining Junior Dr. Dre, he's really tired.
Tired rap is actually a genre.
Is it?
No.
Goldman Sachs, they've been caught out, and the Americans are charging them with fraud. Goldman Sachs invented a bond to sell to people, which was based on subprime mortgages. So it was a pretty hopeless thing to sell to people, but they designed it to lose money, because one of their other clients was a big hedge fund manager who were betting on the bond to lose. So Goldman Sachs were selling this bond to you, saying this is terrific, and behind the back going to one of their clients, bet on this is complete rubbish. So Goldman Sachs basically proved that the entire financial collapse wasn't just an act of God or an accident, it was a fraud.
Can I just interrupt at this point?
Yeah.
Because I should make it plain, the law being as it is.
Yes.
Goldman calls the charges completely unfounded in law and fact.
What does Sachs say?
Yes. He completely
What can
agrees
you
with
do?
him.
You get caught, you get caught.
Frankly, I can't see any of this making it into the finished programme.
Are you worried about libel?
Yes. Unlike you, I haven't ever been done for it before.
I think there's very little chance of you getting any more than 2 years.
Yeah. And anyway, Jeremy, backstage he was saying what a bunch of crooks Goldman Sachs.
You could present your programme from your cell. The mission could be to walk from one end to the other in the shortest possible time.
Leeds United, the National Living Statue champions, Bob Dylan, and a policeman from Coventry.
They're footballers. Is that our entire police force? Give us a clue.
Yes.
We do know it, obviously, but we're
Obviously.
just struggling a bit.
It's about people standing still.
Ah.
Standing still. Oh, Bob stands still. That's the thing that he does when he's annoyed.
Really?
Yes, the silver people stand still.
Do the Leeds footballers have a goal celebration in which they freeze?
No, they stood still to let Aston Villa score.
Why? Why?
As an act of sportsmanship, which for Leeds United, that's the
extraordinary.
first.
Is it the Coventry policeman is moving around a lot? Or, yes, he's moving around more than he should be. He's doing a bit of dancing and he should be just doing traffic duty or something.
Almost. They've all been praised for standing still, apart from a police officer from Coventry who's been criticised for jumping up and down. Why would he be jumping up and down?
He's
Trying
happy.
to get out of Coventry.
He's excited.
It was the trampoline. They were on a drugs raid or something, and...
Well, it sounds like it.
He was filmed, yeah, bouncing up and down. There's no actual visual evidence of a trampoline. So maybe he's just got very springy legs. But I think he's been disciplined.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
A kangaroo court.
Let's have a look.
See, there's no trampoline in that shot.
Oh, he didn't get back up after that, did he? He could be jumping on the belly of a suspect.
Why has football team Leeds United been praised for standing still?
Oh, I know this one because...
Yes. Ian, I think it's Aston Villa, isn't it?
It's quite an interesting act of
Yeah.
They allowed their opponents, Aston Villa, to kick off and score a goal uncontested, a tactic Scottish football fans are familiar with. One Leeds United player did try to stop Aston Villa scoring, Pontus Jansson. He's a cult figure there. Have you heard the song about him?
No.
It goes, Pontus Jansson's magic, he wears a magic hat, and if you throw a brick at him, he'll head the fucker back.
That's it. That's exactly it.
Here are the living statue champions. This is live footage, it's a video.
That's impressive.
Did the runner-up come as a tree?
Why did Bob Dylan stand still this week?
He does get grumpy these days. I mean, he was always grumpy, but he's got more grumpy.
Well, the singer stopped a concert this week to scold fans for continuously taking pictures and ended up having to hold a pose to make his point. Well, as part of his rant, he said, "We can either play or pose, okay?" Unfortunately, none of the above was not an option. After admonishing the public, Bob Dylan stepped backwards and found himself tripped up by a tiny speaker. Now he knows how Theresa May feels.
It's the
anonymous
hackers.
Are they anonymous? I don't know where they're from.
No, we do know where they're from.
Where are they from?
They are from North Korea, it turns out.
Has that been proven?
Not totally proven. But they're not going to sue me, so I think... No, I think it probably is North Korea. There's something in the... Something in the code, when it was unhacked, indicated that it might have been from North Korea.
Giles, you know way too much about this.
Well,
I think you were
only
involved.
because I did chair the Cybersecurity Awards quite recently. I can't tell you where or when.
Is that security or Alzheimer's?
You know what the virus was called? It was called WannaCry. It demands money before you can get your computer files back.
Oh, it was all in Bitcoins as well.
Bitcoins?
Bitcoins.
No, we've left the European market. No, Bitcoins.
There's been a sort of failure of the government here, hasn't there? Or?
They were warned, I mean, at least 3 years ago, that XP needed updating. But the trouble with the NHS, it spent a lot of money on IT already, about 12 billion, for a system that didn't work. So essentially, it doesn't have any money left, so they didn't pay for the update.
We've not upgraded the security properly, and we've been running the NHS on Windows XP, so people have probably been told that they're dying by a helpful paperclip.
I like the idea that as a hacker, you would target for a ransom the NHS.
Yeah.
One of the few world organisations you know doesn't have any money.
Probably given Jeremy Hunt some ideas about how to get money out of it. What must it be like being Jeremy Hunt at the moment? Imagine he goes into hospital. He'll be the first person to have a sprained wrist treated anally. Sorry, Mr. Hunt, this is going to involve a bit of a run-up. Luckily, our computers are down, so there's no record of what's about to happen to you.
This bit of malware was actually stolen from the American National Security Association, you know, which is a misnomer.
Well, I think President Trump gave it away.
Does anyone know what the Russians have said about it? Exactly that.
Well, they're claiming it's not them because the Russian Interior Ministry was targeted.
That was a decoy.
You're so clever, Giles.
These are just things I picked up at the cybersecurity conference.
The Russians have said this completely doesn't concern Russia.
Fingers on buzzers, teams. Here's your next musical clue.
Interesting use of the word next. Oh, it sounds like something.
I'm joining in.
I've not finished.
Oh, I think you have. I think you have.
That's it.
It sounded like something.
So the song was Pretty Woman. Here's a picture.
Well, it's Pretty Woman, isn't it?
Jane Austen.
Oh, yeah.
That's going to be a bit big for the machines, isn't it?
Hasn't there been an argument that she's been slightly...
Might as well not be here. It's a buzz around.
Yes, Henning?
Oh, sorry.
No, go on.
Oh.
Just making a point.
My point is that there's been an argument that she's been slightly prettied up for the £10 note.
This is the news that the image of Jane Austen on the new £10 banknote has caused controversy after being airbrushed to make her look prettier. Here's how she is on the new £10 note. And here's the original portrait that's based on. That was drawn by her sister.
Yeah.
Well, it's similar, though, isn't it?
Similar, but if you're on Crime Watch, would you say it was the same perpetrator?
The 72 safety deposit boxes were left empty after they were raided over Easter weekend in London's Hatton Garden. The police revealed photographs from inside the scene of the crime this week. What did they show?
Oh, they showed this amazing tunnel that had been dug out by the people who were involved. But the odd thing was, I read somewhere that everybody was confused because apparently one of the men would be too large to fit in it.
They just need one little chap in and he opens the door, doesn't he?
One little chappie.
Yeah.
Who goes through this hole.
I'd be interviewing jockeys.
In my experience of blowing safes, yeah. Just one of them needs to be, like the little chap in Ocean's 11. Yeah.
Now, the police have put out a notice. They are looking for a little chappie to help them with their inquiries. Do we know who any of the victims are yet?
Mostly jewellery owners.
Mostly jewellery owners.
lots of gangsters. Lots of the things in safety deposit boxes are stolen, aren't they? Just because you know you're not allowed to go and look in safety deposit boxes. So anything you steal, Stephen, you can put in a safe deposit box. It could be a material thing, could be a concept, somebody else's idea. You put it away in there.
Could be the best dressing room.
Yeah.
Tonight we whiff-waff goodbye to Boris Johnson and look back at his life and career as a father, husband, journalist, Mayor of London, husband, Foreign Secretary, father, Prime Minister, father, husband and father. What will you all miss most of all about Boris, the Prime Minister? Ian?
I suppose I'll really miss being able to say this will end badly. Because it did.
It did, yeah.
And I suppose I'll miss his use of language. Tonight, I'm wearing a tie with balloons on it, but it's not a party. This is a work event for me.
Janet?
You say, what are we going to miss about him? But how do we know he's not going to be back?
I think you know something we might not know, Janet. Maybe we'll find out later.
I just look at the opinion polls,
Yeah.
and 43% of the Tory members at the moment would rather have Boris back than either of the other two.
Yeah, but that's because Matron's just gone round with coffee. Trying to wake him up a bit. Who do you want to be Prime Minister, dear? It's nice, Mr. Disraeli.
This show, by the way, has been billed by the BBC as a tribute.
Tribute? Funny way to spell good riddance.
This is the most powerful number, 7. Is that right? They did a survey. I must have read this somewhere.
They have. They've done a survey, and 7 is the world's favourite number.
Ah, favourite number.
Yes. Alex Bellos asked 44,000 people to submit their favourite number, and 7 proved the most popular. He describes it as the loner, the outsider, the Nigel Farage of the number 1. Shall we go through the top 10 world's favourite numbers?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. What's at number 1? Number 10, sorry.
So, number 10, what do you think?
Number 9's number 10.
No.
Number 8's number 10.
No.
Number 10's number 10.
No.
Number one.
No.
2.
No, all numbers are available.
Oh, 128.
No, at number 10, the 10th most popular number is, in fact, 11. At 9...
It's 10.
No.
40.
No.
21.
No.
100.
At number 9 is the number 2.
2.
The most popular number in 8th position is 6. At 7, the 7th most popular number is 9, and the 6th most popular number is 13. OK, here's the top 5.
This is going to be on Channel 4 for a whole evening. There'll be some talking heads in a minute. What do you think of 6? Yeah, love it.
I've always liked 5 because it's a working class number. That's what I like about 5.
Well, I think that 3, for me, I mean, when I was first growing up, I thought 3 was a magnificent... Oh, sorry. I've started auditioning. Sorry. Where am I?
But let's firstly complete the top 5. At number 5 is 5.
Yeah,
and number 4 is 4.
Yes.
At number 3 is 8.
Oh.
At number 2...
1.
Is 3.
3.
The magic number, and of course 7 is the top one at number 1. But the study did ask people to describe the numbers between 1 and 10. 2 was thought to be cautious, wise, fragile and sympathetic. How do you think 3 was described?
Nostalgic, sexy, unreliable.
3 is pretentious.
Oh, God.
4, according to the people who responded to the survey, is laid back and a rogue. Yeah, this is absolute bollocks, isn't it?
Nigel Farage.
How did News International senior executive James Murdoch boast about the way the company was handling the scandal only a week ago?
Well, he said that they've contained the scandal and it's now in a box.
Yeah. Yes, he said, we were really able to put this problem in a box marked fuck up.
He called him a mafia don.
Yeah.
Which isn't nice, is it?
Well, they were very upset about it, and they sent me a letter of complaint.
Really?
Pinned to a horse's head.
What happens to the rest of the horse? I mean, doesn't anyone ever get a horse's arse?
I suppose it must be for more minor misdemeanours, you know.
What, a horse's arse? I think it'd be worse than a horse's head. Wouldn't you waking up next to a horse's arse?
It's like...
I think there's something personal about that.
You might say that a horse's arse was more flirtatious, though.
Flirtatious?
That's an odd word to pick.
That's an interesting window into your life.
What, according to The Observer, did Rupert Murdoch do when Gordon Brown became PM and initiated an investigation into the phone hacking?
He phoned up number 10.
After the Guizy?
Yeah.
Their source was an ex-minister who wants to remain anonymous.
Do you think, though, that Murdoch could just ring up number 10 during your time there?
I know nothing.
You know nothing? Is that why you were in the cabinet?
So what did you think of him, then?
What, Gordon?
Yeah, he was all right, wasn't he?
He was the Prime Minister.
Yeah. And you can't have a more ringing endorsement than that.
The News of the World may be dead, but its wretched ghost continues to haunt. The News of the World paid a private investigator to carry out surveillance on the hacking victim's lawyer, Mark Lewis, which involved following the ex-wife of Mr. Lewis and his teenage daughter as they visited a branch of Tesco. Well, if you're looking to intimidate someone, every little helps.
Go to round 2, the picture spin quiz. Fingers on buzzers, teams. Yes.
It's a new set
Ian's
of stamps.
Yes.
Is it Nigel Farage's nightmare?
This is the news that new computer software recognised 21 distinct facial expressions, when before it was thought we only had 6. Ohio State University have discovered that as well as common facial expressions, such as happy, sad, etc., I love etc. I can always do etc. There are compound emotions such as fearfully angry, which looks like this.
So you just come back from the hairdressers?
Right, what do you think this one is?
Is that, oh my God, where are my teeth?
You saw. No, this woman is sadly surprised.
Oh.
Right, now, Ian,
Yes.
I'd like you to
I see that
demonstrate
expression a lot.
some of them for me. Here are 3 expressions.
This one's
No,
embarrassedly
wait.
apprehensive.
Here are 3 expressions you often use. So please show me disgusted. Angrily disgusted.
This is the Telegraph.
And then disgustedly surprised. And Paul.
Yeah, oh yes, yeah, go on in.
Yeah, I'd like you to go from happy to happily surprised. Wait, there's a third. To fearfully disgusted. Now, according to the Mail...
Who won on points?
Don't know.
Oh, no.
You did a whole
I've got
black and
my
white
glasses
film
on,
at the
you're
end.
Silent.
According to the Mail, we reserve sadly angry for when someone we care about upsets us. Sadiq, would you show us your face whenever Ed Miliband opens his mouth? Oh, I'm sorry. It's gone too far now.
Fingers on buzzers, teams.
Oh.
Is this Richard III?
Yeah.
They dug him up and now they're burying him again.
Yeah. They found him under a car park, didn't they?
Under the letter R.
It's an incredible story. Philippa Langley had an odd feeling that Richard III might be buried in a car park in Leicester. A year later, she went back to the site and the feeling returned, although this time someone had hand-painted the letter R over the parking bay.
Amazing. For years and years, she was going, sure he's down there. There's an R. Why else would it be there? And they were like, restricted parking. She's like, no, it's too easy. People have had so much fun looking for him. Why don't they hide him again?
Yeah.
And in 100 years' time, but hang on, I was in Lidl, I saw this R on the floor.
It doesn't seem to be a recent story. They found his remains and they're going to bury him somewhere.
Oh, the story is
Yes.
that they think that it shouldn't be done with pomp and ceremony.
Should he have a state funeral?
No.
It's either him or Blair.
Chuck them in together. Why wait till he dies?
He's going to get 3 days lying in state, first of all. Jimmy Savile actually had 3 days lying in state. Just saying. I think they're wise to have let a little bit of time pass this time.
Do you think there are any shows on the BBC at Christmas about Richard III? His great career.
He'll be transported by a horse-drawn hearse which will visit churches and landmarks from the King's final days on a journey before his reinterment at Leicester Cathedral. So what's ironic about the ceremonial route which Richard...
ironic
He's got a horse. That was his last request, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And now they've given him one now, the poor devil's dead. It's a shame, isn't it?
Too late.
Yeah.
Do you know who's conducting the service?
Is it St Augustine? You're going to dig him up, especially. Bring him over.
That'd be brilliant. Everyone invited is dead. They've gone to the top, the very top.
Archbishop of Canterbury?
Yes, Justin
Really?
Welby.
Oh, Archie? Wow.
He's conducting the service. Why does this cortege and lying in state worry some people?
He's dead. Why are they taking him places? I don't understand. Like, wave, look, remember, Richard? Do you remember the battle? What's happening?
Of course, this bypass wasn't here then, but that was built in 1957. Taking the Euro Disney, you haven't seen any of that. You'd have to tell him who Mickey Mouse was, but he'd get into it, wouldn't he? And that's Goofy. He reminds me of the Duke of Norfolk. Yeah, just carry on. The other people are complaining about the smell. Just get on the ride.
They're worried that people...
You have to be 600 years old to get on this ride.
People are going to boo. Is that what they think? That people are going to boo their procession and be
they do.
anti it?
According to Mary Mackenzie, a spokesman for the For Richard Society, Already, someone has placed a red rose on his statue at Leicester Cathedral.
What a bastard.
Yeah. He wants to think himself, look, he's not alive now, he'd be on £2 a week.
That's a lot of money to him.
Yeah, well, yeah. This is the reburial of Richard III. The funeral cortege will pass through Bosworth Field. Bit tactless. It's like giving Diana's coffin another spin round Paris. Richard III died in 1485. Historians point out that it's the most delayed funeral ever for a British monarch. Prince Charles doesn't agree.
Fingers on buzzers, teams. Here's the next one.
This is the Pope. Karaoke night. He wanted to be friendlier to gays and to gay people and to people who are divorced, and he was trying to push this through, and the General Synod said, oh, no, it's too modern for us.
Yeah, well, that's right. The Conservative bishops wouldn't agree to the wording of a document the Pope wanted to publish, encouraging the Church to be more welcoming. So what did the Pope do?
Well, he leaked it anyway.
Didn't he just say, we'll have another vote next year, and then we'll have another vote the year of, and eventually they'll just vote the way he tells them to, because he's infallible?
He did backtrack and say that we should be tolerant without embracing, because that is how you catch gay. Everyone knows that.
This document regarding the Vatican's stance on homosexuality, it has a Latin name.
Oh, yes.
Do you know what that is?
No.
It's relatio.
No.
It is.
Is that when we normally go to a commercial break?
According to the Times, what has the Pope recently hired out for the first time?
Sistine Chapel.
It is the
For-
Is that for corporates?
It was a corporate event.
Yeah, Porsche hired it for a concert. Although at the same time, the Pope has put a limit on the annual number of visitors a year to the Sistine Chapel. What's the limit going to be?
Well, it's millions, presumably. I mean, you only get about 5 seconds in there. You have to queue for 3 hours to get to the Sistine Chapel. You get in there and someone says, shut up, shut up, shut up. And then you try and take a picture and you get out.
But why is he limiting the numbers? 6 million is the limit.
So we can do more corporates.
Protect the artwork.
Yeah, to protect the artwork from what?
People.
The Pope thinks it's the bad breath and body odour of the people. It's damaging the frescoes.
No.
Yeah?
God, I've worked with so many smelly men, not you, Paul, but... in my
Have you lost your sense of smell?
I just think in my long TV career, I've worked with a lot of very smelly
Who were
people.
you thinking of?
Yeah, let's have it. Initials.
Just do an impression.
Initials would be easier.
No, I can't do impressions.
Oh.
But surely people are less smelly now than when the Sistine Chapel was built.
No, I've got a list of smellies. Actually, I've worked with female smellies as well. But usually they have big hair, which is a plus, because you can't get anywhere near them anyway.
Yep, in other politics, what, according...
Is there any other politics?
What, according to Miriam Gonzalez Durantes, have women been doing for years?
Faking it. But she's talking about faking it with all your clothes on, your knickers pulled up, and you're in the office asking for a pay rise. She's saying we've got to appear to be confident. It's so easy for her to say that. It's drivel, isn't it?
Say what you think, Janet. It's just no...
Do you know what? There's nothing I hate more than a woman who earns $170,000 a year telling other women how to live their lives. Like, it's so easy. You're working in a shop, you want a pay rise, you're going to go in and say, all right, I'm confident, because Miriam told me to be confident. Go down really well.
Don't you think it's slightly embarrassing when the wife of the Deputy Prime Minister says, well, we've all been faking it, haven't we? What's Clegg sitting there thinking?
This is what she said, Mrs. Clegg. Women have been faking lots of things during history, no? So if you're going to fake something, fake self-confidence. Is that good advice, Catherine, do you think?
She's gotten somewhere, so I feel like I'll listen a bit. My little sister, for example, jobless for years, gives loads of advice. I believe in having self-confidence, but it should be genuine, should it not?
Yeah, but I don't think it's going to get you a pay rise in the current climate. Being really brutal. And I hate people giving out advice because you're kind of put on the spot all the time, aren't you? People are like, what's your advice be? Well, my advice would be don't listen to advice from famous people.
Including you.
Thank you, Ian.
Sorry.
Including you too.
No, it was a logical trap.
Yeah, all right, it was a logical
Can I just say how pleased I am with Ian to be appearing on Loose Women? It's always been an ambition of mine to be on the show, and here I am. It's great.
That's fine. Richard, here's another for you.
Oh, yes, of course, is the flag of the European Union. We know that. Yes, Nigel Farage, and he's on his way to a public ceremony. Gays are allowed to get married since Sunday. It's fantastic. Really good news, brilliant. And this couple here was the first to actually, say the rights. They're now a husband and husband. Fantastic news.
Oh, that's lovely.
It's a lovely story.
A lot of people think it won't last, but I'm all for it.
I think so. They've had a couple of arguments, a couple of them in public, but, they'll get together as a couple. They'll be absolutely fine.
I think it's the story about Nick Clegg and Nigel Farage having a TV debate.
And who do you think won?
I don't think either of them are truly winners, are they? I think you've got best loser.
According to Donald McIntyre in The Independent, journalists had been briefed that Nick Clegg was going to do something unusual during the debate. What was it?
He was going to show some passion.
Get emotional.
On a space hopper.
And did he get emotional?
He got a bit emotional.
He used his hands a lot, didn't he? Sort of, just to show emotion and stuff. He and he took his shirt off as well, I think, didn't he?
Yeah. As far as I understand it, yeah. They wrestled like men. I quite enjoyed the debate, and I think because of the way I watched it, because I didn't watch the pictures, I just had the audio. Then I turned the volume right down, and genuinely I enjoyed it.
Well, it's slightly odd. You're the Deputy Prime Minister, and you're taking on live television a man who hasn't got one MP. And he wins. This is supposed to be equal status.
Apparently, Clegg told Farage, you're making things up to make a point, to which Farage replied, you've done pretty well out of it.
And he said he didn't say it, and then the policeman came out and said he won't answer the question. But he had a tape going in which he said, I admit I swore, and I'm sorry about that.
He was wearing a wire. And the feds didn't realise. He turned the tables against them.
Well, how long did the original incident actually last, the actual incident?
45 seconds.
45 seconds. And so far it's cost...
£250,000
Yes, it has. Yes.
To investigate.
Can we get the Chinese pay for that?
160 million people in China watched it on YouTube.
Yeah.
But they must really not have liked him. There must have been a build-up of animosity towards him.
Yeah, do you think he'd ridden up to the gates most days and said, open it?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Clapping his hands. Open, come on! Bike here, eco!
It's a terrible dilemma. Do you believe a Tory member of the cabinet or a policeman? Public's got a real problem there.
Police whistleblower has actually come forward. You mentioned that.
They're all whistleblowers,
talking about a result.
They're all whistleblowers. They all blow whistles.
I don't think they do
anymore.
Do
Okay. Logically, it doesn't
work. The mobile phone.
When this show began, you could have done that joke. I don't mean today. I mean 20 years ago.
I felt tense because you went very quiet. I thought, oh God, I've cut across a friend of Tom Cruise's.
But a whistleblower has come forward with the result of a plot to get Mitchell. And he says that Mitchell had a row at the gates the previous evening as well, after which one of the officers had said, right, we can stitch him up. I love the idea that they actually said it like you would in the Beano.
Paul and John, here's another for you.
Oh, cricket, obviously, black and white. The Pope. What's that? The Holy Beach Ball of Lords. What's that? Nuns. At least one of them's a man, I can see from here. The Vatican's got its own cricket team.
It has. Do you know what they're called?
The Angels, the Saints, the Pope's cricket team, the Vatican 11.
They're called the St Peter's Cricket Club. And if you ask for an LBW decision, they'll deny you 3 times, apparently. Yes, get those references in. Yes, sorry, Giles. What does the Pope think of it?
Have 6-day matches, but never 7.
The Pope is really into football.
He is indeed, as we can see here in this photo. Oh, bollocks, it's not coming. Let's move on.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm being quite unprofessional tonight. It's hormones, everyone. It's not really. I haven't got any hormones in my body anymore, thank God. My husband's pleased. I haven't assaulted him for months. Do you know what Father Theodore Mascarenhas, the Vatican Cricket Club president, had to say? By the way, to give you a clue, he's an Indian spin bowler and he moves the ball in a mysterious way. Sorry. Well, he said, we hope that one day we will be able to translate silly mid-off into Latin. Want to have a crack at that, Giles?
My Latin is terrible. For years I thought in loco parentis meant my dad's an engine driver.
Julius Caesar used to tell that one.
Here we go. There's just time for the caption competition.
Say yes, you bitch.
She's saying, I've got a hole in my coat pocket.
And I leave you with news that at a conference in Tangiers, David Cameron suddenly remembers that the president of Morocco also went to Eton.
In Oxfordshire, whilst taking an early morning shower, Bill Oddie forgets to close the bathroom curtains.
At a Labour Party coffee morning, Ed Miliband suddenly wonders if the good luck gift from his brother really is a fudge cake.
And from his office in Westminster, Peter Mandelson activates the remote electrical charge device one more time.
And let's take a listen to the next history noise.
Next history noise.
Paul
That was
and Mark.
A zip?
It was a zip, yeah. Why is zip particularly historical this week?
Must be the 100th anniversary of the zip.
100th anniversary of the zip.
Yes, it's been 100 years to the day since a man first went, ah, no, that's just making it worse. Yeah, I'll tell you what, if cats don't like being stroked, they should try that. The zip appears in the top 5 of the list of 100 greatest inventions of all time. Can you tell me what else might appear in that top 5?
There's a moth in the studio. Moths. A moth. Fire. Fire's got to be one of the top inventions, isn't it?
No. I think fire was a discovery more than invention.
Oh. That moth is very, very excited. Someone's got something very old out the wardrobe. I think it's that gentleman's jumper.
It shows you how interesting this programme is. Everybody's focus is now on that moth. So, yeah, the fire. Yeah, fire. So fire's a discovery.
Let's take a look at the top 5. They are in order. The corkscrew, or bottle opener.
Yes.
The optical lens, the zip fastener, the cigarette lighter...
Fire! Portable fire, I should have said.
What about the moth zapper? Really do with one now.
I told you to wait in the van.
All right, okay. Tittlecott Bridge in West Yorkshire.
Yes. That's nice.
Marathon bars, the English Channel, and the Co-op's ambient sausage roll.
Ambient sausage roll. Well, the English Channel was recently in the news this week because I think it's the French or somebody wants to rename it the English Pond. So is there things about being renamed? Like Marathon has famously become Snickers, isn't it, over the years? Gradually, it started off being Sarathon, and it became Snarathon. So it's about name changes, isn't it? All these have been considered for name changes, but the only one that's changed its name is Marathon. It's as simple as that.
No.
The channel hasn't been renamed.
No, right, yes, the channel
English
hasn't
Channel.
been renamed. They've all been renamed, apart from the English Channel, which the EU planners want to rename the Anglo-French Pond as part of an effort towards breaking down national barriers by creating new regions of Europe.
Well, that should improve relations between us and France forever.
In 1990, marathons were renamed Snickers to bring them into line with the global brand. It was originally named after a horse belonging to the owners. Ironically, the horse had been gelded, so no longer contained nuts. So. Ticklecock Bridge. No one followed the story of Ticklecock Bridge? It recently saw its name restored to the more traditional Ticklecock Bridge.
Yes.
After angry local residents launched a campaign. Local newspaper The Pontefract and Castleford Express said the council had been embarrassed because Ticklecock is a sexual innuendo.
No, it's not an innuendo. No. It's a statement of fact.
And which group was particularly outraged?
Pedants.
No, the Castleford area voice for the elderly.
Their slogan is aye.
On to the ambient sausage roll.
Ambient sausage roll, yeah.
Yes. Managers at the Co-op have agreed to remove the description ambient from its sausage roll labels after admitting they don't know what it meant. They have all been renamed, apart from the English Channel, which EU planners want to rename the Anglo-French Pond. In Castleford, residents fought a campaign to retain the name of local landmark Ticklecock Bridge.
Yeah.
Of course, there are a number of other places with names that would make most people embarrassed to live there. There's Shitterton in Dorset, Twat in Shetland, Swindon.
Oh, yes, this is the happy news of the mine has been released, although apparently viewers are getting rather fed up with the coverage because it's all rather similar. So the last 15 miners are going to be part of a lottery game where they're going to be holding up a number, and you... if you've got the number at home, it's your chance to win... Oh, what was that?
Somebody winning the lottery.
Oh, somebody winning the lottery.
Do you know what the sequence of events was for each rescued miner?
They got in the thing, and they took them out.
Yeah.
They got out of the thing.
Pretty much. According to the Times, the claustrophobic escape capsule takes 15 minutes to travel 700 metres. If you want to imagine what that's like, take a trip on the Northern Line. The 24-hour news channels have been enjoying this story, but there was just a hint that they might be running out of things to say. Let's have a look.
So far, the only miner to emerge from the tube with a beard.
For the Missing Words round, which features Lower Extremity Review, one of the leading bottom shelf magazines. And we start with Roomy Socks What?
Invite lodgers.
Oh, is this Wayne Roomy?
Yeah, it's a piece of graffiti, Roomy Socks. That's what's happened to spelling in this country. Now, the answer is roomy socks can be worn by anyone.
I used to what? Not now.
Vote Labour.
Says Blair.
I used to love politics, but not now. Yeah, this is just...
Oh, Anne Widdecombe.
Yeah. No.
Sorry, I've got
different.
this thing where I just suddenly say her name. This is one of the least embarrassing times it's happened, to be honest. I get quite excited tonight.
No, this is according to Labour supporter Robert Harris. Robert Harris's novel The Ghost has just been made into a film directed by Roman Polanski.
Yeah.
Comes out with a 15 rating, but Polanski swears it was an 18.
Biscuit police, what?
Crumble under pressure.
Caught hobnobbing.
Arrest disproportionate number of Bourbons.
The answer is clash with 86-year-old granny.
Next, what three musical dwarfs?
Pavarotti's autopsy revealed.
On the third day of Christmas. True love gave to me.
Three musical dwarfs.
One was 4'2", one was 3.
The answer is Cheryl's birthday gift.
When he said Margaret Thatcher did great hurt to the British people, although not as much as all those bombs, eh, Jerry? All right, Jerry, any time! Yeah. Straight between you, gizzard!
I thought we politically moved on from issuing threats to former members of the IRA.
Well, the BBC also interviewed Maggie's biggest fan and disciple, Tony Blair. Did you see his tribute? He said, very few leaders get to change the landscape of not just their own country, but of the world. I mean, well, he certainly changed the landscape of Baghdad. I'm sorry, Tony, I'm sorry about that, because he had a heart operation, once he had ablation.
Well, he had one put in.
Did he have one put in? And now, Lord Howe of Aberavon was asked... I'm not going to say that again.
Yeah, go on.
I'm not, Aberavon.
It sounds like you're drowning in a bath.
Was asked by Sky for his thoughts on his time in Thatcher's cabinet. And he said it was a long time ago. Well, yes, that's the idea when someone dies, Geoffrey. A bit of reminiscing about old stuff. Come on, shape up!
I think you're in safer ground attacking Geoffrey Howe than you were with Jerry Adams.
Did you hear about Julian Stiles? According to the Mirror, Julian, 58, was made redundant from his factory job in 1984. I've been waiting for that witch to die for 30 years, he said. Tonight is party time. I'm drinking one drink for every year I've been out of work. 30 years? Without a job? Pull your finger out, Julian, you lazy bastard! I'll kill you, you bastard!
Let's abandon this show. Brian says, who wants a fight? Line up in alphabetical order. Adams,
right.
you're first.
Next, Peter Adams analyses Reginald's what?
It's got to be bonsai, isn't it?
Oak.
He analyses... Peter Adams analyses Reginald's tree and finds it isn't bonsai, it's just very far away.
No, it was bonsai. It was Peter Adams analyses Reginald's bonsai. Here's Peter Adams in bonsai focus. That's his actual size, obviously. Several celebrities own bonsai trees, such as Ronnie Corbett. He likes a bit of shade.
Does Tom Cruise have a bonsai as well?
Hey, don't slag Tom off, all right?
It was just a normal-sized tree.
Leave him alone. Leave him alone. He's suffered enough.
Did you go and see him because you're going to have a remake of Twins, the Danny DeVito and Arnold Schwarzenegger film?
You should remake all of Arnie's films, actually. It'd be
You
fantastic.
have been well and truly rumbled
The
there.
Terminator.
Yeah.
I'll be back. I'm telling you that. I will be back. I'll bloody be back. I'll tell you that. I'll be back.
Big commando facing all those people. Oh, watch it, lads. Someone's going to get hurt.
Is there any other impressions you do other than me?
I do Tony Blair, but then I sound like him anyway.
Offend someone in Tony Blair's voice.
You know...
That's it, I'm offended.
Ed Miliband, of course, used his conference speech to position himself further to the left of politics, people say. But did you see how he appears to be growing his own Michael Goves? You can see, sort of... It's like a Gove farm. And on the right, that's a sort of young beginner Gove. And then slightly more mature, further to the left. And then the one on the left of the picture, that's nearly finished.
Actually looks like the world's dullest boy band, don't it?
No direction.
And finally, would anyone like to see the chat-up technique of Danny Fancy a Brandy Alexander?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's just this conference has been so busy, so I've had so many things to do. So I haven't been up late, relaxing in the bar. So that's not a
That'll
problem.
come on Wednesday, maybe?
Maybe tonight.
Maybe tonight, good.
How about you?
Yes, this is the Labour Party conference and the Daily Mail's character assassination of Marxist historian Ralph Miliband, who they described as the man who hated Britain. For legal reasons, we can't make any derogatory comments about Daily Mail editor Paul Dacre, but apparently his dad's an arsehole. Sorry, was an arsehole.
On the subject of air travel, what did we learn this week about women pilots?
Oh, God. I don't know, I'm just dreading where this is going.
No, no.
They're better.
Well, a survey found that 51% of passengers wouldn't trust a woman pilot. The survey was commissioned by a travel agent who surveyed 49 normal people, then repeatedly asked Godfrey until they got to... I know, I'm doing you a terrible disservice. I feel sure you are far more enlightened than that.
I know you've said that women aren't very good drivers, but they're much better than men at finding the mustard in the pantry. And I wondered, was that a euphemism? Like, have you often found yourself, you know, with women and you feel like you've been rummaging for ages in the pantry and... You know, she's screaming, you just can't find the mustard. Is that... where that came from.
Right, sorry, are we talking French or English?
Time now for the odd one out round. One between you this week. Your four are SpongeBob SquarePants, Sally Burko, Walter Tell, and Carmen Miranda.
Fruit.
Sally Burko fruitcake?
No, she was caught... I'm sure I saw this on Channel 4 News. This was big. She was at one of the conferences balancing some item of fruit on her head in a bar.
Yes, that's correct.
Walter Tell, son of William, balanced an apple on his head and had it shot off by his father. Carmen Miranda had a whole bowl of fruit on her head. Fantastic, and sang "Yes, We Have No Bananas." SpongeBob SquarePants, he's quite a guy. Bob is the odd one out. Is it because he's got a friend called Patrick?
And he's the odd one out because nobody else knows anybody called Patrick.
Where does SpongeBob live?
He lives under the sea.
In a pineapple. Yes, but also under...
a pineapple.
No.
Yes!
Yay!
Hello.
Right.
Is there an echo?
Did you say
Is there an echo?
Did you say under a pineapple first?
There was a little echo over that
I
side.
don't know.
He did all... you know what? Let him have it. Proper chairman, and God love you, Hump, would have said by now, I'm going to award points to both sides.
But I can't say it now. How spineless would I look? Yes, SpongeBob SquarePants is the odd one out. How would you describe his voice, Ian?
Rough, manly.
Touching Lord Helsham.
Well, Tom Kenny, the man behind the distinctive voice, describes it as a dolphin with a touch of seagull thrown in, which is also a starter at Heston Blumenthal's. Can you name any of Carmen Miranda's hits?
Yes.
I
like you very much. Way down among Brazilians, coffee beans go by the millions, and they got a lot of coffee there to sell. There's a full lot of coffee in Brazil. At last, the show's coming to life.
Carmen Miranda cracked America, but her English wasn't great. She told one magazine, I say 20 words in English, I say money, 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 and I say hot dog. She went on to teach Nancy DeLolio how to speak English. Yes, they've all had fruit on their heads, apart from SpongeBob SquarePants, who lives under a pineapple in a fun town under the sea. Sort of like Blackpool will be once all the fracking starts. In other mistake news, why have Google been suffering from rogue anuses?
Oh, yes. 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 This is... there's a... There's a computer program which misreads old print, so arms comes out as anus, so farewell to anus. I drape my anus across her shoulder in a comforting manner. This is what's happening. This is what's happening. They sound as if I'm making it up, but I'm not, am I, David?
You're not making it up.
No.
The scanning technology they use to turn books into e-books can't differentiate between arms and anus in certain typefaces. Here's a quote from John Mackay Wilson's Tales of the Borders. Poor Janet shuddered at the words which she heard him utter, for with strange and wicked oaths he vowed vengeance on the individual who'd persecuted him, and she flung her anus around his neck and kissed his forehead. From Georgina Bragg's Matisse on the Loose, she grabbed my anus and positioned my body in the direction of the East Gallery, and we started walking. And in the complete works of Washington Irving, there is a reference to the great captain who had been one of his comrades in anus. Are there any other words that Google Books scanning technology is confused?
Yeah, it can't do tax.
Yes, it reads tax as free. No, it's burn and bum get muddled up as well, as in a patent for a carrier for an integrated circuit that talks of bum-in electrical contacts.
God, Scotland, what happens? It's bums night.
Where they all join anuses and sing old language.
And so, to round two, the strengthometer of news. Fingers on buzzers, teams. Here's the first one.
That's a cake, isn't it? It's the Great British Bake Off winner, that is. So there was talk about there being some misogyny. Some people on the internet were very harsh about some of the contestants, I believe. what is it now?
We were just going to tell you who the people were. The gentleman on the left is Monsieur Raymond Blanc, the television chef, and he tweeted what appeared to be a sarcastic remark about the winner 24 hours before the winner was announced, and possibly spoilt the whole competition.
But he got it wrong, because it wasn't the winner.
Indeed, he said, you know, French is my second language. Theresa May then phoned up and said, oh, you're some froggy waller, are you? Well, get out, get out.
This is what he tweeted. The Great British Bake Off, not much skills, female tears, and a winner so thin who makes me doubt her love for great cooking, baking. Who did that text refer to?
It referred to Ruby.
That's Ruby.
Ah, yes.
But you can't really tell how thin she is there, because she could have, like, a really massive body under there. Must have more photos of myself taken from that height.
And this is the winner.
Francis. Right. And a lot of Bake Off fans were furious. Yeah. What did former finalist Mary-Anne Boermans compare the situation to? Do you know?
No.
The end of the Crimean War.
She said it was like someone saying Snape killed Dumbledore before you've read the book.
Good grief.
Have you all read Harry Potter?
Yeah. Oh, no! My children and grandchildren are watching this. You've just ruined 7 people's childhood.
Well, good. Let's see what Frances said about her personality. My key ingredients are a dollop of randomness, a teaspoon of wonder, a pinch of eccentricity, a drop of serendipity, a handful of curiosity, a fluid ounce of fun, and a cup of cold sick. So, this is the grand final of Bake Off, which I watched this week. It was contested by 3 female cooks, which is odd because I happen to know for a fact that the best bakers are all male, and they're all called Greg. One of the finalists, Ruby Tando, received a lot of coverage for her looks. She complained, saying, if I see one more person use the pun doe-eyed, I will personally go to their house and force-feed them an entire Charlotte Royale. Ruby, you're doe-eyed. Yeah. That's dough with an O-U-G-H. If I'm not at home, leave it with my neighbour. Thank you. Desperate bid to claw back Sunday evening viewers from Downton Abbey, the BBC auditions a new weather girl.
After the sad death of the world's smallest man, someone inquires whether his clothes will be on eBay.
And outside a surgery in London, a Strictly Come Dancing researcher awaits treatment after catching a glimpse of a naked Anne Widdecombe.
America? Yes, of course. They've just had these mid-term elections. There's Sarah Palin, Ian's favourite. And then there's Obama, the president, who is not doing very well at the moment. The American people, 1 in 4 think he's Muslim, 1 in 10 think he's a terrorist, 1 in 50 think he's a holiday they took in Mexico in 1968.
In the last US election, it was hockey moms. Who are the rabid right-wing Republican banshees these days? What are they called now?
Mama Grizzlies.
Mama
Grizzly and the Tea Party.
Sarah Palin said Mama Grizzlies are ordinary people with common sense who just kind of know when something is wrong.
That's good.
When she was nominated for vice president, the head of the Republican Party in Alaska was asked what her qualifications for high office were. And he paused, and she said, she's the right age, and she's an American citizen.
She gave a radio interview. The host said, how would you handle a situation like the one that just developed in North Korea? Palin, obviously we've got to stand with our North Korean allies. To which the host replied, South Korean. Yeah, said Palin.
How's Bill Clinton been helping out?
Oh, God, has he been campaigning for them? Is that why they've lost so badly? It's that awful moment when Neil Kinnock says, I support you as a candidate.
I think he'd be good for them, wouldn't he, though?
Do you? You liked him? You liked Bill Clinton?
I thought he seemed like a very nice man.
Did you meet him?
I have met him once, actually, yes.
Was he at one of your concerts?
No, he wasn't. He made me feel very special. He came...
Did you keep the dry cleaning receipt?
Yeah.
of the election, Bill Clinton made his own contribution to the campaign. According to The Times, Mr. Clinton went through 9 different states, including arousal, ecstasy, exhaustion and guilt.
Heinz tomato ketchup moves too fast. It is not allowed to leave the factory. It cannot travel at more than 0.028 miles an hour. That's obviously an average speed, though, because, as we all know, it travels at 0.000 miles an hour on the first 10 shakes and then 1,000 billion miles an hour into your crotch.
Oh, this is such a lovely story. This is about the pensioner who shaved 10 miles off the marathon by taking a sneaky shortcut and ending up in the Guinness Book of Records.
Unfortunately, he got it quite wrong and he actually finished before he actually started.
He finished in 3 hours and 5 minutes, setting the fastest time ever recorded by anyone over 65.
Over a distance of 12 miles.
Why were suspicions first aroused that something fishy had gone on?
Because he beat the team from Kenya.
Yes, Ian and Clive?
I'm not sure that photo's real.
Is it the Bee Gees?
These are people who've been released this week. These are happy stories.
She's Aung San Suu Kyi, who's the Burmese opposition leader, who's been in prison for 15 years, and she's just been let out of house arrest.
House arrest, yeah.
After a non-violent protest, which seems to have worked.
Is it Paul and Rachel? They were pottering around in their boat. They were taken by Somali pirates, and they've been released. Somebody must have paid their ransom.
One of the reasons they're released is that the pirates were getting bored because they've held them for ages and it's not cost-efficient. And the intermediary was a Somalian taxi driver based in London.
So no wonder they kept waiting. They kept saying, yeah, I'll be with you in 20 minutes. It took 3 months.
According to Max Clifford, the couple could make £1 million from TV interviews. Adding a successful book could double or treble that. With a movie, you could go up to 5 million, even 10 million. Then they really will be worth kidnapping.
Shall we have a quick Greedy Bastards update?
Yeah. Does it come with a signature tune? Greedy Bastards, Greedy Bastards, Greedy Bastards update.
Vodafone? I mean, anyone... What have they done?
Oh, is this a tax avoiders round?
Well, of course it's bound to be, isn't it?
Vodafone, they haven't paid any tax?
Goldman Sachs.
Boo!
Disgraceful.
Someone challenged them, the revenue, because the revenue did a deal where basically Goldman Sachs didn't have to pay interest on what they owed to the taxman, let alone what they actually owe. And the courts decided in Goldman Sachs' favour, which is absolutely extraordinary.
And Amazon?
I know this one. Look at that. I'm quite nervous. It's my first show. My dad actually rang me and went, "Don't spoil this for us." What a start up the 10. My average has been sat here going, just don't. There's a discussion going on around me, and in my head, 2 kittens are fighting over a pork chop. Yeah, they've avoided it by... It goes through Luxembourg, is it? The head office. So everything's processed here, packaged and sent off. But because the sales are processed in Europe, they avoid paying the UK tax.
But the man from Google's got to go back to Parliament to explain why he didn't appear to be telling the truth. I'm not saying he wasn't. Just Google truth, see if anything comes up.
Sorry for Kate, I don't know. I just saw her this week and I think that she's just looking thinner than I've ever seen her.
That's what journalists always say. Oh, she's so thin, isn't she?
No, I absolutely don't mean it like that.
Have we seen the birth of a new mime artist?
Don't be horrible to me again. You were horrible about me in private eye, and I rang you up. Yeah, it's okay. And I rang you up, and you just went, "Yeah, no, I'm sorry."
Yes, this was the fairy tale royal wedding. The wedding was covered by the world's media, including the German newspaper Bild, which lamented, "Why don't we have royals like the Windsors?" David Beckham wore his OBE, but breached etiquette by wearing it on the wrong side. Although, to be fair, it was on the correct side when he checked in the mirror.
Why shouldn't the government be too worried about UKIP in a general election?
Because if they get the same percentage of the vote, which is 23% of the vote, they won't get any seats at all. So a quarter of the country can vote for you and you get nothing.
But
Which shows the system's working.
But the good news is that
you're still in.
Is that the BNP would get in if you went for a proportional representation system.
Right. So you're saying better to keep it as it is?
I'm just saying that the British public, I'm putting on my Conservative Party voice now, the British public know what parties to support that will be reasonable and moderate. And that's all I want to say at this time.
The thing that amazes me about MPs is they don't seem to have any idea how embarrassing they are in public. They have no idea.
It's now time for the odd one out round. Just one between you this week. Ming the mollusk, Glenn Greenwald's phone, Bert Kwok, and the E. coli 0157.
Well, I think it's called Ming the mollusk because it's 500 years old and dates back to the Ming dynasty. And scientists found it, didn't know how old it was, killed it. And then discovered it was the oldest animal that they think has ever lived.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So you can get ill from eating those. Yeah. E. coli can make you ill.
Absolutely. Bert Kwok, is it the actor or is it the part he's playing there in the Pink Panther films as Kato? It's the actor.
It's the part.
It's
he's
the
playing
part.
Kato.
Give us a clue.
Yeah.
Containing the answer. Oh, cold. Cold.
Oh, right, OK. Yes, Kato was hidden in a fridge.
Yes.
He was hiding in a fridge in one of the films, shot in the dark, I think, and he comes, bang. So it's about people being put in fridges. The mollusk should have been put in a fridge and it would have survived. Kato jumped out of a fridge, he was all right. The E. coli bacteria is all right if you freeze it. And it's the bloke with the phone.
His phone was
the
hidden
fridge
in a
thing
fridge.
was right. Everything else was wrong, but I'm still going to give you a point because I feel like we should move on.
No, but the other one out, it was Glenn Greenwald's phone.
No, it wasn't. Stop taking over. You can do that on your radio show, which is on at 3:30.
Have you got a radio show?
Mondays, 2
I'm going to write that down.
The odd one out is Ming the mollusk.
Ming the mollusk?
All the others have survived a stint in the freezer, except for Ming the mollusk, who died. Glenn Greenwald, the former Guardian journalist who was involved in the publication of the intelligence emails leaked by Edward Snowden, regularly used to put his phone in the freezer. Why would he do that?
He was worried it would be bugged.
Or security, yes. There's an even more effective place you can put your phone to stop anyone hacking it. Any ideas?
Is that News International HQ?
A martini shaker.
Oh, OK.
E. coli 0157, one of the nastiest strains of E. coli, can survive in the fridge or the freezer. How old were you when you first got colonised by an E. coli bacterium, Janet?
Funnily enough, I had amoebic dysentery when I was 7. And I was actually in hospital.
How on earth did you get that? I thought that was...
I got it in Fulham. I grew up quite near you, Paul.
Yes.
I think it's something you sent from Fulham Palace Road to my
I
road.
used to send out those parcels all the time.
Ming the mollusk was an ocean quahog, a type of clam. How easy is it to date a clam?
Well, you have to get them drunk first.
There's an app called Chowder.
You need to watch out for chlamydia, though. It's quite... No, I've never dated a clam before.
No.
Pulled a few muscles. But if nothing else, this story brought out a certain solidarity amongst headline writers. What do you think The Independent, The Mirror and The Mail all went with for their headline?
Clam dead after 500 years. No, that wouldn't be very good, would it? Shuts.
Clam shut. Clam shell, clam shut, clam...
Tears, cry.
Yes. Clam claps mime artist. No.
Are you taking the piss? You know what it is now.
No.
You do. This is what stupid people look like.
I've never seen anyone worse at charades than you.
No. That is a very good clam mime.
We got the clam bit.
Oh, sorry. The sad bit, the sorrow. What would happen? Oh, damn, it's such a...
A shame.
Crocodile.
What a shame! Calamity! Ian!
No, that's terrible.
Ian! What is it terrible? It's a calamity! I'm not mad, am I? You all got that.
What were the tears for? How would that lead us to calamity as a pun?
That was useless.
Right, you're going. You can be the panellist now. Come on.
They're not New Labour anymore. No. I hadn't noticed that. They're going to rebrand.
Yeah, Labour.
Labour Classic.
They couldn't
call themselves New Labour when Blair left. It's like when Mike Nolan left Bucks Fizz. They couldn't call themselves Bucks Fizz anymore.
Labour could go with Bucks Fizz. Champagne socialists, but slightly diluted
Fizz.
with orange juice. And the Lib Dems, what are they?
I think they're going to sit this election out. It's probably...
They've got a note from their mother.
I think they'll play the sympathy vote to a certain extent. Just have Nick Clegg topless holding a puppy, just looking into the camera like that.
According to the Sunday Times, what has David Cameron decided to do?
Resign.
No.
Go on holiday.
No, this is about the TV debates.
He's going to debate with Nigel Farage. He's going for the toughest one first.
That's right. Cameron is going to take on Farage. According to the Sunday Times, Cameron wants the TV debates to be in a 2-3-5 formation. So that's Cameron Miliband, Clegg Miliband Cameron, and Farage Cameron Clegg Miliband with Yaya Toure behind the strikers. Thank you for laughing. I don't know what that meant.
I'm not in touch with Vivienne Westwood.
Right.
Though I did get married in Vivienne Westwood, so...
Did you?
Yeah.
What, inside her?
Karen Brady, off of The Apprentice, was at the Tory party conference. What was she wearing? I mean, what was she there for?
Oh, yes. Well, I can tell you what she was wearing.
Okay, you can say
it was
what
one of those body illusion dresses that makes you look half the size you are.
Yes, a
Is that
bodycon
That's
dress.
the one. Oh. Yeah.
Yes.
heard of that.
Well,
Sounds really good, yeah. Try one next time.
I will, yeah.
No, but I'm saying you need to.
No, not saying I want to.
We can have a look at Karen Brady's bodycon dress. If you believed the bodycon there, you'd just call an ambulance, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Brady was there to introduce George Osborne. Do you know how she did that?
George Osborne.
Bill Clinton did Tony Blair once.
Really?
I mean, introduced him.
Get your wife to do it now. That's the other thing at the conference.
Say,
I think
you're the
after
hero.
Justine's performance in the Ed Miliband show, no wife is going to do it again, are they? Did anyone
She
see
was
that?
told to kiss him.
Oh, yeah, and she has to do it.
Well,
not even prostitutes have to kiss. And there was also a spectre at the feast at the Tory conference. Do you know who that was?
Oh, Nigel Farage.
Yes, and I suppose the ghost of Margaret Thatcher was probably
because she was
there.
invoked, wasn't she?
Was she?
The mummy.
They did a
return.
séance.
Anyway, he turned up, didn't he?
Yes, he turned up in Manchester to address a lunatic fringe... Sorry, Freudian slip. A fringe meeting. Here he is arriving.
Do you expect a warm welcome at the Tory conference?
No.
That's the spirit.
If there's no money, which they said there isn't, does that mean you now have nothing to talk about?
If there's no money, it means we're in a mess, and as you know, the frequency of my appearances goes up.
Oh, right.
With the more that...
And the money
things
you
are,
make from that goes back into the economy.
That would be the solution to all our problems.
Right.
Is it very, very bad?
Do you remember how bad it was in the autumn of 2008?
Yes.
It could be at least as bad as that again. It could.
You know the end of Reservoir Dogs when
Yep.
they're all dead, lying in pools of blood, having killed each other. If that was a sort of standard on the sort of pestometer, where are we at the moment?
The good news is... The good news is things are a lot worse elsewhere.
That's good news, is it?
That's the good news.
Tell you what, you wouldn't believe it looking at your reports.
This is the last thing British banks needed.
You're absolutely right, George. I mean, they need us like a hole in the head. Our banks have become chronically short of cash. Normal commercial sources have more or less dried up. But here's what particularly worries me. Frankly, we might as well turn the lights off and get under the duvet and stay there.
Ian and Max,
Yes.
here's another for you.
Oh, good.
It's a train?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's a proper train. That's the two Eds. That's better than one. But not in this case.
It's about investment and infrastructure, yes. Well, you know, they're building this enormous boondoggle up north, Ian, and they're...
Is that a technical term?
Yes, boondoggle. It's economics is called big frickin' waste of money. And, you know, if you really want to connect the country and get the economy going, give everyone free access to broadband.
Yeah, I think I'd prefer to take the train.
You can't get to Birmingham fast enough.
You can in your virtual self.
Impossible.
Yeah, so this is the wise investment / catastrophic waste of billions of taxpayers' money.
Because the Labour Party have decided now, it was their idea originally to do it, but now that the Tories want to do it, they don't want to do it anymore.
And did you hear the actual words of the dire warning from the government about the consequences if Labour do not? And
no, I'd like to hear you say it.
The precise words were years and years of gridlock, weekend cancellations, hellish journeys and replacement bus services. It's just hard to imagine what that would be like, isn't it? Do you know this week's figure of how much it's going to cost?
I think it's 130 zillion.
The government's current budget is 50 billion, although one independent study says it's going to cost 80 billion.
But you've got Mark Carney now as the Bank of England. He can just print it. Just print 80 billion. Just print it. That's fine. That's what he does. That's what he's there for. Print more money. Doesn't matter if it's 100 billion, 200 billion. Just print.
No downside to that?
Well, unless you include inflation. As long as you don't mind paying extra for energy and food, it's okay. Just keep printing money.
OK, let's have the train.
Bail out the banksters. Bail out. Just print money, it's fine. You put the money in the train and take it to Birmingham.
Listen, Max, 1 hour, 20 minutes to Birmingham. It's too long. More like an hour. Too long. I got stuff to do in Birmingham.
Very busy. Very busy man.
I got concrete to pour.
Yeah. Doesn't pour itself, you know.
It doesn't.
Doesn't pour itself.
I don't care how many billions it costs. That shaves 20 minutes off of me getting to Birmingham and pouring concrete.
It's time now for the Missing Words round, which this week features as its guest publication, Ratitude. The magazine of the North of England Rat Society. For northerners who don't find pigeons dirty enough. And we start with, Putin is what, says author?
Great bloke and I want to live.
Yeah. Is it gay?
The answer is latently gay, says author. A new biography of Vladimir Putin speculates that he might be latently gay. The biographer is not the first to make this claim. The idea that President Putin is latently has been put forward by a number of recently deceased psychologists. Next, chimps take what?
Is it the fucking piss?
The answer is chimps take their owners to court.
No, they don't.
This is the story of a court case in New York in which 4 chimpanzees are seeking to be recognised as humans. The complexities of the chimpanzees' case have left legal experts scratching their heads, rubbing their asses on ropes and eating things from behind each other's ears. Next, from a rat PR point of view, what was very negative?
The bubonic plague.
No, it's the name Red-Eyed Devil. Next, Chinese girl had what in her ear?
British Prime Minister talking patronisingly. Got a flower in her head.
It was a fully grown dandelion. A doctor tried to remove it by blowing, but all that happened was he found out it was 3 o'clock. Next, what was High at Thirsk Rat Show?
Sexual tension. The body count. It was an absolute bloodbath.
Yeah.
The safety officer. Looks all right to me. Just duck the rats on it. Good stuff.
The overall standard of ears was... Next, clown epidemic what?
Relatively easy to spot.
Clown epidemic in Norfolk, warned police. Police in Norfolk have warned of an epidemic of people dressed as clowns. Clowns are actually fairly easy to capture because they tend to have extremely unreliable getaway cars. Finally, what can add an element of aggression into the relationship which can backfire?
Drunken fighting amongst priests. You bastard! You called that a wedding?
It's shouting at a rat. What? The last time I had a rat backfire was when I stuck a firework up it. I'm just joking, obviously. It was a kitten.
Throwing their weight around in Toronto.
This is Rob Ford.
Rob Ford, the
Rob
mayor.
Ford.
Yeah. He's a bit out of control, isn't he? They can't do
Yes.
anything about it. They can't get rid of him. And he sort of basically said, yeah, I did crack cocaine, but I was completely pissed at the time. That's kind of been his defence.
Haven't they got rid of him by now, though? Hasn't he
No,
gone?
he's still staying.
Still
Captain Rob Ford, Mayor of
They
Toronto.
can't get rid of him.
I mean, people these days do resign at the drop of a hat. It's hard not to slightly admire the guy when he's this banged to rights. He's been caught on video smoking crack cocaine.
Yeah.
So you think
So
Paul
don't worry,
Flowers
Rob
should
Ford.
stay
Richard
on?
Bacon is throwing his weight behind you, so
Yeah.
you're going to be all right.
So let me tell you the best fact of the week. This is the best fact of the week. When he admitted that he'd smoked crack cocaine, his approval ratings went up.
Boris, if you're watching.
Yeah. But how low were they when they... It might be just the crack dealers going, yeah.
Have you got the footage of when he ran around the Parliament?
Oh,
and
I have.
This is like a bowling ball.
This is
it.
him running around the City Hall debating chamber and knocking over a pensioner. Buffet's open.
Oh! Right, Paul and Marcus.
It's a woman being inflated on the beach.
Yeah, that's the girl who was accused of being a Russian spy because she went out with a politician. They found that she wasn't a Russian spy, she was just a Russian.
Yep, you're quite right.
They thought she was a spy. She used to go into the House of Commons canteen and say, these sausages are rather cold for this time of year. Sort of, the seagull flies high above Krakow. It sounded like secret messages.
I think they actually thought she was a spy because she made a beeline for a member of the Liberal Democratic Party.
So not very well informed, then?
No. They thought, what other reason could there possibly be?
She's phoning the Kremlin going, they are going to make corduroy compulsory.
Indeed, this is Katia Zytoleviter, who had...
I know, you bet you've practised that, haven't you?
Конечно.
Yeah, it was very good.
That's all my Russian.
That's
No,
very
that's
good.
it.
You
Right.
just learned her name and that was it?
No, конечно. I just said of course. in
Oh,
Russian.
of course as well, blimey.
Здравствуйте. Меня зовут Кирсти. Как тебя зовут?
Oh!
Very good.
Hold on a minute, I just want to ring MI5.
Yeah, exactly. You're falling for the oldest trick in the book. We invited you onto this show. This show's not going out this week. These are cardboard figures. That's not Giles Brandon, that's a puppet. For the Muppet Show. If it was. Basically, Ryan Giggs has spent an awful lot of money to ensure that he's become world famous for stuff other than football.
Yeah.
But people still might be sued for telling people that it was him, so...
Yeah, well, that's right. The MP, John Hemming, he said that apparently 75,000 people named Ryan Giggs on Twitter. It's not possible to arrest them all. Well, I mean, it's worth a go, though, isn't it? I mean, well, the thing is, the injunction is still in place.
That's right.
That's the thing.
Absolutely.
Despite the people keep going blabbing it out, there's a legal expert, Joshua Rosenberg.
Yeah.
This is what he had to say about it, right?
Well, the law is clear. There is still a court order in force which says that we can't name Ryan Giggs as the person who brought these proceedings.
I'm pleased we can say his name, though, because I was getting so fed up. Every newspaper, every day, it was like, Imogen Thomas has been having sexual liaisons with a man who cannot be named. It's like, what, Voldemort?
Yeah.
I sort of see why he did it as well, Ryan Giggs. Because you get the superintelligence, he knows that if his identity was known, then people would know not only who he was, but also that his marriage was on the rocks. And at that point, John Terry would be round his house like a sex-crazed whippet.
Yes, the worst kept secret in Britain is finally out. Lawyers are a complete waste of money. As the row unfolded, thousands of Twitter users named Ryan Giggs in what the Daily Mail called one of the biggest acts of civil disobedience in modern times. Stop that, Syria, lightweights.
Yes, of course. They've just had these mid-term elections. There's Sarah Palin, Ian's favourite. And then there's Obama, the president, who is not doing very well at the moment. The American people, 1 in 4 think he's Muslim, 1 in 10 think he's a terrorist. 1 in 50 think he's a holiday they took in Mexico in 1968.
In the last US election, it was hockey moms. Who are the rabid right-wing Republican banshees these days? What are they called now?
Mama Grizzlies.
Mama Grizzly and the Tea Party.
Sarah Palin said Mama Grizzlies are ordinary people with common sense who just kind of know when something is wrong.
That's good.
When she was nominated for vice president, the head of the Republican Party in Alaska was asked what her qualifications for high office were. And he paused, and she said, she's the right age, and she's an American citizen.
She gave a radio interview. The host said, how would you handle a situation like the one that just developed in North Korea? Palin, obviously we've got to stand with our North Korean allies. To which the host replied, South Korean. Yeah, said Palin.
How's Bill Clinton been helping out?
Oh, God, has he been campaigning for them? Is that what they've lost so badly? It's that awful moment when Neil Kinnock says, I support you as a candidate.
I think he'd be good for them, wouldn't he, though?
Do you? You liked him? You liked Bill Clinton?
I thought he seemed like a very nice man.
Did you meet him?
I have met him once, actually, yes.
Was he at one of your concerts?
No, he wasn't. He made me feel very special. He came...
Did you keep the dry cleaning receipt?
On the eve of the election, Bill Clinton made his own contribution to the campaign. According to The Times, Mr. Clinton went through 9 different states, including arousal, ecstasy, exhaustion and guilt.
Yes, this is...
Miss BMP?
Yeah. I don't think he's a real policeman. We do these things so much better than anybody else, don't we? Weddings. Somebody said they employed lip readers to sort of see what they were saying. She said, I do at one point. He said, I do at another point. But apparently Prince Charles at one point turned to Camilla and tried his lip reader, and apparently he said...
Yeah, what nugget did David Cameron share with Nick Clegg?
I've never liked you.
I want a divorce.
Yeah.
He revealed I had to have my trousers let out.
Let's be honest, she's a good-looking girl, but there's no need for that. I mean, that's not...
It's not seamless.
That is just disrespectful. Oh, use the hymn book, use the hymn book. That's what he said.
What else have they got left to sell off?
I think the next one will be lamp posts. I think they'll sell off lamp posts and you'll have to put 5p in a little meter. And it'll give you just enough light to get to the next one and you put another...
Somewhere George Osborne is writing that down, you know that.
You know, the Royal Mail owns a brilliant miniature electric railway that goes from Paddington to Whitechapel.
Yeah.
And it used to take the mail right across London. It hasn't been used for about 8 to 10 years.
That'd be brilliant, wouldn't it, to use that?
Yeah, they're thinking about using it for shops on Oxford Street. They could have their own little spout and then they put all the goods up and down it and it just whizzes around.
Mark, you were saying earlier that Margaret Thatcher always refused to sell off the Royal Mail. What reason did she give?
Oh, wasn't it something about the Queen's head, wasn't it?
Yeah, she said, I am not prepared to have the Queen's head privatised.
Yeah.
So it was Dennis's favourite pub, I think.
Hey.
What else did we find out about Margaret Thatcher
she
this week?
swore quite a lot.
I bet she didn't describe people as that bigoted woman, though, did she, when the radio mic was left on?
Probably not. She probably didn't say we've just won the World Cup either. There's lots of things she didn't say. Can't go through them all now.
Oh, go on, just a couple more.
A couple more. That's not my kitten. I'm sorry, officer, I had no idea it was hydrochloric acid. Those are the 3 things she's never said.
I tell you what, I bet she used to have a ride on that little Royal Mail train there.
Exactly, screaming like a banshee.
I'm not for turning, she'd say when she was on it. When it got to Whitechapel, she'd have to walk back.
American phrase to describe the Tories, beating up on the poor. Why would you say that? How do you beat up on someone? Do you use that in Canada? Is it a Canadian thing?
I don't remember. In Trinidad they do, though.
They beat up on people?
They say beat up on.
Do you think
Sounds
that's
nicer
where Cleggy
like
got
that.
it from?
Of course he did. I was with Cleggy out there for Carnival. The guy's nuts. Why do you think he's got no ideas?
How many...
We hit it hard. Yes. Rum punch click style. Oh man, too much hot sauce on the roti, huh? You're right, it is good accent.
What did Nick...
Everyone's on their toes for a new series of Have I Got News for You, starting this Friday at 9 on BBC One.
Fingers on Buzz's teams for the next one.
Have they shut the Humber Bridge to stop people going to Hull?
Stop people going to Hull?
Yeah.
They don't want any more tourists. They've got enough.
Maybe they're trying a new slogan, Hull, one letter different from hell.
Could be it, couldn't it? Well, you're in the right neighbourhood. Both of you are in the right neighbourhood.
John Prescott's from Hull, or he's MP for Hull.
Yeah. That's why they just close Hull.
Yes. He's not an MP anymore, is he? Other than being a... No, he
Member
says...
of the House of Lords.
Oh, right. He's a lord in Hull as well.
Is he the Lord of Hull?
Well, I don't know. I am the Lord of Hull!
It is to do with Hull, but it's actually The Economist magazine. They have a very specific view on Hull.
It should be shut down. Is that what they...
Absolutely right, yes. The Economist magazine thinks that the city should be closed down along with Burnley, Middlesbrough and Hartlepool.
Closed down?
Just closed down.
Why?
The Economist described any efforts to save struggling northern communities as misguided. You lived in Leeds, didn't you?
I was born in Leeds.
You were born in Leeds?
Yeah.
Should they close that down?
Leeds is doing very well. It's
Is it doing
thriving.
okay? Have you heard of Leeds, Ian?
Yes.
Yeah?
There's a football team in Leeds, isn't there?
There is. Leeds United. Yeah.
You see? Local knowledge.
Paul, any view on Leeds?
So good they named it once.
Yes, this is The Economist magazine's plan to shut Hull. Grim, dull and uninspiring. The Economist comes out every week.
Fingers on Buzz's teams. Here's the next one.
Two lookalikes got married. They were professional lookalikes, and he... I think I got this right way around.
He looks like
Debbie Harry.
Debbie Harry,
That's right. And she, bless her, looks like
somebody out of Thunderbirds.
Here are the happy couple.
Yeah.
Well, it's uncanny.
Anyone know who else came to the wedding?
Robert Mugabe. Oh, I tell you, he was very good. That's right,
Joshua Nkomo was there.
Bomber Harris.
Bomber Harris.
Shall we have a look at their
Yes,
mates
please.
and who they're
Yeah,
supposed to be?
As we thought.
Gordon Ramsay, Ricky Gervais, the couple and David Beckham.
Not doing too bad, is
No,
what we
doing
like.
all right, yeah. Once you close your eyes, it's easier.
Worst of all, this is supposed to be Mr. T. Well, it's ridiculous because Dennis Thatcher was white, so...
Yeah. That was one of the things he was quite insistent on.
Also, Kate and Prince William turned up. Who didn't look like himself this week? Anyone see this picture?
Tom Jones.
Yeah.
Is that real?
Yeah. Looks pretty good for a tomato of his age.
Is he learning Mandarin by becoming an orange?
Blimey, students, they've woken up. They've been told that the teaching budget's been cut, they're going to have to pay 3 times as much and pay it back for the rest of their lives, and they're thinking, I'm not sure I approve of that.
A student was interviewed and said, and I quote, "There's no jobs out there, and now they're asking us to pay £9 a year, which if you do 3 years, that's like 21 grand."
Of course, the Lib Dems were staunchly saying, of course, they wouldn't go up, which is great that they got in power and put it up.
Yeah.
Well, they had no idea they were going to be in power when they...
Well, they could have...
when they made these promises.
Nick Clegg keeps saying it's the right government for the right time, which I think is such a seedy way to sort of dignify opportunism. You know, he would have made a pact with the Klingons if it meant a sniff of powder.
I don't know. I think the Klingon manifesto was pretty good.
No. I'm going to disagree here because the Klingons have shown in the past that they're hell-bent on world domination, so I'm glad the Liberal Democrats are in there with them.
And the Klingons always get the Lib Dems to make the policy announcements.
Absolutely.
They're going to blow up a whole planet. They say, oh, get the Lib Dem to announce it.
The Lib Dem party in this arrangement is the equivalent of the guy you see on Star Trek walking around the planet who you've never seen before, is the first one to get killed. That's the Liberal Democrats in this scenario.
But how does Nick Clegg look at himself in the mirror in the mornings?
Just looks at David Cameron and sees the same thing.
It's a new starter home.
It's a man who's tried to post himself.
Yes.
Is it?
Yes, it is. This is the news that a burglar has been posting himself to businesses in order to rob them.
Fantastic.
How does he get out with the loot?
Well, how does he get himself delivered in the first place? Does he just sort of get into the box outside a post office with the address on it in the hope that the postman will go, I must have missed that earlier. 15-stone package.
Do you know what ruined the plan in the end?
Yeah, wrong postage.
Yeah, not enough.
This isn't a British story, though, is it?
No, he's Polish.
Yeah, because you'd just die in the box, wouldn't you? Waiting to be sent.
They force him through the letterbox. do not bend. It specifically said do.
Time now for the Missing Words round, which this week features as its guest publication Reg Transfers, the magazine for the world of personal number plates. And we start with Simon Cowell reveals what?
Reveals his number plate.
You probably can't see Simon Cowell's number plate for all the cigarette smoke billowing around his pregnant girlfriend. Did you see? There were pictures of... Did you not see that?
Were people smoking?
There's a picture of him in a car, fagging away, pregnant girlfriend in the passenger seat.
Unbelievable. I thought he was evil before, but...
Simon Cowell reveals his baby name choice is Simon.
Oh.
The baby's due in February. Simon Cowell's already got a high chair, some tiny clothes and a booster seat. All he needs now is to get some stuff for the baby. Next, Cornelius Gurlitt has been hiding what?
Is it complete as it is? Just been hiding.
That's the Nazi art.
Masterpieces, yeah.
I will give you that. Cornelius Gurlitt has been hiding secret Nazi art stash.
Yeah.
All the paintings were confiscated in the early 1940s, or as art historians call it, Hitler's angry period. Next, in Essex, we all have what?
Automatic weapons. An intrinsic knowledge of our local area. Personalised number plates.
Personalised plates.
Yeah.
There we are, yes. In Essex, we all have personal plates. I wanted my initials on my car, but I didn't fancy splashing out in a personalised number plate, so I just bought a second-hand AA van. Brilliant. Next, police dogs will receive what?
I know this.
Go on, then.
Pensions. They're going to get pensions.
Pensions?
Absolutely right.
And rightly so.
Yeah.
Rightly so.
Yeah.
I can't believe nobody said truncheon meat.
Now, they did. That response is the reason why nobody did.
Next, George W. Bush planning what?
A gallery, an exhibition.
Yeah.
He's going to open an exhibition.
Yeah, but that's almost there, yes. He's planning to paint a series of... He's planning to paint a... Oh, Lord.
George W. Bush
planning to paint portrait series of world leaders.
God, we used to accuse him of not being able to read.
Yeah. According to the Telegraph, he is also known to dabble in landscapes, as the people of Iraq know only too well. And finally, David Suchet admits to what when playing Poirot?
Oh, I know that one.
Yeah. What is it?
Yes, he's got a penny up his arse, hasn't he? So it helps him mince the walk.
Oh, absolutely right, yep. David Suchet admits to clenching a penny between his buttocks when playing Poirot.
Which he learned from Laurence Olivier.
Yeah.
Who I think had more than pennies up his arse at one stage.
Right down to the line, Godfrey.
Sorry. I know you won't ask me back.
So, the final...
Now, who reshuffled themselves this week?
An extremist are you looking for, Richard?
I am looking for an extremist, but that's after the show.
Tommy Robinson.
Oh, the English Defence League.
Tommy Robinson, the English Defence League.
Tommy Robinson, absolutely right. What did he do this week?
He resigned from the English Defence League and...
He found out, much to his horror, that a lot of them were racist.
And, yeah. I can't...
Didn't understand
I don't know
that
what's
bit.
going on. I mean, we used to march into Muslim areas and that and go Muslims out, and we ate Muslims and we ate Pakis and that, and then it turns out some of them, like, were anti-Islam. So, I went off them.
And do you know what Tommy... And do you know what Tommy Robinson does for a living?
Does he work at the United Nations? Because he could see sick children with Roger Moore and Lulu.
He also used to run a tanning shop.
Exactly right, yes.
What, changing the colour of people's skin?
Yeah.
So your customer comes in, come in, madam, and next after half an hour later, you can get out.
The tragic lawnmower accident involving the royal correspondent, Nicholas Witchell.
In Tokyo, inventors of the latest high-tech toy, the Kickbot, admit it may have been a mistake to base the software on the England team's recent performance.
In the kitchen of Heston Blumenthal's restaurant, there's evidence that someone's ordered the slow-cooked lamb.
And after analysing the first leadership debates, body language experts conclude that in the event of a hung parliament, Nick Clegg would dither and then join the Tories.
So this is Wayne Rooney, who this week has had a hair transplant.
Do you know how the operation actually works?
Yeah. They find the hairs on his arse and pull them all the way through.
I knew it.
Well, apparently what they do is they dig out the hair follicles
Yeah.
from a place on his body where the hair's still growing.
Yeah, exactly.
And stick them on his head.
Exactly.
How did the news leak out that Wayne had had a weave?
He tweeted on Twitter. He showed his bonce, his arse bonce to the world. His bum head was displayed. There we are, there he is, old bottom nut.
Not bad, but he was actually trying to take a picture of a dog having a shit.
What, in his car?
What did his message that accompanied the picture say?
My head feel great, but my ass hurt a little bit.
And how would you describe Wayne's old hairstyle?
Defunct, gone.
Well, technically it's known as a widow's peak, which usually for Wayne is around 75. His avatar on the brand new FIFA 12 football game will need to be altered as it features his old widow's peak. I think actually if you look closer in the background of that picture, you can just make out Ryan Giggs shagging his sister-in-law.
The Telegraph, thousands of people lining the streets have given the relay a carnival feel. For example, someone dressed as a cod and another as a chip in Falmouth. You Brits really know how to put on a show,
You wait till you see our opening ceremony.
There'll be hundreds of chips.
Six or seven cod.
Boris in a giant cod costume.
This is the Olympic torch, which is boldly going where no Olympic torch has gone before. Namely, yes, I agree with you. Namely, Turo and Il Fracum.
Sounds deeply sexual.
Kind of like a cigar advert.
Have you been to Il Fracum?
I have.
The place is laced with prostitution.
That's their new slogan now.
That's right. Come and get laid in Il Fracum.
There is the happy man. Oh, there he is. Look. Yes, it's the new royal wedding for next year to cope with the economic straits, the terrible climate out there. It takes all our mind off it by saying, look, she looks like Diana. Look at her, look at her. And that's what we're all going to do.
She's a commoner as well, because she's only upper middle class. What is it they said she's going to make the royal family more accessible to the public?
Yes.
I think it sets a challenge for Prince Harry to go and find himself a proper scumbag.
What was Harry's response to the engagement? It means I can get a sister.
Deep coma. The sheer tedium of the subject. He said, even as a member of the royal family, I've had it up the rear, he said. Or was it up to there? I can't remember.
And they promised me I wouldn't be forced into doing any painful puns in light of a recent incarnation of mine as Sherlock Holmes. So, without any further ado, let's move on to round 2. The round of the Baskervilles. Buzz when you know what the story is.
Yes, this is the Kim Jong-un, whatever his name is, and that's his son there who's had sewn onto his lapel. They sat in the Korean town square and watched these idiots parading up and down with their boots, you know, identical marching and stuff, you know, just a ludicrous display of conformity.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is pretty much what this is about. But let's just get the North Korean names straight, shall we?
Yes, do.
Who's this? That's Kim Il-sung. Kim Il-sung, the previous dictator.
Oh, right, yeah.
That's Kim Jong-il.
Yeah.
Looking a little bit lonely. Now for his son, Kim Jong-un.
It looks like he might bring hope and optimism to a beleaguered nation.
And so who's this then? If it's not Danny Dyer.
Is that the other son?
It is the other son, Kim Jong-nam.
He's not got the job as next dictator. He's given it to the younger son. Because the father didn't like him.
Do you know why he didn't like him?
Was it the hat?
Did he dislike him because he's got a small lampshade tied to his index finger? There's another fathers that put them right off you.
No, he wanted to visit Disneyland Tokyo. ITV had a man in the field there, and the intrepid reporter attempted to assess the relative popularity of the Kims. Let's have a look how he did it.
There are no opinion polls in this country of dictators, but I did get a chance to carry out an extremely unscientific measure of the young general's popularity. Well, let's see how popular the new leader will be. Kim Jong-sung. Kim Jong-il. Kim Jong-un. Much more popular.
This is the unveiling of Kim Jong-un as successor to Kim Jong-il. Chief of the North Korean army, Ri Yong-ho, had a message for the nation saying, if the US imperialists and their followers infringe on our sovereignty and dignity even slightly, we will blow up the stronghold of their aggression with a merciless and righteous retaliatory strike. Adding LOL, smiley face, kiss, kiss.
According to the Daily Telegraph, in musical terms, the song is an unlikely combination of choral and rap, known as crap.
I think I'd rather like that. What? Zadok.
Really good.
You'll never guess what I just imagined. I imagined that was empty.
It's the best reaction I've ever got out of Paul.
You've never said before. Oh, well, that's guaranteed that to be in, otherwise you won't explain this to anybody. Oh, dear.
Let's move to Scotland.
Yes, let's
move to
Well,
Scotland.
the recording's not going that badly.
Why is this big tent up in Nicola Sturgeon's garden?
She got 2 garden waste bins, is that?
Is that what this is about? 2 gardens. That is. You've got 2 gardens.
Yeah. I mean, it was quite a big event in Scotland. I mean, the former First Minister's husband, who was the chief executive of the SNP, was arrested and the police swooped.
But it's missing 600 grand, isn't it?
Yeah, they raised 600 grand for a referendum campaign, and there wasn't a referendum, and then the money seems to have disappeared, and then Nicola Sturgeon's husband lent over 100,000 to his own party. And he said his wife didn't know, because they don't talk much.
Looks like they don't even share a recycling bin.
We should say Peter Murrell has been released without charge pending further investigation.
We should, but it'd be funnier not to. You know, in Scotland, I mean, if there's a big loan crisis involving the leader, you know, something happens. In this country, you know, usually the bloke stays as chairman of the BBC, so...
Oh, sorry, no, I'm just being told you're not even allowed to think.
Where do you want to start?
Well, why don't we start with the warm-up for the Prime Minister? Did you see that? He was warmed up by his wife?
Yes, usually you're introduced by a colleague or a friend, but that's obviously not going to happen. This time, Rishi decided he'd get his wife to come on, and she came on and said, he's a really good bloke, he's decent, he's honourable, and you thought, this is the Conservative Party, this isn't going to work. Should have come on and said, look, he's a pathological liar, he's completely economically illiterate, vote for him, and they'd have been screaming on their feet.
She did actually describe him as my best friend.
Yeah, she said, we're one team, which will interest the revenue.
And what was the big announcement that he had to make?
That he's still Prime Minister 1 year on.
The big thing they're going to do, or perhaps not going to do.
Is it something to do with HS2, by any chance? Yeah?
Yes.
Because they're following on their policy, stop the boats and also the trains.
Which of Boris's acquaintances have embarrassed him recently?
Evgeny Lebedev.
That's right. Lord Lebedev, the son of a KGB oligarch and owner of various newspapers. Boris Johnson denies getting involved in security discussions over Lebedev's elevation to the House of Lords.
The suggestion was that Lebedev was a security risk, you know, and that's why he shouldn't be a peer. But I can think of a lot of other reasons he shouldn't be a peer. I mean, he just supported Boris. He owned newspapers and supported him in the mayoral election, which looks like corruption. Isn't, obviously.
The thing I like about Lebedev is he sounds like a conversation between Bill and Ben, the flower pot.
Yeah. He originally wanted his title to be Lord Lebedev of Moscow.
I think good for Lord Lebedev of Levered.
What else has Rishi been pushing to the nation more recently? What's he very keen for us all to do? Maths. Yes, he wants to reimagine our approach to numeracy.
When I read that, like, his school has, the school he used to go to, has a private art collection, I just thought, like, my school had a private art collection, but it was like a cock and balls behind the bank shed.
Was it a Picasso?
That's a private art collection, isn't it?
I used to teach maths.
Did you?
Yeah, and
He's announced this twice now, it's his thing. But this time he actually elaborated a little and he said, look, if we were better at maths as a nation, you know, we would be less likely to lose tens of billions of pounds. And you thought, does the name Liz Truss ring a bell?
The most exciting moment was Keir Starmer getting glittered. The protester, no one quite knows what he was actually protesting because it was very long and complicated, and he was still explaining it as he was being dragged past us.
I thought it was someone from Just Stop Strictly.
I'm actually dressed up as Keir Starmer in the glitter
God.
and the red.
Starmer wouldn't be wearing red.
What was the point of the glitter, though? Was it at a level of interest?
Yeah, I mean, it made Starmer look great. Everyone around me was saying, well, doesn't he look great in that
But he
one?"
had to take his jacket off, which it looked slightly rehearsed. So suddenly it was Keir gets down to work, shirt sleeves, no jacket, not formal, not posh.
And I think it was rehearsed because he'd ironed his shirt sleeves, and whoever does that, unless they're planning to take their jacket off.
Oh, you think this was choreographed?
Yeah, I think it was choreographed. Well, no, I don't really.
Well, GB News, they like a conspiracy theory. Well, the Select Committee was asked to look into the handling of COVID, and their response was that it was probably, I don't know, not very good. No, they actually said it was the worst public health crisis in British history.
That's right.
So the government's COVID response is up there with the Black Death. I'm not exaggerating. I'm trying to be balanced.
So what did the report find? It concluded we didn't lock down quickly enough, we didn't protect the elderly in care homes, We didn't close borders quickly enough.
No.
And we were wrong to pursue herd immunity. I mean, Gavin Williamson would call that an A-star performance. The report was severely critical of the £38 billion test and trace system, calling it slow, uncertain and often chaotic. Dido Harding was unavailable for comment. I say unavailable, no one could track her down.
The report did say as well that we should have challenged the science before.
Well, that's right.
Because I thought the science was like this one thing that everyone agreed with. Turns out there are lots of sciences and they don't always agree. But I would say that the British public, we challenged the science a lot. I mean, on my family WhatsApp group, everyone was virologist, do you know what I mean?
Why has our vaccination rollout been so successful?
Has it?
No, I don't believe it's difficult when they say it's been a real success, because I feel like the government always says what we've done is a great success. And then they talk sense sometimes, but I feel like if wisdom started coming from the toilet, I would be suspicious, because I'd say, well, that sounds true, but it's coming from the toilet.
Yeah.
And that's how I feel anytime Matt Hancock speaks.
But there was a very, very good guide this week. The Prime Minister was asked why he thought our figures were going down so much, and he said the important thing to remember, it was not the vaccination, it was the lockdown. And I thought, great, it's the vaccination.
You know, we've now got our relationship with the EU on an even keel as well, haven't we? We're sending them the Kent variant and they're sending us the vaccine. It's a pretty good deal, really.
You're way out of line, fella. Right.
Genuinely, I'm going to say it, that 48 hours is the most I've enjoyed football in my lifetime. And I say that as a football fan, because you had anger, you had excitement. That's why I'm into football. And then we won. I've never experienced that before. It was everything.
Which team do you support?
Plymouth.
Oh, I see.
We weren't in the 12.
No. You're lucky to be in the 92, aren't you?
And then it created a situation where Boris Johnson was seemingly taking an anti-capitalist stance. I heard him, complaining about the commodification of football, how it couldn't be untethered from its roots and just sold around the world. And I was like, not expecting that. So, starting to see kind of like socialism perhaps creep in as a not quite, certainly a response I hadn't anticipated.
Do we suspect that those billionaires who own those clubs had failed to donate to the Tory party?
Never that.
Ian, did you take part in the protests at all?
I was down there outside the
Wembley.
Wembley.
No, don't help him. Watching Ian struggle with popular culture is one of the highlights of my life.
She did suggest that certain types of racism should be considered racism and others should be just merely prejudice.
Yeah.
And that included Irish people, travellers, and Jews.
Yeah.
And this is a bit of a problem for the Labour Party, the putting the word Jews in again.
Yeah.
And yes, it was late at night and she was sending a formal letter to the Observer, so, hey, we've all done it.
Well, like so many first drafts of any letter you write, there's a hell of a lot of racism in there. That's what second drafts are for.
That's right.
Dear milkman, why is my milk white?
There's so many things that have to go wrong there. 1, you write a racist draft. 2, you open an email. 3, you add an attachment. 4, how is it? I don't understand how this has been an error.
She did apologise for her letter. The explanation was that she has sent an initial draft, and she had obviously had a couple of initial drafts.
She tried to say that the errors arose. It's like she didn't write them down, they just arose, like mould. She just left the window open and some anti-Semitism just kind of settled on the letter.
There was a wonderful moment where Keir Starmer had to pretend that this wasn't terrifically good news. So he's very, very sad that he had to sack this ghastly old friend of Jeremy's. And out she goes, goodbye.
Actually, Diane Abbott has had the whip removed by Keir Starmer.
Yeah, she's not been sacked.
She's not been sacked. Diane Abbott's just had the whip removed.
Yes, that's very different
by
from
Keir
being
Starmer.
sacked. I'm glad no one said she'd been sacked.
She's not been sacked.
No,
She's had the
it's
whip
just having the
removed.
whip removed.
Yeah.
Very, very different.
It's a very simple procedure.
Yeah.
I mean, it's quite an extraordinary thing to say that redheads have been through the same thing that Jews. Can you imagine gingers wandering the desert for 40 years? They wouldn't last 40 seconds. I mean, the burning bush wasn't even a bush. It was a redhead who forgot their sunscreen.
Why does the king think we should be playing the bagpipes?
He's finally lost it.
It's very good for your breathing.
Yes.
It's really good for your lungs.
Yes, exactly, that's right. No, it's good for your health. A Scotsman advised that beginners may wish to find a large field to play in. But I prefer a panel show to practice on.
Oh, yeah.
So, there we go. Yeah, it's really good for your health.
While you're recovering from
I was wondering why we'd never done that before.
Now, due to COVID and the shortages, why might it be easier to get into a club this year? When you go into a club,
Yes.
what's there to sort of make it difficult for you?
The music for me.
Security, the bouncers. Oh, there's a shortage of bouncers.
That's right. There is.
Yes.
There's a shortage of bouncers.
Yes.
Which is great news for you, Ian, because you don't need to keep colouring your trainers with a Sharpie. I don't even know what that means, Ian, but anyway.
So why is there a shortage of bouncers?
There's not enough of them.
It's going to be...
I don't think there's a shortage in Essex. Everyone's
Really?
a bouncer.
Everyone?
Oh, a bouncer every 3 doors along. What do you do for a job? Bouncer. Genuinely.
Can you have one in your own home?
How do you know I haven't? And I saw you outside on the lawn the other morning, yeah.
Economist explanation for why there's such a shortage of everything is known as the Great Supply Chain Crisis, which means that things like tankers are in the wrong part of the world, but obviously bouncers are in Essex, which is obviously the wrong part of the world.
There you go. There you go.
And there are no lorries to take the bouncers to other bits of the country.
You can't transport them across.
Yeah, because you can get about 1,000 of them in the back of one of those big trucks, can't you?
But they can't get into the trucks because the truck drivers say, you're not coming in here dressed like that.
Now, the Queen has pulled out of hosting a reception for world leaders at the conference. What would she be doing instead?
Is she hosting the One Show?
Could well be.
I tell you who's done a lot to reduce their carbon footprint. Prince Andrew.
Yes.
He's not left his house for months. Good on him.
Andrew's not going because the word cop is in the title. The Queen actually has been told to rest. But why is she so knackered?
95.
And apparently sources have told the press that she has been staying up late to watch TV.
What sort of sauce is that, though?
Me, I probably said it. I don't know. So, I mean, she probably watched the extended version of this show, which goes out at, I think, 3:07 in the morning every Wednesday.
Yeah, it's good.
Well, the BBC have been really giving it a push.
They have.
They've been giving it a right look. There you go, see?
Contains some strong language and adult humour. Fuck me, I never knew that.
Is that Rue Paul Merton?
Yeah.
Who did lend Boris £800,000, do we know?
We don't know.
No, we don't, do we?
No.
Why did he need £800,000?
Well, that's, you know,
Just
it doesn't go far with that number of
metre
kids.
of gold wallpaper. Yeah.
Why would Boris need all this money?
Yes.
I was asking you.
Oh. You just said a very funny joke about all the children and talking over it with some crap. He would need it for all his children, Ian.
The local elections are happening right now as we speak. Why are the Conservatives predicting they will lose 1,000 seats?
Because they're optimists.
I think they're trying to
let us down gently.
Yes, then if they lose
Or
less than
themselves.
1,000 seats, they can claim a small victory.
It's a bit like the captain of the Titanic saying New York's not a very nice place to be.
Something's gone wrong with Rachel Reeves' new book.
Yes, bits of it appeared on Wikipedia before she wrote her book. And it may be... huge chunks of it, apparently, which appeared elsewhere before the publication.
Yeah.
I find this one particularly confusing because I think Rachel went to Oxford and LSE, which are pretty, well-established, great universities.
There's a lot of thick people go to these places. Honestly, you'd be surprised that the standard has dropped over the years. Plummeted, hasn't it? Well, I'm not looking at anybody.
But my point is, I went to Hull, great university,
Yeah.
in terms of the rankings, not quite up there with Oxford and LSE.
In terms of the what?
In terms of the university rankings,
Yeah.
not quite up there. And yet I'm pretty sure...
There's not much else to do in Hull. That's not fair.
But I'm pretty sure one of the first things we got told was, one, don't plagiarise, and two, certainly don't do it off bloody Wikipedia.
Yeah, no, exactly. If you're going to copy, don't copy bollocks.
Yeah.
How has Conservative MP Michael Fabricant been helpful?
Is he not given any interviews at all?
He was discussing the birthday gathering for which Johnson received the fine, and Fabricant told BBC Radio 5 Live, the way it's been characterised, you would think they were pole dancers. Of course not. That was when he was mayor. Remember?
But again, it's the least of the parties, isn't it? I mean, there's the Bring Your Own Booze party coming. There's plenty of other
The
parties.
karaoke party.
The karaoke party.
The wine fridge party.
Yeah.
I bet they're really grim, those parties. I bet they're not even that good fun.
You get invited to a party in 10 Downing Street, you say no.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. You got invited?
Yeah,
Wow. When was it? This wasn't last year, please.
No, I got...
You're not still doing the pole dancing, are you?
If Philly and Hollaby had gone through the...
Philly and Hollaby?
That's how they're calling themselves now. If they'd gone through the proper queue, it might have upped the numbers a bit, but they weren't actually record figures of attendance, were they?
No, apparently they were slightly down.
Why do you think there were fewer people for this?
The internet. People have other things now. And the telly. You can watch it on the telly.
Live feed, ironically.
Well, the other reason is that on previous occasions, people have travelled to London from all parts of the country, but it's much harder to travel these days, isn't it?
It just shows how little the Prime Minister understands the public, in that he thinks if his girlfriend's snotty about John Lewis, then that's fine. It's old Granny Theresa May. Oh, ghastly, embarrassing style. Who do you think votes for you?
I gave Carrie the benefit of the doubt, but now I've realised that she's like a lot of my girlfriends that have Instagram accounts for their home renovations. I'm sure you see this all the time, Ian.
Yeah, no.
Get furious about it. And they, spare me. 2 trips to H&M home and they think they're John Rosher all of a sudden.
One of the allegations that Dominic Cummings makes in his blog is that the leaking last year of details about the second lockdown was not him. Who does he say it was?
Michael Gove.
Near.
A guy called Mauve. Anybody called Guy called Mauve? Can we look that up? Is there anybody called Guy called Mauve?
The argument was whether it was this friend of Carrie's called Henry Newman, or whether it was Cummings. And you've got, it's a very, very difficult thing to assess. You've got the Prime Minister saying one thing and Dominic Cummings saying exactly the opposite. I mean, which one do you think is lying? Answer both.
It wasn't just Boris, was it? I mean, Prince Charles, he's a great champion of sustainability, and he went to COP26, which coincidentally is the number of palaces that the royal family had. And many of them are not used for much of the year, except as safe houses for Prince Andrew. And he also flew down to London on a private flight. He could at least have cadged a lift in Boris's private flight, couldn't he? I mean, who does the PR for these people? O.J. Simpson or something?
And Leonardo DiCaprio was there, and he made a big thing about flying commercial.
Yes.
But you're like, he can't write any legislation. Like, what? He could just zoom in. He doesn't need to be there at all.
Yes. He's very interested in protecting the children of the future and girlfriends of the future. Many of whom have yet to be conceived.
We're at a bit of a disadvantage with this question because it's Thursday and we don't know what's happened. So over to John. What's going to happen?
Well, everybody's watching the Hartlepool by-election and the Scottish elections, which are both going to be, one, tough for Labour, that's Hartlepool, win or lose, and for Scotland, it's going to be tough for the Union, however well the Scottish...
Thanks, that's all we've got time for, John.
What I'll tell you about Hartlepool, Labour's problem there has been that they've had a problem matching Peter Mandelson's working-class credibility.
Yeah, you're right, this is Super Thursday. It really was, wasn't it?
It was pretty super in the polling booth I went to. I took my own pencil.
Oh, yes, because you're meant to.
Yeah, you've got to be very
hygiene
careful
reasons.
now. You don't want to share it.
I know, but don't you enjoy when you go to a polling station taking the pencils? Like, do you remember at Argos as well? Did you ever go? Do you know what Argos is, Ian?
You lost me on taking the pencils.
He sometimes gets confused between Argos and voting, because the last time he voted, you left with a fridge freezer.
I suppose we should start by saying something about the bond market. I have no idea how it works. Paul?
No, I don't know. I've actually got grade 5 CSE maths, which is the equivalent of 25 yards breaststroke.
That may well mean you're the next Chancellor.
You mentioned about Kwasi having a PhD in economics, which has come up before. No, he has a PhD in economic history. It's specifically about the Great Recoinage of 1696, OK? He doesn't know squat about what he's doing. And in case you're wondering, was that a financial success, the Great Recoinage of 1696? It was not. He has a PhD in failure. So...
I tell you, those of us who lived through that particular crisis...
Ian was the editor of Ye Private Eye.
What's Rishi Sunak trying to do with the NHS to appeal to voters?
Pretend he uses it?
That's a good answer.
He's trying to reduce the scramble for doctors' appointments and give chemists more powers, what he calls common ailment services. Is that common as in plebby? What kind of ailments will chemists be allowed to deal with?
They'll be able to prescribe antibiotics, won't they?
Well, it's not one I've got here.
No. You have to take it to another chemist then.
All right.
Is it repeat prescriptions?
Earache, sinusitis, impetigo, laryngitis. It's a bit Mary Poppins, isn't it, that?
Yeah.
What else will chemists be allowed to do? Oh, well, I think you've just got
Bit of
this,
diagnosis.
really.
Could it be anything to do with antibiotics?
Yes, it is.
It's a repeat prescription. Watching Cummings give evidence, it's terrible because Cummings has learnt absolutely nothing. He's equally arrogant. And then he starts calling other people liars. And you think, you're the man who gave us the story about having your eyesight tested in a car when you were breaking the rules. He still doesn't admit he was breaking the rules. I just thought, I don't care if I agree with everything else you say, you're a liar.
I mean, I must admit, you're right. If this government goes on much longer, I wouldn't actually mind dying that much.
When he was giving evidence, I don't know what a body language expert would say, but he kept his hand in front of his mouth most of the time. I think probably even later he'll try and deny it was him talking.
When he first was in the middle of the COVID thing, Paul asked at one point, why on earth is this man, who's entirely unelected, dictating policy on vaccines, or indeed on lockdown, or anything else? It beggars belief that he could sit there writing WhatsApp message saying, let's get rid of Matt Hancock, let's sack the head of the NHS, let's sack everybody. Says who?
But in your current guise of a 1950s East End gangster, I think you should pay him a visit.
Yeah, I'd like to go round and give him an eyesight test. I read the story originally in the Mail on Sunday, and it said Angela Rayner disrupted Boris's Oxford Union debating skills. And I thought, well, this isn't true because he doesn't have any debating.
But then it turned out that she had been making jokes about it.
Yes, on a podcast.
Yes. She actually even sort of used a rude word for it. And I began
Is that the
with
word you've repeated?
No, it's not. It was a very similar word. It does begin with a G.
I think we're going to be showing that word later. So.
Oh, right. In what way?
In what way? I'm going to be uncrossing my legs.
What
What is the anti-growth coalition?
It's an imaginary group of enemies. If you are doing very, very badly in the polls and you have no ideas, traditionally, you invent an enemy. You just list everybody and say they're anti-growth. They're anti-her. I mean, if she thinks she is some sort of growth.
Liz Truss said that the anti-growth coalition included Labour, the Lib Dems and the SNP. The Daily Mail said Number 10 won't rule out Jamie Oliver.
This is the news that Rishi Sunak is big in Japan. A while back home.
As opposed to diminutive here.
Do you remember big in Japan?
No.
No.
OK. 1984, Alphaville. Big in Japan. Great song. Yeah?
Yeah.
Let's move on.
It's quite catchy.
It's quite catchy.
I think I've heard it myself about 4 times in the last minute. Can't get it out of your head once you hear it.
I know.
Catchy in the sense that coronavirus was.
Why is the Prime Minister big in Japan?
He's gone abroad to avoid all the Conservatives telling him he's awful. He's got to find somewhere to go where they don't hate him.
Yes.
And Japan, they don't know who he is.
What else does Suella Braverman want to ban?
Homeless people? Tents. People using tents.
That's right. I mean, if she was just trying to ban camping, I'd be behind her.
But then you'd have to word that bill very carefully.
You would. You would.
There'd be a lot of pantomime to be out of business.
That's right.
I'm on in Richmond this year, by the way.
Yes, she is trying to ban tents. She said sleeping on the streets is a lifestyle choice. Nobody in Britain should be living in a tent. It's a surprise that more people don't choose to live in opulence.
Homelessness is a lifestyle choice. It's the last time I buy a big issue. If it can help the homeless, I help you live your dream more, like bugger off. Loving it.
It was not his finest hour. Anyway, he didn't invent that bus pass. That wasn't true either. She would have been entitled to go on the bus all day and keep warm anyway.
Lucky Elsie.
Yes. We do spoil them. Yes.
There was another very, very good moment. Susanna Reid said to him, "What are you doing?" And he said, "We're doing everything we can." And she said, "But could you do more?" And he said, "Yes."
Boris Johnson, of course, got into some trouble during the course of an interview before the election for saying he didn't know who Lorraine was.
Did you see the way Ian's eyes glazed over there?
I know who she is. She invented a quiche.
Exactly.
Why are Red Wall Tories furious with the Prime Minister?
This is the high-speed train, yes?
It is, Paul, yeah. According to one minister, the revoked plans were a bit like on Bullseye when they show you what you could have won. Whilst another said it's a turd and the Treasury won't even give us the money to put any glitter. What did several plain-speaking Yorkshire folk tell the Yorkshire Post about their feelings on the scrapping of HS2?
Knowing Yorkshire folk, it will have either been to say, oh, we're right chuffed that that's finished.
Can you not use the word chuffed with train cancellation?
Chuffed in Yorkshire means pleased.
Pleased, yeah.
Yeah.
It's the only time they do say please. One Elaine Gatehouse spoke for many when she said, "Absolutely delighted. We didn't want it in the first place. Who in their right mind would want to go to London any faster than they can?"
Nearly everything announced in the mini-budget isn't going to happen.
No.
So all the pain and all the turbulence will be for nothing.
Yeah.
It is about confidence. And if the markets, which, you know, I know you don't, but, you know, the Conservative Party believes in the markets. If you ask the markets what they think and they say you're useless, then you have to think again.
It's interesting that the markets themselves have become part of the anti-growth coalition.
Yeah.
They are famously quite pro-growth, aren't they, the markets?
And you know who's joined now?
Oh, no.
The entire Tory party.
Do you think she's got a plan, Ian? Is there something that we've overlooked here that she may have?
No. The fact that you guys are 90,000 points ahead in the poll,
Yeah.
does that not scare them?
They don't seem to have noticed.
It scares me.
We're all scared.
On current polling, there would be like 3 Tories left.
Yeah.
Like 3.
Ian Duncan Smith.
The very good thing about this budget is that the country hasn't tanked immediately.
Being very harsh on the Conservatives, very harsh on the government. They're trying. They're going to sort it. What, they've only had 13 years?
Yeah, it's only
13 years?
Mm.
You know, give them a break.
Are we doing the COVID inquiry this week? Is that coming up later?
Maybe.
Oh, OK. I'll keep my comment for that now.
You are right, though, that Jeremy Hunt referring to turbocharging growth was Liz oh, my goodness.
It's all right, because no one remembers her.
No, you're right.
Liz Truss. She was a good Prime Minister, I tell you. A lot better than that other one.
Yeah.
Liz Truss.
Liz Dross.
Ironically, she was lacking support. It's a reference to Truss, my lad. Thank you very much, thank you.
Keir Starmer must be fairly confident that he's not going to be issued with a fine, because he said, I'll resign. And the Prime Minister, when confronted with the possibility of a fine, said, I wasn't there, I didn't do it, I have no memory, there'll be an inquiry, we'll get the police to look later. Look at the two different approaches. I'm just saying.
My problem with the parties wasn't really the parties, it's just that no one ever explained what the party games were. They just... there was wine, there was cheese, there was party games, and I just... What do they play? At a Conservative Christmas party, apart from avoid Matt Hancock at the mistletoe.
Definitely pin the tail on the donkey.
Yeah. Or pass the parcel, but every time it lands on you, you have to add another layer of wrapping because the truth should never get out.
No, it's pin the blame on the public.
Calm down, calm down.
You're talking about mixed messages. I thought that you were referring to the fact that we discovered that there'd been loads of parties at Downing Street about a year ago.
Yes.
When they weren't meant to be having parties.
It was around about the time the track and trace app had gone so badly wrong, hadn't it? And it, I think it sort of messed around with various sat-nav things. Anyway, it turned out that number 10 had been flagged up as a dogging hotspot.
You're not normally like this. Have you not been out of the house much?
What has The Sun discovered about what's in store for office partygoers this Christmas? Many firms are curtailing certain activities.
Oh, yes, and no photocopying your bottom.
That's every year, though.
What sort of country have we become where you can't find it off?
We're going to hell here. We're going to hell.
Is that what the private eye Christmas party's like, Ian? Just continue.
They do a brass rubbing of each other's bottoms at private eye.
There's an allegation that the government didn't cancel many parties last year, and this is what you mentioned, Camilla, even in the middle of lockdown. So, just explain the story again.
I think even in November, when everybody was in full lockdown, I think they were still having leaving parties and sort of, I don't know, sleepovers and, you know, pyjama parties and Secret Santa and, you know, Twist and stuff like that. At Downing Street, it was basically a massive orgy. And we were all sitting at home...
Looking through the window?
Crying.
Why can't they do the decent thing during the lockdown and drive to Barnard Castle?
He specifically goes for the health secretary, but he doesn't mention Michael Gove at all.
Yeah.
Once. I mean, Michael Gove was in charge of as much as anyone else during the early pandemic, and he's been let off completely. It's a select committee, and the evidence is very selective. I mean, it's the most pathetic score-settling by a man, and if you go through his evidence, it just doesn't stand up. The only things that stand up are the things that we all knew anyway. All of us, even the filthy journalists and press endlessly trying to make trouble, we put all these allegations to number 10. Number 10, oh, who's the spokesman? Dominic Cummings. He denied them all at the time. Now, oh, I've just noticed. It's... anyway. It's beyond belief. I suppose this is just the unbelievable news that Liz Truss was Prime Minister.
and now she's gone. In fact, her whole career was one enormous U-turn. She walked into Downing Street and then she walked straight out again.
She didn't drag it out.
No. They dragged her out.
Yeah.
She did 45 days, and that doesn't include the mourning period of the Queen. So just think what she achieved in 35 days.
They seem to keep doing shorter times per go.
Yeah.
It sounds from what you were saying that whoever wins next week and becomes Prime Minister, the victory speech will be something along the lines, I'm very pleased to have become Prime Minister of this country, and that's why I'm tendered my resignation.
He's only handing over his WhatsApp messages from 2021, from when he changed phones. So, yes.
Is that right?
So a lot of the messages we're not going to see, and the original phone he had, he was on a boat with Rebecca Vardy. Yeah.
Ruth.
It makes me think about WhatsApp messages between politicians. So, are you in a WhatsApp group with Boris Johnson?
I'm not in a WhatsApp group with Boris Johnson, but I do co-chair his Appreciation Society with Nadine Dorries.
So, have you ever WhatsApped Boris?
Yes, but in his old phone. I don't think...
What has the Prime Minister had to say about this COVID inquiry going back and forth?
I feel quite sorry for Rishi, because he's in Moldova with Zelensky and the European leaders trying to do big boy politics. And once again, he's clearing up and being asked about Boris Johnson, and he's not getting to do the Prime Minister thing at all.
And you feel sorry for him?
Well, I do, because he's like this earnest and industrious little chinchilla that works really, really hard.
Yeah.
And then there's just this big looming gorilla behind him that just takes up all of the space and all of the lights, and he just, you know, he can't get on his wheel. It's a shame.
But Ian, you probably know, you can tell us what it means to Greek culture, the Parthenon statues, rather than, because they don't mean anything to us over here, really, do they?
No, I mean, it's the frieze on the top of the Acropolis, and the Parthenon is the one in the middle, and it was all one frieze. And Elgin went over there and said to the Ottoman Empire, can I have permission to take a few things? And then he just smashed it, took half of it home. And the idea that no one's ever minded, Byron at the time made a huge fuss. And Elgin was going to put the marbles in his garden. The only reason the museum's got them is he went bankrupt and needed someone to buy them.
I mean, that would have been a hell of a shed.
Yeah.
Can you imagine that? Where's Elgin? He's down there. With the head missing, just popping off like that. But that's the thing, you say it was the Ottomans, wasn't it? You know,
good sofas.
Yeah, exactly. Good sofas. That's what they're going to want back next. They're going to want our little puffy seats. Yeah.
Can I be honest with you? This is all mad interesting, but I don't understand anything you guys have just said. Come on, put it out there.
Inflation's 9%. And if you're watching the repeat, it's 10.
It is. It's rampant inflation. But who is definitely not to blame?
The global economic situation is not to blame, but in fact, the people who are to blame are people who were working from home at the Bank of England, according to the Mail.
I thought it was energy.
A lack of energy, the cost of energy?
No, the cost of energy.
I thought it meant just sort of general malaise in the population.
Can you explain this energy cap thing, which has been massively increased?
Yeah.
Yes. And at the same time, there are massive profits being posted by the energy companies, which some people are saying, your party in particular, I think that should be subject to a windfall tax. That seems incredibly convoluted. Why not just make the gas a bit cheaper? Is there a reason why you can't do that?
Well, I think
somebody thought that was a good idea.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, but to be fair, you're working them with your foot.
The man who said he was definitely not to blame is the governor of the Bank of England, Andrew Bailey. He said that he was helpless in the face of global shocks, which is reassuring to us all. How did he try and calm things down after being helpless?
He said the situation is apocalyptic. And then we all felt reassured.
I mean, would this be a good moment for you to say something reassuring to the nation?
I'm trying really hard. Oh, the Eurovision was fun.
Yeah! What a hoot!
You had another PM that's been to Oxford. Him, Oxford, Liz Truss, Oxford, Boris Johnson, Oxford, David Cameron, Oxford.
What are you saying?
Well, I mean, what is it about Oxford that produces an endless list of bozos that come in front of us? Endless list of bozos.
Did you hear how Keir Starmer greeted him?
He congratulated him, didn't he?
Yeah, he said in Rishi Sunak's first Prime Minister's Question Time, the only time he ran in a competitive election, he got trounced by the former Prime Minister, who herself got beaten by a lettuce.
I do wonder if that lettuce is still going. I think they should do a winner stays on with Rishi.
Truss must be off salads for life.
Before he went to the States, Rishi went on a day trip to Dover. What did he take the opportunity to do there?
He took a tour of the White Cliffs and he visited the Vera Lynn monument and he sang We'll Meet Again to a group of immigrants who are coming back again.
He turned up in his big pair of boots, didn't he?
Yes. Shouldn't that not say stop the boots?
There's no real explanation why he's wearing them. It's just like, oh, these things, yeah, that's the way I roll these days.
Aren't they very special boots, though? I think they're from Timberland.
They're Timberland,
yeah.
yeah. This is actually what kids nowadays call drip.
What does it mean, drip, in this context?
It means that he's got style.
Oh.
Right.
He'll get a free pair of Timberlands at some point, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Which he needs, because he's quite short of money.
Well, to be fair, they are very good boots.
Yeah.
I've heard that apparently he deliberately ruffles himself.
Oh, I've seen him
up
do it
to
on this programme. Hair just come out of makeup's there, sort of combing his hair and stuff. 15 seconds come out later. Admittedly, there is a wind tunnel between there and here.
But it's an attempt to distract attention from the fact that his answers are all over the place.
Yes.
You just look at his hair and think, why is that so messy? And then you look at what he's saying, which was pitiful.
Yeah.
And he was smirking. He's still taking the piss out of us. Don't you?
How do you feel specifically, John? Because I read that, so whilst these parties were going on, you were obeying the rules. I got told you got quite into gaming during the lockdown, is that right?
don't what?
I think he said you went on the game, but I'm sure...
Just reading what it says on the card.
I hope you've got photographic evidence to back this up.
I was told that you got into gaming. You played games during lockdown, is that?
Well, I played one or two with my grandchildren.
Call of Duty?
Call of Duty. Now, the Prime Minister's version of that is going to people's leaving parties.
Absolutely.
He kept saying it was his duty to turn up to people's leaving dues on the grounds that this was good for morale, even if it was against the regulations. Whereas the rest of us who were trying to go to, well, funerals and, in my case, but leaving dues in the metaphysical sense, we weren't allowed to go. Everyone says, oh, it's all about the booze and it's all about the parties, how Puritan. Forget about it. It's just the fact that they made the rules and we stuck by them and he didn't. I mean, that is still the point.
So the wedding took place without members of the public gawping at them. Do you know how they managed to do it?
The cathedral was cleared of tourists just before 1:30. I mean, they got me out. I was just...
You stood there with your confetti. But I've got my confetti.
He said no friend, so I thought I'll come.
But do you know what they told the people and the staff who were in the church? So they ushered them out by telling them that the building was under lockdown. So, as if, yeah, I know. And then, according
the first lockdown that Boris has been on time with.
So what has Suella Braverman admitted to doing 6 times?
This is the other Suella Braverman scandal. The immigration one's not enough. You need 2 now. And this is leaking, or sending confidential emails.
She's not very good.
No. I didn't know she'd done it 6 times, though. 6?
She's changed her story from 6 days ago. A lot of 6s in this.
Yes, you're absolutely right. She was sending confidential security documents to her personal email. Braverman apologised for her error in judgment. This has all led to a new nickname for Suella Braverman. What is it?
There was Leaky Sue.
Leaky Sue?
Leaky Sue, that's a new one.
Oh, no, that sounds like a drag queen.
Leaky Sue.
It is Leaky Sue, which used to be our nickname for David James.
Oh, yes, I can see why.
You into your football, Ian?
Love it. Love my football.
What did Mr. Johnson say when he resigned as an MP last week?
This was the kangaroo court, was it? Was that the line at the time?
I don't know what a kangaroo court is, but whenever I hear it, I feel like he's hinting that he's going to be on I'm a Celeb next year.
Is it a court run by kangaroos or one that judges kangaroos?
It's a bit like sheepdog trials. I went along once and 3 were guilty.
He said, I did not lie, and I believe in their hearts the committee know it. He also said, I am bewildered and appalled that I can be forced out anti-democratically by a committee chaired and managed by Harriet Harman with such egregious bias. But what undermines this accusation?
There's 7 people and 4 of them are Tories. So even if Harriet Harman wasn't on the committee, he would still have been found guilty. I mean, some of them are Brexiteers. Everybody thinks he's guilty. Apart from Jacob Rees-Mogg and Nadine Dorries, and they're bonkers.
She hasn't resigned. She said she was going to resign, and that was a week ago. Yeah. Nadine?
Yes. Well, you see, Boris promised her a peerage. Another woman he told a load of lies.
In other news, Vladimir Putin is running for president again.
He's running for re-election.
That's right.
In a tightly run race. Yeah. And his slogan is, I probably won't kill you.
I wonder what election night coverage is like in Russia. Pretty quick.
There's an exit poll in which the opposition leave through a window. Thank you very much. I'm in Richmond all week.
On jury duty.
I'm not allowed to do jury duty.
Are you? Is it because you're often confused with a defendant?
Why has he chosen this week to announce that he's running for another term?
This is when he does his end-of-year press conference, I think, isn't it?
And he hasn't done one for a few years. He did 4 hours of answering questions. You can ask anything you like if you don't want to live.
Yeah.
According to Newsweek, some of the things he got thrown were, tell us when our lives get better, and when will the war end, to which Putin replied, what war? He also got asked, if Crimea is part of Russia, why does my mobile network switch on roaming after crossing the bridge to Crimea? Putin told the fellow to pop on his location services and someone would be along to help him out.
Sticking with the Christmas theme, why is businessman Carl Baxter worried that he may be stuck with 1,000 festive jumpers?
Oh, it's because they look like willies.
Oh, yeah, you got it.
Yeah. Tried to order one.
Here we are. Let's have a look at them. The spotted silk.
It just looks like a thermometer to me.
I don't know how you have your temperature taken.
But before we go, there's just time for the caption competition. Ian and Joe have this.
Contestants shake hand before fighting to the death.
You come far.
Why the long pause?
Would you send it up to Sweet 17? The goldfish has died.
Right, now here's one for Paul and Giles.
Yep. Oh, do you know, let's just sit back and enjoy this big I mean, come on, let's actually turn the corner in this show in the last moments.
Yeah.
Let's actually just let the country celebrate spring.
Yeah. Let's not ruin it with any protest, just love it.
What about Mouse celebrate spring by tickling bum with pollen?
On which note we say thank you to our panellists.